Happy Sunday, my friends. I hope you're having a wonderful, fantastic day. I forget what I was going with that. But I hope you're having a wonderful, fantastic day. I hope things are going super well for you. Welcome to Sunday. Welcome to a very special stream, friends. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Welcome in. Welcome in. Woo! But welcome in, friends. Welcome to Sunday. Like I said, today is a very special stream. We're going to be playing the new beta of the Stormlight TTRPG, which is part of the Cosmere TTRPG system from Brandon Sanderson and Brother Wise Games. Thank you for Dehydrate. I appreciate it. I shall. The game starts in a little less than an hour. All of the details for today's stream are pinned in the chat. So if you want information on the music, it's a ghost cat. It's a ghost cat. If you would like information on the gaming system, the music that we're using today, Demi playing, like how to play, all that fun stuff, all of it is linked to the card up above for all your information, and feel free to ask questions in the Discord. Now, today's stream is going to run a little differently than normal. I have turned off basically all of the channel point redeems except hydrate, stretch, and posture check. I believe all of the major ones that interact with me are turned off for today, simply because I love all of you. I will interact with all of you. Thank you for the stretch, hide. Thank you, and a posture check. I appreciate it. I gotta mute Discord again because I don't need it beeping at me. But while I love all of that, today's focus is the game. So while we play and try to get through it, because this is a one shot, we're gonna get through it all today. So I don't know when stream is going to end. They're actually all just turned off. And it's just to help with the immersion of the game. So things that, you know, like TTS or trying to put me into a box or what have you, it's just easier so we can have a better immersion of the gaming system. It's just for today, I promise, and then tomorrow you can go back to your regularly scheduled harassing of everything. It's great. Also, friends, we are not live on YouTube today. We're strictly over on Twitch with the VOD getting posted later. So if you happen to miss any part of this, it'll be up. Obviously, the VOD will go automatically up on Twitch, but the VOD will also go up on YouTube at a later date, probably later today. All right, friends. So how are you? Einar, thank you so much for the 2 gifted subs to Shadow and to, let me not mess up their name, Faja? No, we don't say one is better than the other. They both have their perks and their advantages. The only difference with us not multi-streaming today is I don't have a mod over on YouTube right now. And I would rather not split my focus on trying to mod YouTube and play the game and talk with Twitch chat. So while I know I have mods in place for today and I have, you know, things set up and guarding myself on Twitch, I don't have that same sort of thing on YouTube. So it was just better for my day, you know, my sanity, and my anxiety to just be over on Twitch today. But we do not hate on YouTube. We love them very much. They're a good community over there. That could do it. That could do it. But I do thank you so much, Ida, for those 2 gifted subs. I hope both of our friends get to enjoy their emotes, their ad-free viewing, and their subby badge. Friends, we do have new emotes coming. They'll come probably early November. They are waitlisted, but they are put in order. I'm very excited for that. Trying to think what else I've got going on. I feel like I've put through so much. So a little bit of the schedule rundown for this week. So today we have the special Stormlight TTRPG beta Bridge 9 adventure. Also, friends, do me a favor. Let's ignore that exclamation point beta, because guess what? I didn't set it up. tomorrow we're gonna do the start of the DLC for Definitive Edition Xenoblade. Tuesday there's no stream. Wednesday and Friday we're in 14. Friday though, we're probably, if fingers crossed, Amazon willing, I get Sparking Zero on Friday. We're gonna do half of Sparking Zero for the stream, and then we'll have Prague of M2. And then Saturday we'll start with Sparking Zero as well, and we'll finish the Xenoblade DLC. That's the plan for Saturday, because Saturday is a 12-hour stream. It is the bonus one that you guys unlocked back in September. So I'm very excited to do that. And then once I finish the DLC, we're taking 2 weeks off from Xenoblade at least to play the Scarlet DLC of Pokemon and to do Withering Waves. So that's awesome and exciting. It's going to be great. And then we'll pick up with Xenoblade later on in the month, possibly November. So Stormlight is a tabletop role-playing game. It uses its own system. It's pulled from other systems, but it's not like D&D. It's not like Pathfinder. It uses its own dice system. It does use a D20 system, so I will be rolling a D20, but it has plot dice. Alien Isolation right now is scheduled for the 19th. It's scheduled for, as long as it's still leading on the polls hide. So as long as it continues to lead, it is scheduled for October 19th. Normal time, 3 p.m. Eastern time. But yeah, so a little bit about today's stream. We are doing the Stormlight TTRPG. It is from the Cosmere system. It is by a book. It is based on the book series by Brandon Sanderson. I don't know much about the book series per se, but this is one of Doc's favorite book series and one of his favorite authors. So when they announced the TTRPG, I was like, let's play it. But it is based on the lore of the Cosmere. You have the classes, you have the shard system. Doc can probably explain a little bit more to you later on once we get started. Just to give a little background about what's going on, but I am excited to share it. And if you're interested in the rules and the systems and the backing and everything, click the links below. Above. Yeah. He's explained it to me, but I can't. He's been doing way more research than I have, friends. Yeah, you're all good. Shadow. So here's the thing. Shadow and Finny, congratulations. Both of you. You are our new mods. I will officially go about announcing that all tomorrow. But don't worry about it, Shadow. We'll work it out. Yeah, you're here when you're here, and I appreciate it. And like days like today, usually when I have a big event planned, and this goes to everybody in stream, usually when I have an event planned, a 12-hour stream, today's stream, whatever, I will make sure those that need to be involved are involved. So when we were all planning this, I knew 2 out of my 3 mods would not be available because they'll be playing the game. So Music, who was like, I don't want to play it. Like, she loves TTRPGs, but she doesn't want to play it, was more than happy to mod for today. So, and thankfully she doesn't have work. Yeah, everything is linked above. I'm excited, friends. So how is everybody? How is your weekend going? How have you been? Friends, I didn't do my going live message, which is super important for today, especially. So I'm gonna do that while we chit chat. I'm gonna do that while we chit chat. All right, I'm gonna kind of copy part of what Einar did. Okay. First, RPG. Oh no! Don't no! Do you guys need huggies? I give huggies. Come here. Come here. Let me put my wings around you. Let me give you big, strong huggies. I hope things get better, though. Hopefully today's stream helps you feel a little better. It pulls you from whatever it is that you're going through. Right? You guys have to feel better. My friend just got over COVID, so feel better, friends. I feel that, Hyde. I wish the weekend was longer. We had a friend over yesterday. She's going through some stuff, so we're like, come over, hang out with us. It's great. But like, I slept in super late because my body hates me. So she left at like 11, and I was like, well, I want to do stuff, but I've only been up like 12 hours, but I'm tired, you know? I have another friend, Shadow, that gets sick around now because of the weather changing and allergies and stuff. I will probably end up with a head cold sooner rather than later, which is awful. Mafasha and Hyde, I both hope your days get better. Hopefully things don't stay terrible for too long. Know that you are strong and capable, and you'll get through this. And I believe in you. And I give hugs. All right. I'm gonna copy what Einar posted here. Except to put a space here? Why did I put a space there? Stop it. Right? Hugs are amazing. I love to give hugs. At my old job, we had our HR manager that you could tell she was overstressed because the company was just awful. And she was having a day, and I was like, well, I really can't offer much because I'm just the receptionist. I was like, but I can give hugs and I can bake cookies. Ragweed, I'm allergic to ragweed. It is awful. It is definitely awful. But like, what's funny is I sneeze like all the time regardless, so I feel like I'm allergic to everything at this point. Like in replies, I can type. I can totally type. AE. AE. I don't think I'm friends with her on Einar. Yeah, I want to share hugs and love and caring and empathy. I do not want to share germs. No, I know you're innocent. Does wifey have a Twitter? Could you please post it in the Discord? I want to tag everybody that's in the thingy in my post. See, friends, for once, I'm not going after Einar. Einar is innocent in this. Always. Always. Thank you, Einar. I appreciate you. Right? They're innocent. We can clip it. I'll even like put it up on TikTok so everyone in the world can see that you're innocent. And when someone says it, you're like, I have proof, god damn it. I have proof. The only one that I don't think has... I follow you, don't even. Bless you, Doc. Go take medicine. I love when I'm like, I know I follow this person. Type them in. No, they don't exist. I'm like, God, yes, you do. So now I gotta go and I gotta go find stuff. Oh, now Doc's gonna make me sneeze. Doc, why? Meanie. Oh, friends though. So I'm kind of tricking a little bit. It's great. So you guys know I'm part of Advance. We love it. It's fantastic. They have a new flavor. It's vanilla latte. My basic white girl bitch heart is so happy. It's so good. You can add it with milk, and all I have is almond milk, like chocolate almond milk. So I wanted to try it with water just to, like, you know, try it. But oh my God, it's so good. It almost reminds me of having my chai. Almost like having my chai, and it makes me so happy. It's so good. It's so good. So if you want,
Bid you welcome.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome in, Ryzen. All right, guys, I really can't remember like what this name is. Why can't I find it? And why can't I stop it? Stop it. Stop it. Why can't I find it here? Let me search. Let's see, it's been forever. Guys, if you have different Twitter handles than what your name is on something else, please know that I cry, because then I try to search for people and I'm like, I can't find them because I know them as XYZ, but their Twitter handle is like totally different. Blah, 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 blah. Keep going. Keep scrolling. Keep scrolling. Where is it? I don't want to say I follow too many people because that's not true, but God, I follow too many people. It goes in the order of that you follow them in, which is great, but like if I'm looking for someone on the bottom, I have to scroll through so many. Okay, blah blah blah. Blah, 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 blah. Keep scrolling, keep scrolling, keep going. Here, you mother freaker. You're not insane. You're good. You got rid of my post, you asshole. Did you draft by chance? You didn't, Discord. No, you didn't even draft it. God damn it. We're all a little crazy here. Very special. Oh wait, it's in this one? It's on this one! It was on the wrong tab. I spelled it right? I spelled it right. Okay. I'm gonna do slash because I don't know what his Twitter is. Doop-a-doo-doo-doo. I did it. I finally made my going live post. It's early for me, friends. Like 11 o'clock is a bit early. I did it. I posted it. I tagged everybody. I'm that bitch. I love it. It's great. Get out of this. Get out of that. Okay. Whew. But yeah, friends, I also have tea today. I've been up since 7. Gross. That's when I wake up for when I have work. On the weekends, I wake up at 8. I deserve my sleeping in. And like, we had stuff to do. We had to run to the store. I had to get stuff so I could make breakfast and whatnot. So I got up. I laid in bed for a little bit and then I actually got up. You should sleep. Seven is gross. Like, my alarm goes off at 7 a.m. Monday through Friday, and I hate its existence. So I can get up, make breakfast, get dressed, and go to my day job. And I'm like, why? I'd rather not. I'd rather not and say I did. And then we have Doc that's like, I wake up 5 minutes before the start of my day. I roll over and push my computer on. And I cry because that's not fair. I want to do that too. Friends, I might be applying to a new job. I'm very excited. I'm still on the fence because, you know, anxiety and fun shit, but like, I might be trying for a new job. That was me yesterday. So yesterday I woke up to my alarm at 8 a.m. And then my sinuses were like, you cannot lay in bed. We're gonna just run. So I got up to the couch just to lay on, like, fuck around on my phone for a little bit. And then before I knew it, I passed out and woke up at 11. Because in the back of my mind, I'm like, well, Doc usually gets up no later than 10. He'll wake me up. It'll be fine. It'll be great. And he didn't. He slept in. It's like, no, we both can't sleep in. We got stuff to do. We have breakfast to make. We have a house to train up. Like, come on now. Friends, I have 769 followers on TikTok. It's a nice number. It's a nice number. Also, can we talk about how funny algorithms are just for a hot second? So I post my shorts over on YouTube and on TikTok. The ones that do extremely well on YouTube are the ones I wouldn't expect to do well. And most of them do pretty average, like for me, pretty average over on TikTok, but like I'll laugh because like for most of my stuff, it'll be consistently like 100 and something views for my shorts. And then on YouTube, it'll have like 3, 2, none. And then I'll have this one random one that's just like 475, or like that one Baldur's Gate clip that's like 1,600 views. I'm like, I didn't do anything. I post at the same time. I edit them the same way. Like, the YouTube algorithm is very weird between then just that. All the chemistry. But yeah, tech is funny, friends. Where did it go? Pumpkin Ghost Throne, chat, Peekers, TTS. Turn that off right now, because it'll duplicate. It is weird. They're very weird. Nope, that's not what I want to move. Everyone's going for a ride. Because I have... Okay, but then what No, I want this. No! Give me this one. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Friends, I don't know what plugin this is. I can't find it. Oh, it's right there. I literally titled it the same way. Stream. Ba-da-ba-da-ba. So you guys have anything fun like planned for this week? Anything exciting? Do you guys want to give me something fun and exciting to do? So. Ooh, I have a really important question for all of you. Are you doing anything fun this month? Ooh, that's gonna be awesome. What kind of car are you looking into? I don't know what this was. Crapsicles. Guys, Chrome didn't save anything for me, and I don't know what login I used. Is that a problem? Save. These are not my most recent tracks. Don't even go there, Last FM. Don't even. Ooh, is it like, was it like an Elantra? Is it an Elantra? Okay, it is no further notice. Okay. But that's awesome. It's a wedding. It of course will be fun. Don't be like that. Don't be like that. A World Savage game. Ooh. But still, that's fun stuff. That's stuff to look forward to. I kind of want to go do something spoopy. But we all know I'm like a scaredy cat. But I'm tempted to just be like, I just want to go to like a haunted house. But not a haunted house. Maybe like we have farms around here that do stuff for Halloween, and I'm like, maybe we'll do something from that. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Nice. I had 2 Hyundai accents, and I loved mine. So you are probably going to love yours, Shadow. Totally gonna love it. Also, Hyde, what like Halloween kill are you making? That is an important question. Because there's a bunch of Halloween kits, aren't there? Okay. Oh, it's a face hugger. Ooh. I'll bet it's spoopy, and I would cry. I get it. I get it. I will say, do that. Save changes. I really liked both of mine, Shadow. They drove really nice. They were really easy to maintain. One I got rid of because I got into an accident with it. I got accordioned, so obviously it was totaled. My second one, my brother drove it until he beat it into the ground so badly. So the older ones that I had definitely built like tanks. 30 inches long. Oh God, no thank you. No thank you. You guys can have it. I'm content. I'm very content. API key. How do I find my API key? I always forget to do this. Oh, probably applications, right? But still, then you can drive it to work and be like, look guys, look what I got. I don't know. I love being able to drive. I get some people get really terrified of it, and it's not everyone's cup of tea, but for me, the freedom of being able to just get in my car and go somewhere and do something, it's like, it's such a freeing feeling and experience. So hopefully it's the same for you, Shadow. Hopefully it is the same for you. But also, like, I drive in New Jersey, and New Jersey is terrible. Like, I've had friends that moved from out west to Jersey, and they absolutely detest driving because we're very aggressive drivers. Not all of us, but a large majority of us are very aggressive drivers. I don't get it. There's a way to do the API plugin, and for the life of me, I can't remember what it was. Yeah. Then you know you have a guaranteed ride. Yeah. New Jersey is the only state that you have to pay to leave into. And well, I think New York has some of them too. But we also don't have like pay by mail. So if you go through a toll and don't have the right amount of change, or like have an easy pass, but it's not active or something wrong with it or whatever, they'll just fine you. Because we don't believe in mailing you bills. Nah. Let's charge you $7 or you know, 50 something dollars for a 25-cent fine. I laugh because that's happened to me multiple times. Yeah. See, that's really lucky. But like, my brother's gotten fined because he used my dad's Easy Pass in his car. Like, my dad was in the car and he gave my brother his Easy Pass and said, here, let's go to blah blah, wherever they were going. And then my brother got a ticket for it because he drove with it wasn't registered to my brother's car yet because my brother had just gotten the car. So they fined him for that. I've gotten fined for not being able to like switch lanes fast enough and getting hit through an Easy Pass, or some of the lanes just don't have like cash anymore. It's all Easy Pass, and I don't currently have one. So I'm like, if you gave me a mail one, I could just pay the $1 in mail. Yeah. I will say, I will talk smack about New Jersey, but I do love living here. I see stuff that happens in other states, so I'm like, you know what? Not that bad. Plus, friends, are you ready for the best part of being in New Jersey? I don't have to pump gas. It's beautiful. I can sit in my car and I don't have to worry about pumping. I think my big thing is I hear so much from people that pump their own gas, like a lot of the girls and stuff that are worried about stuff has happened to them. And I just don't have to deal with that. I don't get gas normally at night unless I absolutely have to. But it is nicer because I can sit in my car. So if I'm somewhere that I'm not comfortable in, like I maybe not know the area that well. Oops, sorry, friends. I can just sit in my car, lock my doors, and get gas. Illinois is just weird. I will agree. We have so many people from Illinois. We love that. You guys are in the windy state. It's beautiful. I've only been to Illinois twice. And it was for a convention, so I didn't get to see any of it. How weird the weather is. Do you guys also have the, like, it's 80 degrees on Halloween? Or it's 40 degrees, there's no middle ground. No 70 degrees, it's just a lot. Middle of nowhere. That's not so bad though. I say that and then I bitch because I'm like, what do you mean it takes me 40 minutes to get to a main road? It doesn't, it takes me like 15. All right, I wanted to do something, friends, and I can't remember. So I've been fussing with Last FM. Oh God, yeah, that's bad. I know the one year I was in New York and it snowed on Halloween. My friends were getting ready to go to a Halloween party and there was snow on the ground. Ew, that's a lot of people. Gross. I don't like it. I don't like it. Ew. API. I have an API. I just need to know. Whoop! Oh no, I lost chat. Chat, come back. Chat, come back. You're back. This is how we learn when things aren't sized properly. Again, yeah, Jersey is pretty much the same way. We don't typically get snow in May, but we will have some really interesting weather, like very interesting weather. And it makes me question a lot. It makes me question, like, my thing is, I'm like, if I was to leave New Jersey, where would I go? And part of me has always been like somewhere warm, but somewhere warm is like Florida and Texas, where they have their own issues, but they have like hurricanes and flooding, and I don't really want to deal with that. So it's like, okay, I'll go to Pennsylvania. Well, Pennsylvania has a lot of snow depending on where you go. Like I have family from Johnstown. That's where my dad's family was from. They had 2 really bad floods a bajillion years ago at this point, but they, you know, have dealt with that. They've dealt with really bad snowstorms. There's not really a lot of work out there. So I'm like, if I go out west, I'm in the boonies, they have tornadoes. I go to California, they have earthquakes. Yeah, see, I had my mom living in Florida, so I got to hear all the stories from her. And then I have family, not family, I have friends that live in Texas. They're right outside of Houston. So I've been to their place a couple of times. And it's very interesting. I almost lived in Dallas. That was where I was gonna move to. I didn't, because schooling didn't pan out the way I anticipated it to. I didn't have money. But I was supposed to go into Dallas and I was gonna live out there when I graduated. I want to live in Alaska. Not long term though. I would love to go just for a little bit, you know, like, because I keep seeing this TikToker who lives in a dry cabin, which is very interesting, but I think to just be in that quiet for a little bit would be nice, but I would get very depressed very easily after living there for so long, so I could only do it in short bursts. Did not work out. Okay. See, I'm trying to think. I don't know much about Austin. I've only been in the Dallas, Houston area. I don't want to live in part of Texas that has scorpions, you know? Me and nature aren't that good of friends. I heard summer's really nice in Alaska too. I think my thing is I really love nature. You wouldn't know it because I hate bugs with a passion. But I really do love nature, and I want to live in nature for a little bit just to kind of experience it and just enjoy it and take it in. But again, I couldn't do it long term. Because I used to love camping when I went to Johnstown for like family reunions and such. I hated it because we stayed in a camper, and the place that we stayed at was like my uncle's or my dad's cousin or something's like tree cutting business, because he just had like a massive plot of land and it had an outhouse. And me, who's terrified of bugs, walked in there one day and I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna never pee again. And my aunt was really nice and she sprayed it for me. And they kind of blamed my mom because they were like, your mother is a city girl. And I was like, but I'm a city girl too. I don't want to be with bugs. Yeah. I don't know. My cousin had an iguana. He had some sort of lizard and used to feed him crickets and stuff when we were little. Crickets don't bother me. Spiders bother me. Like, my thing is, a lot of bugs don't bother me, but there are some that do. And the ones that do, I just get like totally skeeved out over. And like walking into like an outside outhouse, yeah, just an outhouse. While it did have plumbing, I could flush it, which was really nice. Walking in there and just seeing it covered in bugs is nasty and just makes me feel really dirty and gross. It just makes me feel really dirty and gross. So we didn't want to keep that. Yeah. Yep. My childhood home and the house I lived in before I moved in with Doc had crickets. When I was living in the basement, one snuck in, actually a couple snuck in, and one decided to cricket underneath my bed the entire night. It just chirped and I was like, I hate it here. I can't. Yeah, I get that. Like, cause we'll laugh, cause there's a lot of bugs that I will kill at the house here. Cause we live around woods. Like, we don't live in the woods, but we live in the mountains. There's trees around us, there's grass around us, there's landscape. Like, we get bugs. It's just a common part. But like, we'll get hit with like daddy long legs in the house, and that skeeves me out. That's really gross. I can't handle that. But we'll also get like little bugs, little gnats, little other bugs, stink bugs. Makes me crazy. Because I'm like, it makes my house feel dirty, and I try to keep a very nice home. So I'm like, no. You keep her in the bathroom so I could sleep before they wouldn't shut up. Oh my god. Yeah. Okay, here's the thing though. I am an arachnophobe. I do not like any type of spider at all. I don't like animated spiders. I don't like daddy long legs. I just don't like spiders. My ruling is though, I will not touch a spider if it is outside my home. There's little ones that are outside by my office that like I tend to eat lunch with. They're super little. And again, if they don't bother me, I don't bother them. But if they're outside, they stay outside. I don't harm them. I don't touch them. They can eat all they want. They can vibe and chill. The second they cross that threshold into my home, I will murder them. And I will spray them mercilessly. I will step on them. I will hit them with my fly swatter. Like, you just do not enter my home. And like, that's where we kind of draw the line. Like, if you want to survive, you stay outside. You know, I won't harm you in your home, but you come into mine and you'll die. And a daddy long legs thing bit me in my sleep one night. I woke up the one morning with my elbow like on the side, extremely itchy and bumpy. And I said to Doc, I think something bit me in my sleep. And he goes, oh, it was probably a daddy long leg because I woke up to it in the morning. And I don't know where it was. I don't want to know where it was. My bed is my sanctity. my bed is my sanctuary. You do not touch it, you know? But I was like, that's gross. That's gross. We don't like that. Well, let's put it this way. Something bit me because I woke up with bites on my, I don't know if I've been bitten by spiders before because I wake up and you can see like the marks, which again, as an arachnophobe, it freaks me out, but I don't want to think about it. Hi, Zagara. Yeah, who knows? Maybe I'm allergic. I don't know. It was very itchy. It was bumpy and it was itchy and it was awful. But it was not fun. You come into my home, you die. As a bug, not as a person. I'm doing good. We're just getting ready to start our game for the day, friends. I'm excited. So, like I said, this is the Cosmere RPG gaming system. This is the Stormlight TTRPG, which is part of this Cosmere system. It is in beta form. All of the details, gaming rules, packets, information, Kickstarter, where the music is coming from that we're using, I don't know, Shadow, and I don't want to know. There are certain, because again, I'm arachnophobe, I don't want to Google these things. So like, I know obviously what Black Widows look like, which I don't have in New Jersey, thank God. But that's kind of my attitude, you know, like I would know. But like, I don't know exactly what they look like because I won't Google them. My friends talked about like wolf spiders. I don't want, like, I don't Google them. I don't want to know about them. Again, arachnophobe. I'm sweating thinking about them. But yeah, friends, so we're gonna start over. We're gonna head over to the Cosmere game. Any information is pinned in the chat. We have a lot of our channel redeem points turned off for today's special stream, just to keep the immersion going. And I'm excited. No, they're not. They're awful. I hate all of them. They're awful, awful, awful bugs. I need this one, and this one. So friends, the game is playable via Demiplane, is where you create your character and you can use the Roll20 system. So that's what we're using today. We're going to be using the beautiful Roll20 system. Again, I don't want to know about it. I don't want to know about them. I'm perfectly content to just not know about them. Also, friends, I will be rolling actual dice. Cry. I would cry. So do you guys know that I watch Critical Role, right? And I've seen like the EXU stuff. The EXU stuff, right? It involves Spider Queen stuff, and the depiction of the little spiders and the big Spider Queen freaks me the fuck out. So this is a digital system, Shadow. The whole thing, there is a physical copy that you can get. It is not a board game. It is a role-playing game like D&D, Pathfinder, Cthulhu. There's the vampire one. It's all tabletop role-playing stuff. There is no board game. This system can use like real dice like we have here, or hit my thing, or virtual dice that Roll20 provides. Come back. I didn't want to hit you. I know, I'm sorry. Please don't hate me. Stop it. I personally do not trust the algorithm of fake dice, so I set up a system to roll physical dice. Huzzah! Also, friends, we have this very special dice that I got just for today. Where's the D20? Here it is. Look at that. Look at that. It's sparkly. It's got like, it has little like constellations in them. It seemed really pretty for like a world hopping sort of story. Oh, I will probably roll a lot of nat ones. I have very bad luck. Friends, chat, you are more than welcome to keep track of our natural ones or critical ones and our natural 20s. And let us know who has the most at the end. Hey, you're all good, Lorak. No worries. It's totally optional. I get it. You're playing the game. Lorak, friends, is one of our players. All right, so let me close out of a crap ton of stuff that I have open. Close, close, close. This is open. This is what I need. No, this one is what I need. Turn that off and let me enter Heidi McHo. Oh, I have Discord muted. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. There we go. Hello. I gotta. It's okay. Yeah, I gotta fix them. Hold on. It's fine. Give me 1 second. I gotta just put you here. It's a new plugin, so everybody's in like weird spots. And then we put Einar up here for right now because I gotta move Doc and it won't let me move him. And we put Einar. And then when the missus arrives, we'll be good. She didn't show up in it though. Hold on. Oh, maybe because. Hold on. Maybe because she's considered offline? But yeah. Oh, that's fine. Okay, hold on. Audio output. Audio capture. Speak. Nope. Go to output. All right, try now. We're saying nothing. That works for you guys.
Right. Okay. No, I was just waiting for the stream delay.
Echo confirm.
Perfect.
There it is.
Yeah.
There we go.
It wasn't showing up because it didn't have the output.
You should
No,
say
only
something to see if you
hear
at least come through on
waves.
the stream.
Yeah, the only way I can hear waves is if I unmute the stream, but then I hear my echoes.
Hello, hello. And I'm going to hear a double echo.
Hold up.
Could be possibly.
All right, there. So you guys on Discord can hear me now because I had you guys muted.
Yeah.
Confirmed.
But as for why she's not,
Are you hearing her?
she's not coming up in Fuji at all. Like Fuji doesn't have her registered. Hold on.
Go ahead and do it. Yeah, do a sound test then.
I just did.
Like I can hear her, but she's not active for some reason in Fuji. So let me see what Fuji's doing.
Yeah, I'm not hearing her on the stream either.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, she doesn't pop up on the visuals.
Yeah, she's not
on the visuals, and her audio is not coming through that I can tell.
Yeah, that wasn't the problem we had last night.
Okay, there I hear her. She's just very quiet.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody loves adjusting audio levels.
right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
always the initial sound scuff.
Yeah,
It's a standard.
none of her stuff is loading into Fujitech. It's not recognizing that she's here. It shows that she's in the group, but like her images and stuff aren't showing. But
I
like
had that
it's
same issue last night.
it's here because it goes viewer's choice and her stuff is there. It's
Do
just
we have
not.
a backup picture option?
The same image that you used for the banner is
Uh-huh.
her ping tuber.
Yeah.
So you can just override that in 3D Tech.
Let's see.
Because I had to do that with her last night as well, and a couple others.
Okay. It's in my desktop.
It's weird because I had 3 people not showing up on 3D Tech, even though they had already been set up in 3D Tech before. Because I know it for
Yeah, like we went through that. We fixed everybody. Everybody was working the other day.
yeah, I think it's something on 3D's end, but you can do an override on the image.
All right, here we go. So now I can hide this one and I can move this one.
There we go. And there it goes.
There she goes. She's perfect.
Yep.
Speak.
Yep.
Yay!
Of course she's perfect.
Yay!
Yep,
We did
so-
it.
Yep. So just doing a quick.
Oh, and of course the dogs start barking.
Hi, Popper.
So, yeah. Let me check outside real quick. But if we want to do a quick sound check, so you can see how we are coming through on your end, Wave, so you can adjust any volume as needed.
I am okay. I don't know how stream is, but I am okay.
Well, we can use the stream people's response to see if they feel our voices are individually too high or too low.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or just
that-
terrible voices like mine.
So, go ahead and speak up, Aisha.
Speak up.
Yeah.
Can barely hear them, says chat.
Okay.
Mhm.
Raise you.
We
Raise
need to
you.
see some sweet gains.
Raise you.
Yeah, because I'm trying to listen to stream at the same time as Discord. Typically, I can do that, but today I'm having issues multitasking, so I will do my best. So yeah, chat. We're relying on you.
Is that better, chat? I raised them all up to the maximum level.
Maximum power.
Can we
Aisha
hear?
is lower compared to everyone.
I'm probably going to be the lowest. I always seem to be.
Yeah, you need to project a little bit more. Don't worry about my microphone because I got the gating tuned in pretty much.
Thankfully, I have my projection voice if needed.
Let me move my mic a little bit too.
Oh,
See if that helps.
that's better.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, next Twitch payout, I plan on getting her the same microphone headset that I have.
Ooh.
Aw.
Yeah, I kind of use my Twitch payouts to support both of us.
I get it.
Very nice.
So
The stream
way, sure.
giveth, the stream taketh
Show-
away.
It
show the
does.
love.
yeah, pretty much.
All right, but are we all voice chat? Is everyone chat happy with the voices? Are we ready to go?
Hold on, just let me quick save real quick, so if anything goes back, we can go back in time to this point.
Okay.
Okay, how did you cheat and get a real life quick save? What?
I just have a giant 3D printed F5 button. We're good.
I am so tempted
No.
to make one of those.
Now I have to figure out how to get back to our screen. There it is. Nope. I have too many overlaying screen. No, that's
You just put
dream.
in your dice tray, Waves.
Oh,
No,
it
it's
was
the
a head
screen.
thingy, like a ear, an earbud.
It's the same one. It's just
Gotcha.
Discord's right. I mean, Twitch is there.
Okay, Waves, I'm waiting for your okay, and then I'll start.
Oh, I'm good. I'm sorry. I took my headset off for a second.
It's all good.
Welcome in.
Oh,
Thank you for the follow.
What'd you do?
All right. So, let's begin. I just give a quick background before I jump into the adventure proper. This is the Cosmere beta with the Stormlight setting by Brandon Sanderson and Brotherwise Games. The Kickstarter was earlier this summer. It reached #3 all-time backed Kickstarter in general, just overall. It will, if you miss the Kickstarter and you enjoy what you see here today and are interested in possibly getting a hold of an early copy, the beta is available in the links Waves has pinned. And so you could get all the same rules and adventure that we have. They are all free. There's a $1 adventure magazine that has a couple of extra threats and other stuff you can do if you want to go beyond this adventure. Other than that, they will be opening backer kit for everyone, not just Kickstarter backers. So anyone who is interested in backing at a later point, in about a week or so, they're going to start smoke testing it since they had so many people on Kickstarter early this week, and then open it up to the public. For those of you who are interested in the system at all, it is a D20 system, a custom system. It uses a couple of unique features here and there, a unique initiative system, but we will get to all those. I will explain them as all of the players here hit that point. There's no need to bombard everyone with rules. They've all gotten a general introduction to them off stream, but for the purposes of stream and everyone in chat, I will go over things as we hit them as is necessary. And like I said, if you enjoy the setting, the book series that it is based on is also linked up above. They have preview chapters you can read to see if it's for you, if it's your kind of style. It is an epic fantasy adventure with interesting magic systems and a lot of fun to go from there. If you have any questions, I will more than be happy to answer them in the Discord or in chat after stream, just because I don't want to bog this down too much. Let's get through the adventure and get it running. With that said, the Stormlight Archive is the story of Roshar, a world of storms and war, a story of growth, passion, and honor. Today, it is a story that you will tell. You are not yet heroes, and you currently live in a war camp at the edge of the Shattered Plains, a vast expanse of chasms and plateaus. The war camps were set up several years ago after the death of the Alethi king, after a traitorous meeting that was supposed to be a peace treaty that the Alethi were signing with a group of indigenous people known as the Parshendi. Strange carapaced humanoids with red and black and red and white marbled skin. For some unknown reason, they hired an assassin that night and killed the king. In retribution, the king's son rallied the high princes and moved them to the Shattered Plains where the Parshendi live. It has been an ongoing war for the last several years, and it has slowly turned into more of a game for the high princes than anything of seriousness. However, with that being said, many interesting discoveries have been found on the High Plains. New gemstones, new things, riches to be found, and historical sites. This is where our story begins. In fact, a few days ago, a high storm uncovered ruins that date back to what they believe to be as old as the Silver Kingdoms themselves. Under the order of High Prince Sadius, he has designated another noble and an expedition party to head across the barren plains and investigate what is left of those ruins. This is where our story begins. You are not yet heroes, but perhaps by the end of this adventure, you will start down that path. We're going to start in the war camp of Prince Sadius. There's bustle this morning as the bridge sergeant, Gaz, is yelling for the newest bridge crew, Bridge 9, to get ready to escort the group of scholars and archaeologists, along with a small platoon of soldiers, to act as guard should any Parshendi decide to drop in. What we have here is an introduction point. At this point, I'd ask all of our players to introduce themselves as their characters, what role they play in the expedition, and what they are doing as they are getting ready in the staging area of the bridge, or of the war camp. Let's start with Guess.
Okay. Guess is a dark-eyed Alethian soldier, so he'd be in the war camp trying to help with the bridge crew because he is part of Bridge Crew 9. Um, pretty much just being as best of a helping hand as possible just to get everything rolling. Just he's the soldier. He's trying to look up to things. Kind of like being the underdog, being a dark-eyed Alethian. Um, so he's just trying to be helpful to things. If he sees somebody struggling, he's help picking up the slack and doing that kind of thing.
Very good. All right. How about Cass?
Cash is the group's scholar and archaeologist. So she would be making sure that she's got all her tools in order, packing them up, and squaring away all her journals, her books, everything that she would need for this arduous trip.
All right. And help?
As a somewhat privileged Tashiki, Help is very much not enjoying being in the war camp, actually having to do practical things with all the things that he's been learning and studying. Although he's starting to get used to it, starting to enjoy it a little bit. Besides looking over his field supplies for any sort of medical treatments that might be necessary, he seems to be messing around with some ground up rain, some water, trying to do something with it, and just overall dissatisfied with his efforts.
Okay. And what role do you play?
Ah,
Let's say.
Uh, I would closest be to a scholar, basically medical support for the party.
Okay. Did everyone get a pop-up? I tried to send you guys an image of a handout here.
Pop up
I got
confirmed.
it.
Yep.
Okay. I didn't see it pop up on wait. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Stream
Sorry.
delay.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, that was severely
I'll
delayed.
be sending things. This is basically an aerial image of the Shattered Plains and the war camps. You would probably be the one second from the left. And what people can see from here, what you guys can see from here, and what your characters understand and know. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? Where's Waves? Abina.
I was gonna say we only did 3 character introductions.
You are a scout. You are a scout. Yes. Well, you're all human. Okay. So with that being said, as you can see here, initially the bridge crews don't have a purpose near the beginnings of the war camps. The princes have installed permanent bridges during the early plateaus, but it became impractical to keep permanent bridges there because the farther out they go, Parshendi bandits and war groups would just destroy them, and it was pointless to reintroduce them. So now they are using man-run bridges. A team of 40 odd men, uh, down and outs, usually slaves, disgraced soldiers, are forced to run bridges. The bridges are carried over their heads on rails, and they step out from the rails to side planks when they come to the edge of a chasm, and they literally push it across and allow the army to move across, the soldiers to move across. And that is what will be happening shortly here. As you guys leave, you guys begin walking over the permanent bridges. The soldiers, obviously, are walking in formation. Captain Selnar, a dark-eyed soldier with the highest rank possible for a dark-eyed member of society, um, who has worked hard for this, but sadly is looked down upon by his other lower soldiers rank wise, but higher in station in society due to their light eyes. Captain Sel does as much. He has a temperament that is a little abrasive. He quickly rallies his soldiers to act as a party around the caravan as you guys move out onto the plateaus and the fixed bridges. Um, there is a palanquin and a cart pulled by a chull. A chull is quite a large crustacean. In fact, a lot of the fauna on Roshar tend to have evolved shells of some sort, as we can see here. With this, I'll show this to you guys. That should come across. It's the same image that is on the main page as it is, but in a larger format. We can see the bridgemen crossing with soldiers as you guys cross bridges. As you guys continue through the initial trek, um, Cass, you hear a murmuring from one of the bridge crews, from Bridge 9, a familiar accent, someone who is also uh, a Herdazian. Here, reaches out and tries to contact you. It's like, hey, hey, Gansha, what's what's going on here? Why are we doing this? You look all pretty.
Okay, well, um, at first I kind of abruptly pull away from him.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, how dare you touch me? Um,
He interrupts us like, oh, don't be like that, cuz. We're all Herdazians here. You do notice that the small bit of his head that you can see from under the bridge he is carrying um, does indicate that he has been branded across the forehead with slave marks.
and I kind of look down at him and tell him that just do as you're told. That's all you need to know.
All right. All right, cuz. I thought we were the same family, eh?
And I look at him with kind of discern and say, well, if you need to know more, we're on a mission, and that's all you need to know at this point.
He looks a little downtrodden, but just goes back to running the bridge. Captain Selnar notices the conversation and points to some of his soldiers and says, "Hey men, keep the bridgemen's attention on the bridge. If you see them talking to any of the bright ladies, tell them to knock it off." Some of the other soldiers nod. You notice even one of them smacks one of the older bridgemen in the back of the leg, and it almost causes the bridge to totter just for a moment. Some of the soldiers snicker. Guess, how do you feel?
He'd probably, well, the one that does the smacking, was he a light-eyed or dark-eyed?
Light-eyed.
He'd probably kind of move over closer to him. And yeah, I know you gotta do things, but at the same time, you hit him too hard, we kind of hinder our progress. Being slightly defiant, even with the higher standing that the other one has.
The one soldier looks like he's about to mouth off to you, but at the same time, another soldier interrupts, and you recognize him as a fellow a spearman with dark green eyes, known as Varda. You may be friendly with him. You've seen him around,
Mhm.
and he gets in this other guy's face and says, "Look, don't start anything right now. Selnar's in a terrible mood." The light-eyed soldier huffs and just moves on.
And Guess would give a nod and brief thanks to the other.
Abina,
Mm-hmm.
you and some of the other scouts are trying to follow the trail that was told to you by the scouting master. You guys start having to lay actual bridges at this point. You've passed the permanent bridges, and it is up to you to make sure everyone stays on track. So I am going to have you roll survival
Oh God.
to recall some of the information and to navigate the best route over the plains.
Okay.
So you will have the courtesy of the first roll of the game.
No pressure. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
So this will be a standard D20 roll with your survival bonus.
Okay, so +4.
Hmm
17 plus
17.
4. 17 plus 4.
That's a
18,
good
19,
start.
20, 21. Yep, I'll take you. 21.
Yeah, that's an excellent start.
Good dice,
yeah,
I keep you.
you easily recall all the information you were told by your scoutmaster and keep everyone on track. And in fact, you do a mid mission recalibration and you speed up the party by a few hours.
Sweet.
That way, it's a little earlier than midday, and you've reached basically what you believe it should be the final plateau, maybe second to final plateau, before you reach where the scouts said this excavation site would be. The bridgemen heavily heave the bridge into place, shove it across, and some of them run across to the other side to brace. A couple of Selinar's soldiers cross, and Selnar himself, um, Guess, and even the other spearman Varda, a few others start crossing along with the main chassis, I guess, the main wagon holding our Bright Lady archaeologist, Cass, as well as Help and a few other attendants. As the bridgemen struggle to hold the bridge in place as this thing moves across, one of your fellow scouts, Abina, shouts, nearly there. Come on, we're almost done. This should be an easy run. Once the bridge, the soldiers are across initially, and the caravan is about halfway across, almost in defiance of the comment that this should be an easy run. The chull snaps its little claws and skitters and comes to a complete stop in the middle of the bridge. The beast is clearly agitated and refusing to move forward. Captain Selnar runs back onto the bridge and yells to some of his other soldiers, "Get the ropes! Drag this scaredy cat creature out of here! Move, Kremlings, move!" Guest, do you respond as one of the people to try and grab some of the ropes off of the supplies and try to drag this creature forward? Or
Yeah, guess what?
does anyone want to see why this creature is suddenly agitated?
do.
I do.
Yeah, while they're looking to see why, I guess would be part of the crew trying to get that thing roped up and drug and trying to be the muscle.
Okay, very good. In that case, I will have you make an agility check to rope this creature into submission as
Oh
best
boy.
as you can. Again, it'll be a d20 plus your agility.
Yeah, so D20.
Well,
You got this.
it is what it is.
Plus 2. Yeah. So yeah, 6 total.
6
Oh.
total. Okay. Well, so you try to get a rope around it, and it snaps its claw at you in an agitation and frustration. Luckily, some of your fellow soldiers are able to, by your own distraction, start to wrangle it.
Storm and Thing.
Yeah.
Thank you for the hydrate.
As for the rest of you, those of you who are trying to determine why this creature is there, you have a choice. Either deduction or survival. Pick the one that you favor best.
Survival for me.
Deduction
And-
for me.
And make the roll.
18 plus 4. 22.
I gotta remember how to do this.
Only 16.
Doing great, Waves. Good start.
You wanna
Don't jinx my
remind me?
dice.
Right here.
And a 16 for help.
Deduction.
So both of you, through
This?
different means, Abina, with your survival knowledge, looking at the thing, smelling on the wind, on the air, noticing that certain spren, which are like little spirits that are sometimes invoked into being through certain thing, you see some spren come up around the creature that you only see when things are panicked. And you start looking around and down into the chasm. Lorak, Halp, Lorak's character, with his deduction, starts rolling through his index of possible creatures and other things that are found out on this plane. The apex predator, colloquially called chasm fiends, is probably what has spooked this creature. And Abina, just softly, you can hear the scraping sounds of its large carapace against stone getting closer.
I'm going to ready my weapon.
Okay.
I'm going to hop off the cart and warn that we might have chasm fiends incoming.
Okay. Make a leadership check for me to try and rally everyone to pay attention to your comment.
Okay. Boop a doop.
A 10.
Only a 10.
All right. Very good. Um, That still passes. What you will be able to do is any person who makes a agility check or an athletics check other than yourself, the next person who does so, regardless of who they are, will have advantage, and that works similar to D&D. You roll 2 d20s, take the best. Finally, the scraping sounds grow louder, and the chull completely retreats itself into the shell, snapping off some of the ropes that the soldiers had tied to it. And with a shriek of claws and carapace, the chasm fiend charges up the side of the chasm and explodes onto the bridge. This massive bug-like centipede, 70 plus feet long, over 30 feet tall, slams a carapaced claw onto the bridge. Bridgemen and soldiers alike scream. It begins hauling itself up onto the bridge, its violet and black carapace casting shadow over the entire scene, and its mandibles close around one of your fellow scouts, Abina.
I'm reaching for my scout.
Sadly, you watch as they get pulled into the jaws. There's nothing you can do about that. Initial reactions from all of you.
Okay, guess would be after hearing Halp's warning and then all this going on, to freaking Almighty's 10th name, spinning about. I guess, turn to ready a spear and taking assessment of where everybody's at.
All right. You quickly see that there are some bridgemen and soldiers on either side of the bridge still, but the bright lady in charge of the entire mission here, as well as Kasith, Halp, and several other soldiers, including Captain Selnar and Spearman Varda, are still on the center of the bridge. The captain and the spearmen are actively trying to pull the scholars out of the caravan as fast as they can, although it's not going fast. And
Go ahead.
and as the chasm fiend begins to pull itself up higher onto the bridge, you hear a resounding crack. The weight of this giant creature is far too much, and the bridge is beginning to shatter in half. What do you guys do? Okay. All right, give a leadership check, please.
Yeah,
well,
that was my first roll too.
with a 1, that is a 2. Sadly, in the panic and screaming, you can't quite get your voice loud enough to really get anyone's attention.
Yeah, guess would
Help,
be.
help
Oh,
and cast. You have soldiers trying to pull you out of the caravan, and direct you to the sides of the bridge.
Do you want my
Yes.
initial reaction, or do you
Yes,
want what's
please.
going
Yeah,
on now?
no, please. Initial
Okay.
and then into this.
Okay. Initially, I will say that Halp would definitely be awed briefly by actually seeing a chasm fiend instead of just reading about them and seeing detailed illustrations. And man, they are so much bigger than even the 2-page spreads that they were in his book. Um, in this instance, given how big it is and how hungry it is, and how one-sided it seems, Halp thinks that discretion is the better part of valor and would eagerly backtrack, retreat, because there are probably going to be people injured, and if he's dead, he won't be able to help them.
Sure. Cash?
My first reaction would be utter shock at seeing again the sheer size of this creature in living color. Um, and then my second reaction would be getting the heck off this wagon, um, and start shoving people left and right, knowing that they need to get off the wagon as well. Because that's the last place we want to be with the bridge cracking and just that confined space of we're like Meals on Wheels.
Okay. And very finally, guess.
Okay, so guess would after taking stock of the bridge cracking and everything, trying to help using a parade ground voice of, yelling that bridge is cracking, everybody off, while trying to rush, kind of using his spear sideways like a staff, and if he needs to, he'll start getting it up under people and just kind of help pushing them off towards the side, one of the ends of the bridge to safety.
Sure. So as you guys all begin your and stuff, the bridge's center completely cracks to one side, and the entire thing lists towards the chasm fiend. And the bridge collapses and slams into itself center-wise as the center portion that cracked in half disappears, and kind of forms this V shape as it starts to fall into the chasm. Several soldiers just go plummeting over the side straight off. Help and Guess and Cash, as you pushed some people away, you have managed to save a couple of soldiers' lives, and a few bridgemen at that. But Selinar, Varda, yourself, the Brightness, and several other scholars and bridgemen are still on the bridge as it begins to unevenly tumble into the cavern, step by step, scratching against the walls. You're almost riding it down. I need an agility or an athletics test from each of you to try and stay stable on this bridge without hurting yourselves. And in this moment, we are going to experience one of the moments of this game that involves something special. This is a moment where the stakes are raised and things can happen for better or worse, regardless of how well you do. And this is where we will be introducing the plot die. The plot die is a d6 for those in chat and who are listening along. Two sides are blank. Two sides have a opportunity on them, represented by a star there, and without a single number on it. This is a good sign. If anyone rolls one of these opportunity, usually something beneficial happens to the party. However, if you manage to get one of the red pointed signs with a number in it, those are called complications. The number is actually added to your roll, so you will end up with a better roll overall, but something bad will happen as a consequence. So, again, to survive the fall, I need agility or athletics from all of you, and each of you will be rolling with the plot die.
All right. A lot of us rolled already before you said the plot die bit, so can I roll a second time, roll the plot die, and just use the first roll?
Yes.
Yeah, I was going to ask the same thing, so.
Thank you.
That's
So
fine. We can
I
do
have
that.
our first complication with a
Yes.
natural 20 plus 2 for 24 with complication and the nat 20.
I
Yeah,
rolled.
so I got a 12 on the roll, and The blue icon on the plot die.
Okay.
I got a
Okay,
And then,
so-
18,
we're just
19,
gonna have
20.
you re-roll again, Aisha, with the plot die, but we're gonna use your initial 12 roll.
I
I'm
got
glad you did.
Oh, look at that. Okay. So, here's the things. Here's how things shake out in general. Waves. What did Abina get?
I got a 20, and then a 2 on the plot.
Okay, a 20 and a 2 on the plot. So, you rolled a natural 20, or is it 20
No,
with your bonus?
it was a total 20.
Okay, total of 20 plus the 2, so you got a 22
Mm-hmm.
with a complication.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so here's how this works. We have 2 complications, okay? So those of you who had the complications, Abina, your bow snaps and will need repair as you're falling. As for help, let's see, what would be something useful on help to break? I'm going to say that help's knife does also get lost into the chasm. Now, that being said, we also have several opportunities. In this case, we have an opportunity from Guess, an opportunity from Cash, and you also have, because Help rolled a natural 20, natural 20s are also considered opportunities. And yes, they do not cancel each other out, and they both play into place. So Help, your opportunity, basically each of you
Go ahead.
can now give someone else or an NPC half damage. Once we arrive at the bottom of the chasm, we can assess. I believe every single one of you rolled over 14. Oh, or not. No,
Not.
Okay, so the two of you, so Aisha and Einar, the two of you will take 1d6 of damage. So I will roll a d6. And each of you will take 4 points of damage upon landing. So you have 3 opportunities. You can choose to dole them out between yourselves or NPCs while I load into the next sequence.
Did you see my message, Doc?
I did. You should have one.
I do not. I searched it in my actions and my equipment, and I do not have one.
On
I have
roll 20 or on
on
actual...
my actual sheet on demiplane. I have a short spear and a javelin.
Oh. Well, let's leave it. Okay. For some reason I thought you had a bow. In that case, we'll say your short spear breaks.
Okay.
Now, Doc,
Okay.
question for you.
Yes.
From a very lovely, useful document that was shared before this,
Yes.
it states that a player can choose what to spend the opportunity on.
In this case, it is a fixed special event.
Understood.
Going forward, they will be specialized for you guys, and we'll get to that, I'm sure.
Okay. So our
Alright.
choice is an NPC or someone to take half damage, or what was the other
Correct.
part?
Or that's it. If you
Okay.
had opportunities. So there's 3 opportunities between the two of you. 2 of you took damage, 4 damage each, so it's not necessarily a bad idea.
Okay.
Alright, and I'm going to drop you guys into this map. Please tell me if you guys can see the map.
Confirm map is visible.
I don't see
Mine's
anything.
still loading.
I have a black page.
Mine just says loading.
Okay.
I'm gonna refresh it.
That's fine.
Am I supposed to see something?
Yeah, you should. You should see it when your character comes in because they have vision.
Okay, you got the tokens on the map already?
They are on the map already.
I don't even see the tokens on the map.
I do.
I don't see nothing.
All right, Doc.
A
Are we permitted to flavor our opportunity, or do you just mechanically want to know what we're choosing?
You can absolutely flavor it. Feel free
Okay.
to do that.
Help realizes that probably we best to keep Captain Solinar in good shape given the military training that he has. Unfortunately, the attempt to help cushion the blow on Solinar leads Help to just land on top of them instead. So I'm taking the half damage.
Okay, move them together. There we go. Okay.
I had a black screen. I refreshed and got a white screen.
I don't see anything.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't even see tokens on here. It's just a black box.
Interesting. But Lorak, you could see everything?
Confirm. We've got the green roofed thing over here. We've got the tokens, 4 of them down here, 1 center, 3 across the top.
All right. Well, let me see if I could just turn off the fog of war. There's no point anyway. I don't think anyway.
Here we go.
I had no fog of war.
I
What?
just I moved.
Oh, she was through the wall. That's the problem.
I had to put my token on the board and then everything loaded in. So now I'm on here twice.
Oh, that's weird. Okay, I'll remove you. That's fine.
Okay.
We'll just remove you and put you down.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
same thing.
Should I go
Same
back
thing?
to where I was over here?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
fine.
because I can see.
You
Oh,
can see
I
now,
don't.
now that you loaded in.
I don't have ownership of my initial token.
Oh, is that why? Oh, that's weird.
Yeah. So there. Yeah, that's why.
Okay. Well, as long as you drag your own tokens into the scene, that's fine, and then we can
Yeah, so that was the issue.
Okay, that is weird. I don't know why you don't have
Token
initial
control.
your ownership. Let me just make sure that you go back through and while you do that. Sorry folks at home. Gotta love scuff.
Okay, there's nothing with Aisha's character.
Yeah.
And yeah, she got multiple tokens on the board now. Because I was trying to click and drag them over for her.
Okay, how about we redo that just real quick? Let's redo it real quick because for some reason she's not saving her vision when I was doing it. So let's try it one last time.
Yeah, Cass is lost in the big black hole right now.
All right. You want to try dragging it over again this time? It should have vision applied now.
Doc, I've got a question.
There we go. I
while
can
we're
see.
trying to sort this out.
Hooray! All right, we got it. Yes.
This was an agility or athletics check, correct?
Correct.
Shouldn't one of us had the advantage on that roll?
Yeah, actually, in fact, that is probably that is probably correct.
Whoever wants to take it, I rolled the nat 20, so.
Yeah.
Who rolled the lowest number?
It was a tie between Aisha and I.
All right, you guys duke it out.
Duke it out to save your HPs.
Yeah, let's. All right,
Because
so
we gotta adjust your tokens HPs anyway to start
Yeah.
this scene.
I did.
All
I'm
right,
already
well-
at 8.
I'll let Aisha have the advantage. Guess for his. Yeah, I'll wait to see what her. So, roll again, and I'll see what the results of that before I use my opportunity.
Okay, so oops.
Yep.
I'm
Go ahead
missing
and
a
make
screen.
the bonus of being able to just get up and
It
walk
isn't
over and see her.
that I'm missing my other screen now that I was rolling from. It disappeared.
Because you got to bring up
I
your
had
character sheet.
While we sort this out, Doc, you want to tell us anything interesting about the history or lore of Chasm Fiends that our characters
Yes.
would know?
So, sure. While you guys sort that out, so the bridge itself lands with a deafening crash. Let's start with that. And you even notice that the chasm fiend
There we go.
catches a few of its legs crushed underneath it, and it roars in pain. It pulls itself free, grabs the chull
Don't need that, right?
in its mandibles, and runs off.
Oh,
Improvement.
at least the Chol makes a better meal than us.
For now. So chasm fiends are these giant carapaced creatures that lurk in the chasms of the Shattered Plains. To stay in the chasms unless there is something worth investigating above, and they come out otherwise to do what is known as pupating. They actually shed and molt, to as a lot of carapaced creatures do. During this time, they are actually quite vulnerable, and this is where I mentioned earlier that the Shattered Plains War has sort of become a game for the High Princes instead, with the Parshendi and the other princes even competing to find these pupating chasm themes and cut into their shell and cut out their hearts, because their hearts are actually giant gemstones, which are then divvied up among the princedoms and can be sold, turned into special devices called fabrials, and a lot of other uses. In this setting, gemstones are quite important and quite valuable, to the point where even their money are glass beads that have gemstones in them. Uh, so killing a chasm fiend, while quite difficult, is while it's alive, while it's weak and in an impupating state, is a game for these high princes and their warriors. All right. Returning back into the scene at hand, can everyone see their characters? Are we all good?
I think so.
Confirm.
We're
Good.
good.
We're
All right.
good. And
All right.
Aisha
And
had her
the
second roll.
we had the adjusted roll. It still did not go over a 14, so your damage will be the same. We had Halp take one of the three reductions.
hmm
Do either of you want to take it? Otherwise, we need to adjust your HP on the board, because
Okay.
I still am seeing 13 and 12 as max HP. We need to just dock you
Yeah.
each 4 HP, or half, if you use the other two.
Guess would probably grab the closest person and help shield them from the fall. In this case, it would probably be Cash.
Okay, so Cash would be shielded by by Guess, and Cash, would you shield yourself or Matal or Varda? Elia Matal is the brightness, the head of this expedition.
I would shield her.
Okay, so instead she will regain 2 extra hit points as well.
So double checking, if we had rolled lower than which number, we would have taken more damage, and higher would be which damage?
14 or less, you take damage.
Okay.
15 or higher was
Hi,
no damage. You
Terry.
managed
Oh,
to
Welcome
survive
in.
low enough.
Then I wouldn't have taken any damage with the 20, right?
Oh yeah, With
Okay,
the
then
20,
my
you were completely fine.
then my advantage will go to Selenar.
Selnar actually avoided taking much damage at all. You could still do it to make sure he's tapped off at full health, or you could apply it to the nearby bridgeman, one of the oldest bridgemen in the bridge crews. He looks quite banged up initially. You could see if you can attempt to remedy that even a little.
I will help the bridgeman.
Okay.
Again, at this point, any pair of hands counts, even if
Yes.
they may be under not the best of circumstances that they found themselves there.
All right. Wonderful. Well,
Mm,
not
I
wonderful for you. So, continuing on, down in this chasm, it's as if you've fallen into another world. The chasm walls are smooth and worn down by a millennia of flash floods caused by the giant storms that cross this place. Vines and frill blooms grow here, attended by the glowing green motes of lifespren. Again, tiny little spirits that are drawn into existence near sources of either an emotion or a natural phenomena. So in this case, nature spren, in this case a life spren, is drawn to source like plant life or things that are thriving in an otherwise not ideal situation. You hear faint groans from underneath broken planks of the bridge. Clearly, there might be some people who have survived buried under the bridge. On top of that, you see one of the bridgemen laying on top of the bridge, and he looks in poor shape. Most of the other soldiers and bridgemen who are visible, other than Varda, Brightness Matal, and Captain Selinar, are very obviously dead. You can see the telltale signs of Painspren, grasping orange hands reaching out of the ground around and near the left side of the bridge, indicating there may be people buried there and in great pain. Several of these hands are also grasping at the older bridgeman. What do you guys want to do?
Is it looked down upon if I try to loot the dead people?
I mean, sometimes you got to do what you got to do to survive,
Because
right?
I kind of want to loot the dead people.
Hey, all right, what are you looking for?
Well, if my main weapon just got snapped, I kind of need stuff to fix it.
Are you looking for stuff to fix it, or are you looking to see if any of the soldiers' weapons themselves are still intact?
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. I'm looking for just, if I can fix it, I can fix it. If I need to just get a new one, like, because I just take a short spear and we typically all use the same weapon.
Yeah.
So I'm going to see if I could just get like a good conditioned short spear, and then worst case scenario, something to just fix mine. Because, like, did it snap in half, or did, like, the spear break from the top?
It snapped completely in half, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, so, like, I want to see if I can find a new one, and then worst case, I find, like, string or something that I can attach the two together.
Okay. I will ask for a roll in a minute. I just want to see what everyone else is
Yeah, that's
doing
fine.
during this time.
Okay. Well, after dusting himself off, Jess would try to help some of the trapped bridge crew.
None of us are
So
dead.
you would be moving over into this direction, is that
NPCs are
correct?
dead.
And trying to
Yeah.
look for bridge crew members? All right.
Yeah.
All
Yeah,
right.
the ones that are
Good.
still alive, that are trapped, it'd be. Oh. That way we can clear this this fiend.
Absolutely. Cash
Um,
and help. I need to know what you're doing.
yeah, I would be following suit. I'd be going over here, um, digging through the rubble for the survivors, trying to render aid, um, and eventually moving those who didn't survive off to the side so
Okay.
that, you know, what's usable can be saved off of them, and we'll figure out what to do with the bodies afterward.
Sure, that makes perfect sense. All right. So with that being the case,
Actually,
we have help now,
Mhm.
and then I'll ask for rolls.
Help is going to be very hands off in any effort to actually move the bridge itself. In terms of setting up a quick triage area, trying to figure out who's worth saving in terms of their social status and their chance of actually living, but also helping to direct people in terms of saying, use that to get torque to be able to, rotate the bridge that way. Use that to get them up.
Sure. So let's go around and do a general assessment since you've asked what people look like they're doing. Clearly, it looks like Abina is starting to move among the corpses. Guess and your fellow scholar have started to shuffle through the bridge and trying to pull people out of the wreckage. The captain in charge of this mission, Captain Selnar, who is next to you, is sitting up and beginning to shake off what looks like shock, but otherwise looks unharmed. You cannot currently see this spearman over the wreckage of the carriage, so
Mhm.
I can't tell you exactly what's going on with him.
Correct.
But this bridgeman right here very clearly looks like he has a broken leg.
Well,
And
it's a
though
good
he is
thing
in
there's
a
a whole
lot
bunch.
of pain, is trying to just ignore it.
Oh, good thing that we have a lot of broken bridge to help make some splints to help out that broken leg.
Okay. Yeah, we do. So is that what you decide you would like to do? May try to gather some extra wood and try to splint this gentleman's leg?
That's the plan starting off. If I happen to
Okay.
find a replacement knife along the way, fantastic, but that is not a priority right now.
All right, very good. Well, in that case,
I have a
we're
question
going to
before
start
we start
off with
rolling.
Abina.
I have a question
Abina,
before we
I will
start
need.
rolling.
Oh, sure, absolutely.
You made a comment that the beast was still alive. Where's this beast?
Oh, it went off in this direction.
Okay. Okay, then I can roll.
Without having to make a roll, you can sort of hear it making these scraping, crunching noises, sounding like it's eating the
Sexy.
shell. But so it's not that far away, but it is
It's
not
happy for the moment.
visible.
Yeah.
It is
we
preoccupied.
have a few minutes to like get our shit together before it comes back. Okay. Then I shall roll.
So I'm going to have you roll survival to move among the dead and try and find anything you're looking for.
All right, so this is a +4. That is a 19 plus 4.
Ooh,
So
nice.
23, 24, 23.
23. Okay. So with that, yeah, you're doing excellent here.
I keep these dice.
Not only do you find a replacement weapon, you find a pouch containing 5 diamond marks
Whoa.
off of one of your fellow scouts.
Okay.
They glow softly with the stormlight they hold.
So I
Is that
have.
if you want to take it off of their body, you are more than welcome to.
I will.
mean, dead body doesn't have a use for some marks at this
Yeah.
point.
I will take. It's 5 marks.
Yes.
And then I got my new spear.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't
So
save it. Damn it. 5 marks. 5 marks.
Okay.
I'm just trying to add it to Demiplane. There we go.
As for Guess and Cash, I need you guys to make perception.
It did roll the first critical fail though,
to
so you know
locate
it's not too loaded.
anyone underneath the bridge that might still be alive and pull them out.
Okay. I'm getting my low rolls done.
Yeah.
Let's see. I
Yeah.
finally got a
Okay.
good one.
Get him out
Go
now.
for it.
So sadly, Guess, you are just acting as like the heavy lifting here. It seems as if Cash is like pointing out these people, and then you run over to assist.
Seems about right.
So what happens is you guys uncover 2 more bridgemen. They look hurt, but not as bad as this gentleman here. Neither of them obviously are carrying any weapons or armor, as that is not permitted by bridgemen, as they are mostly slaves and/or forced labor. Help.
Hello.
You are looking to apply medical need. So obviously, I'd like you to do a medicine test to create this splint for our bridgeman here.
Certainly. 15.
15.
Not bad.
Very good. You actually do manage to salvage some of the broken materials to make a splint.
Chat, drink water.
And while you're working on him, he winces in pain and quietly says, "By the Almighty, we will survive this. Thank you, sir. Bridge 9, always nothing but survivors."
While working on him, Halp would ask for clarification. What do you mean, always?
Doral Doral goes into a small history of the bridges. The bridges are used to run these bridges, obviously, not just for exploration, but for times of war. And what usually happens is the Parshendi occupy a platform, and the bridges are forced to run at those particular plateaus to lay the bridges so the army can cross. Well, Parshendi archers tend to try and shoot every bridgeman down so that their bridge can't make it to the chasm. It's a death sentence. But Bridge 9 has had a lot of luck. They've only lost 30 of the last 70 men that they put into the bridge.
That's gross.
Given the metrics I've heard, that's actually quite good.
Oh,
That is
God.
quite good. Doral is one of the longest running survivors. He's been here and made 10 bridge runs.
Wow.
Most don't survive the first.
Well, it looks like luck still smiles upon him.
It does. For this moment. Alright, as you guys continue to work, Selnar, Varda, and Matal start actually moving about the camp. Matal moves back to the wagon, trying to sort out some of her personal belongings. And Varda and Selnar start talking. You can overhear them going, we need food, we need water, we need to move. There's not much time. You hear Selnar, like, not Selnar, Varda, the spearman, shout up. It's like, hello, help us, help us. And Selnar smacks him across the face. You crem-sucking fool. You'll bring the beast down on us even quicker if he knows exactly where we are. But then they both look up anyway, as if hoping someone at the top looks down. No one does. It seems you're on your own for now. So, let's have a short amount of time before that creature comes back. What's the plan?
Okay, gonna ask this as a question. I'm gonna assume
Yeah,
the answer
absolutely.
is no, but just curious.
Okay.
Given the carriage and bridge remains around us, is there any way we could erect a wall or barricade to prevent it from getting over, but it would probably just crawl over it? Just asking.
I mean, you could. This thing is over 30 feet tall to begin with, and bridges are only about 25 feet wide. So the fact that it can stand up an 80-foot wall and climb up the 80-foot wall of the
Of such luck.
probably not going to stop it for very long, if
Yeah.
at all.
Alright.
It's not impossible, but if it slows it down, it will be for,
A second.
less than 30 seconds.
Well, that 30 heartbeats can sometimes be enough difference if you got archers that can put shots in the right spot.
Yeah.
Sure, of course.
Do we?
I don't know if we have archers.
You do not have a lot of archers.
Do we have any archers on our team by chance?
I don't believe any of you are ranged.
Okay.
And obviously the survivors are bridgemen at this point.
Mm.
I will note, just for in case of character death, there are some other NPCs we will just hide in the background that did survive, that are other pre-gen characters, for God forbid if something happens to you guys.
Arena. What?
All right, so,
Alright.
but for all intents and purposes, they will stay in the background.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So at this point, you overheard the captain and the other spearmen talking food, water, any supplies, and we need to get running.
Well, I guess if we need supplies, we should probably salvage what we can quickly grab out of the carriage if we're going to be mobile.
Okay.
Yeah. As guess after, saving who they could with the bridge wreckage, would swap to trying to gather supplies quickly.
Same.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
I actually won't gather supplies. I'll ask someone to do it for me, one of the members around me. I'm going to keep a lookout and make sure that nothing comes our way while we're, scrounging around for stuff.
Sure, absolutely. Okay. In that case, um, those of you who are going to the carriage, please move your character there. If you're going to look for things around, then we can go from there.
What would best be indicating going into the back of the carriage? Would this be
That's
here?
good
Or?
enough. Yeah, that
Okay.
works. Yeah.
Yeah, so I kind of move guests there.
Mm-hmm.
Saying he's kind of helping searching for supplies to help get things moving.
Okay.
And Cash and the people that we saved here are the two new ones.
Yeah,
What kind of condition were they in?
they're dazed and cut up a little bit, bruised, but they are slowly coming to.
Okay, well, before heading to the carriage, then he'd try to rouse them. Hey, we're in a bad spot, but by Ishi, we're still breathing. Let's get
Okay.
together. Let's get the stuff, so we can get moving.
Okay. In that case, we will move on to checks here. Let's see. I need the three of you who are looking for any supplies to roll survival.
Not even an attempt to perceive.
No, because you'll anything that is obvious, I'm going to tell you about in just a second.
Fair
But
enough.
Actually, you know what? Let's have someone make a deduction test.
Okay, sorry. I would have probably made that instead.
Yeah, yeah, that's fine. Go ahead. We'll take a deduction instead. Hey, that's a nice roll. Okay.
Yay, deduction.
So, with the deduction test, you would be able to shout out to anyone that you recall there being at least barrels of water in the caravan, but food would need to be sourced from the local plant life that is at the bottom of the cavern. So rock buds, like certain types of vines and things that could be cut up for vegetable and protein. At this point, then I would those who want to go to the wagon and get the water will be very visible, and they will need athletics tests to just pull the barrels. Those who are looking for the food among the things will need survival. So who wants to do what?
After rousing Cash and Iran, then guest would probably be helping with the heavy things, just because he's the big guy. So.
All right. So you go and try, and you can immediately spot that there is there were 3 water barrels. One is completely shattered at this point, but there are 2 other water barrels. They look quite heavy, but you feel like you could probably lift them.
Okay, so athletics check.
Athletics check for yourself.
Okay. Hey, better.
Woo!
Yes, quite good, in fact. At that point, you are able to quickly unload safely both water barrels. Though they weigh 45 pounds and would somehow need an easier way of transporting them now that your main source of transport is destroyed and you no longer have a chull to pull it.
Poor Chull.
Yep.
Rip.
I would be looking around both for materials to make litters, not only for our elder who broke his leg, but also for possible ways of transporting the food, the water, and things like that.
Okay. In that case, I would say that you could quickly spot more than enough wood, some metal bands, and different things that could be fashioned. I would need a crafting test to see if you can make something.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Ooh. I'm
Maybe
gonna
gathered
say
the materials, but
I was gonna say you yeah, yeah. At that point you basically made the materials, but you're gonna need a little help from someone else.
so I'll look around and say, hey, got a lot of materials here, but anybody know what to do with them at this point? Got a great
You
idea, but
you actually get the help of Kesh and Aaron. They come over and they explain they used to work on the repair of different types of saddles and farming tools before they were imprisoned to the bridge crews.
okay,
So
so
they begin
yeah, I'll
work with
definitely
you.
share my ideas with them and let them have at it.
Okay. So they begin working with you in combination with however you want to design. So what exactly did you want to design, and we'll determine how long it'll take.
Um,
Again, you still have several good wheels. Only two of them seem to be shattered. You have at least two good wheels.
I'll
You
choke it
have some cloth.
when it
You
eats
have
me.
wood.
I would say design at least one cart that we could pull and load the barrels of water on and
Okay.
whatever else we could put on, and the rest could be just um, put on long poles and be drugged behind us if we need to.
All
We
right.
talking like a two-wheeled cart or something like a wheelbarrow?
Um,
Okay. So yeah, you could take the two good wheels that are still on this caravan and rip them off, unhinge them, and start piecing them together with some wood. I'm gonna say that's gonna take at least 10 minutes um, initially, while you continue to gather the stuff for. I think you said litters was another thing you were looking at to maybe help Doral.
yeah, we need at least one good litter for him. He's
Okay.
not going to be walking for a while.
Yeah. All right. So while you guys are doing that, Elia Mattel seems to finally find whatever she was looking for, and she clearly like pulls out and starts looking at and unfurling a map with instructions. Uh, guess uh, you can't really read it. It's not common for Alethi men to read. However, the women here are usually taught how to read and write, and they can make out small notes on the map as they look over her. Uh, and they can come to a similar conclusion that you guys actually aren't that far from where the ruins would be. And it is quite possible that with a little bit of luck and direction, maybe a couple hours, depending on how quickly sunset comes around here, you might be able to make it to the ruins. Uh, all right.
Question of curiosity.
Yes.
Given the map's orientation, both in-game and where we are, please tell me we don't have to go north.
No, you actually have to go south on this orientation, which would be east.
Good.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So she actually gets excited and starts talking. It's like, oh, perhaps we're not that far. Selnar starts hearing her talk and runs over to her, shouting, while the rest of you are kind of doing your thing. It's like, Brightness, this entire storming suicide mission is your fault. From now on, I'm in charge. You start to notice this blood-like pool uh, begin to boil at Selnar's feet. You recognize it as anger spren manifesting into the world. He then stalks over towards Doral and points at his broken leg. Look at this one. Can't even walk. And he unsheaths his sword and holds it above the old man and goes, "It'd be better to kill him right now and leave him as bait so we can get away."
Does
For a
Guess notice this?
moment, yeah, you can notice for a moment. In fact, you even watch as his eyes flicker red for for just a moment. If you'd like to try and interpret that, guess, go ahead and roll an insight check.
Oh boy. All right, let's try. Insight. There it is. Come on, no whammies.
16, not bad.
Hey,
Hey.
16. 16 is good.
Delightful.
Um, this man has murderous intent, and that look of red in his eyes is something as an Alethi soldier you are quite familiar with. There is something that Alethi men, especially soldiers, do not openly talk about, but every man has experienced at least once or twice in battle, called the thrill. This overwhelming bloodlust and anger, usually in the middle of a battle, but sometimes other emotions can cause it to run hot and start fights that don't usually end well. Um, it's not unheard of to quell the thrill before hurting someone in like a bar situation or something, but on the battlefield, people in the army tend to revel in it. It makes you a better warrior, so they say.
Um, if Guess has time, he'd try to go over there and attempt to grab the sword arm and tell the captain, hey, he'd be better as extra hands than Bates, because Bates only going to last a couple of seconds and he'd still be on us. At least this way, he can still help us.
Yeah, I'll say you can absolutely move up, and I will have you make an agility test to try and catch his hand as he's bringing it down to stop him from doing this.
I'll note my reaction once this is resolved.
Yeah, well, before, good agility test. That's good. Um, what I would like to happen now is before any other reactions are in things, before anything else happens, I would like everyone else to react to what's going on.
Can I see this from where I am?
Oh yeah, yeah. You in fact, like you said, you're scouting and you're watching in this direction for that chasm fiend in case it's coming back.
Oop. Control Z. How do I erase shit?
Carefully.
Clean. There we go.
Yeah.
So
there you
I'm
go.
here. Okay. I put myself in the wrong direction.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, you could absolutely see this. It was a very loud confrontation, an
Okay.
argument with the woman, and then coming over here.
Okay.
So reactions and/or interjections, such as was made by Guess.
Given that his leg is splinted at this point, that I spent the time doing that, I'll note that his leg is splinted. It may be broken, but he can still move, and a living man can still use weapons. You saw how quickly that thing gobbled up a man. What's the point of killing him if alive can buy us a few more seconds?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Um, I am going to have and ask you to make a I forget which one is the perception check in this system.
It's actually perception.
Or not perception. Like the charisma check in the system.
I would say I feel like intimidation would be viable in this case because Halp
Yeah,
isn't
I would
normally the type to raise his voice, especially against a captain of the army.
Okay. Yeah, if you feel intimidation is appropriate, I will agree with you in that case. There it
Alternatively,
is.
I
It's
think
intimidation and persuasion. So yes.
Okay. Well, let's go with intimidation just because it seems more fun.
Okay.
That's not fun.
Not
Yeah,
going to do much
that-
intimidation there.
that is
Poor three.
that is actually a natural one,
Oh.
which leads to which is an automatic complication.
That sounds about right.
Oh, no.
Okay, so it's going to enrage Selnar. It's like, you threaten me? You think you know better than me? You're all against me. Varda, guess. Kill him. Kill the bridgemen. Leave them as bait, and we move.
Sir, with all due respect, you're fucking stupid.
And I think with that, we will get ready to go into combat. But I notice we have an ad break coming up. So
Yeah.
Waves, if you would like to run the ad, run your ad, and then we will return right after the ad, and we will I will explain how combat works in
Yeah.
the system.
The ad is
Yeah,
3
plus
minutes
I've got
long,
my
so
reaction to do
go
too.
stretch and
Oh yes, we need a reaction from Cash.
yeah, go.
Let's-
Yeah,
let's
we got
Yeah.
time. Go for it.
before we do the thing. Yeah.
Well, with his reaction right there, Cash will actually draw her one of her knives, and she will ready it in a throwing manner at the captain.
You read my mind. I'm doing the
All right.
same with my weapon, with my short spear,
Okay.
because it's
very
already in my
good.
hands while I'm scouting. So I'm just basically readying, like just shifting my feet to face the captain, because I wanted to throw it kind of between them as an attempt to like diffuse. But since I see it's not going to be diffused very easily, I'm just kind of shifting it so now it's faced more towards the captain to kind of impale him and get him
Yeah.
to stop.
Yeah.
She's got a point.
Alrighty. Okay. Very good. We will return after the break.
Come back in 3 minutes. All right, friends, we're going to take an ad break. Go stretch, go get water, go do things for yourself. Be back in just a minute for combat. Hang tight.
Stand up and stretch.
Exactly.
Let's all go to the lobby. So, Doc, from your end, you enjoying the system so far?
Oh, I'm enjoying it. I'm just, as always, I want to put on a good show.
Mm-hmm.
Fair warning, we are still broadcasting on Discord through the BRB screen. Just heads up.
That's fine. I hope everyone is enjoying it in chat.
Yeah, same. I gotta to keep remember that I have the common slang up that I need to. I keep trying to use it, but yeah,
I've noticed.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
yeah. So I guess Guess would have said you're by all Captain with all due respect, you're storming stupid.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I gotta say that thy role was as thematically appropriate as a one-strength medic standing up to an army captain with intimidation. It's about as well as I expected it to go.
Oh yeah.
That would have been my role.
Oh, I chuckled when I saw. I was like, "Yep, this is fitting."
I'll take my one here.
Well, I'm hoping you got that one, so if I actually take my action, it wouldn't be that.
No guarantees. Plenty of ones to go around. So how about those IHOP house faves?
Been to IHOP in a while.
I haven't either. There's one reasonably local to me, but I haven't had a reason to go into it.
Well, every time that Aisha and I go to the local one, they screw up the order.
Mm.
It can be the most simple thing, but they always forget something.
Usually drinks when we order from them.
Well, I mean, they don't have Shadow's Chaos chocolate pancakes anymore, so what's the point of going?
Oh, those sounded good.
Yeah, they did a Sonic the Hedgehog IHOP crossover promotion.
Yeah, I noticed they do a lot of crossovers. I know a while back the Gomez, they it was an omelet, like an Adams Family Gomez omelet. That thing was fantastic.
Okay.
And here we go. Ad break should be over.
Yep.
Yep. Beautiful starlight. Not sure if it's a sunrise or sunset, but I love the color of those clouds.
Oh yeah, Waves got some freaking fantastic screens and scenes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hoping that mine come in soon. I ordered them like a year ago.
Welcome back, friends. Welcome back.
Reese's Pieces pancake of the month.
That sounds delicious.
Thank goodness.
Oh God, why is help on your head?
He's been on my head.
That is the correct location.
We
Yeah,
switched.
Help's been up there for a while.
We switched screens earlier, and I was like, "Oh, everyone's blocking the map," so I put help on
I
my
am the
head.
best hair accessory. I mean,
Only
just
because
look at
you
those legs.
said IHOP, I had to look up.
The
and
best
see.
is the
was
whole
their
reason I got
pancake
this
of the month.
plug-in was so
Okay,
he could be
sure.
attached to me.
I just happened to look back.
I attached him to my head so he moves with me too. That's why I got a
Yeah,
plug-in.
I saw that.
I was like, I
What?
need the plug-in. I can attach him.
It's a help hat.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's pick up
Speaking
where
of
we
pancakes of
left
the month.
off.
We just avoided becoming the
Shout-
pancake of the month from falling in.
No, I still got ads showing.
Do you? Okay,
Yep.
well, Twitch
You
is
still
dumb.
have- Oh, it's because you have stream and the background tab, so it's being delayed.
Okay.
Stream is
We-
active. Combat is a go.
We will continue.
Okay.
With a quick summary, obviously, we return in. Captain Selnar has decided that death is the only thing expressed and has commanded his soldiers who are left, Spearman Varda and Einar, or not Einar, Guess, to kill the traitorous Kerbranthi or Tashik and the bridgeman and leave them for bait. And Guess interrupts by catching his sword hand, and it's like, you are a storming idiot. And in that moment of defense, Guess, you watch as what looks to be a windspread zip around you, and you swear you hear the words "protect" whispered in your ear.
Interesting. Yeah, Guess is
Okay.
keeping his focus on the captain.
Yeah.
But yeah, make
So-
a note of that.
So we're going to enter combat, and the way combat works in the Cosmere RPG is that it is divided into fast turns and slow turns. Fast turns are 2 action turns, but you will go first, and slow turns get 3 actions, but go second. In the actual order of operations, player characters get their fast actions first, then NPCs who choose to take a fast action may choose to do so. Then, once all fast actions are resolved, we will move to slow actions for PCs and slow actions for NPCs. And you can change that order every round, and there is no set order. If Guess would like to go first to this round and take a fast action, he can do so. And in the next round, he could go second, third, or even fourth, and even take a slow action if he wanted to. There is no set order. The only option is fast or slow, and PCs will always go before NPCs in a particular bracket. Obviously, the only penalty for that is the fact that you lose actions. Now, I'm going to say for the complication for the problem with poor Help's roll there with that natural 1 is that the first check Help makes during this combat will be at a disadvantage.
Noted.
All right. So I'll open it up to the floor. Would anyone like to take a fast turn?
Meow. I
would.
I want to.
Okay.
Yeah.
So both of you would like to take a fast turn?
I think all of us want to take a fast turn.
Yeah, because I was looking over the action.
Well, then just be amongst yourself, you can decide who will go first.
95% sure that I'd like to go first, given how angry the captain is with me.
Yeah, I'm happy going last because I'm the furthest.
Mm-hmm.
I just know that, like, if I see shit hitting the fan real quick, my spear's going out.
Okay.
Yeah. Because what Guess is wanting to do is shove him to create some space.
Okay. Which makes sense. So would you like to go first, Guess, or would we like to give it to Help? What would we like to do?
I'll leave it up to Help on that one.
Alright, so Help is going to use the banter action of talking, a free one, without making a test. Basically trying to placate the captain and say, okay, fine, we can go with your plan,
For someone who's supposed to be a healer, you suddenly went, you know what?
Yeah.
Murder!
And let's see. I don't need to disengage at this point, I don't believe. Are the red ringed ones hostile, or how is this working? Who's hostile to me right now? Captain, of course. Who else on the board?
It is the captain, and technically Varda, the spearman, was instructed to attack.
So he's a maybe.
Whether or
Potential
not he
hostile.
will do so is a whole other thing.
Okay.
Yep. Alright. Now clarifying, based on the actions that we have.
Yes.
The brace action, given I don't have a shield, is more of taking cover in this case. Could I do effectively move and brace, as I'm basically trying to play the runaround game with the wagon of keeping him and it between us?
Yeah, you can move and brace.
Okay.
Yeah, if they decide to go after you, obviously, yeah, if those are your two actions as your fast actions.
Yep.
Absolutely.
So basically, I am going to try to keep the wagon and the captain between me as best as I can. However I move reactively to that, feel free to move me on the board.
Sure. Let's just say you move and try to keep yourself behind the cat. Let's just give him some extra distance. He's got to run.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, if it's just about distance, then I would definitely just put as much distance as possible with my move speed.
Okay. Yeah. So let's move you down here.
Yep, and cover against the wall, I guess, or like ducking or whatever.
Well, you cover with against some of the stone outcropping. I'll say that there's enough between the rock buds and the edge of the shelf of the wall and the cornering of it as much as you can.
Works for me.
All right.
Did you just put help in my E?
Yeah, so fast turns. Any of the other players want to go next?
No, okay, that would be by the action thing, fast turn. So shove is a fast turn. If I'm reading the icons right.
Shove would be, well, fast turn just indicates you get two actions.
Okay.
But shove is a two action ability.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I was trying to make sense of the icons on the action chart.
Sure, no problem.
Because, yeah, what he's wanting to do is kind of shove and great distance so he can get his spear out to kind of brace and be defensive.
Yes. For those who are watching along, there are supplemental materials and things from the books in the free beta that hopefully you will be downloading and trying for yourself. One of them is a quick reaction sheet that shows all of the actions possible for you to take during a game, and that is what they are referencing.
Yeah, I was doing a quick look up to remind myself what the defensive trait is.
There is
this weapon,
brace.
you can take the brace action without having nearby cover. Okay.
Yes, yes. Defensive
Yes.
weapons are basically big enough to somehow shield yourself.
Yeah, so that's the intent. That's what Guess is wanting to do. So that's why I'm trying to figure out what actions are the best for it by asking you. Yeah, his intentions is to create some distance so he can get a spear out and brace.
Okay.
So this being a new combat thing. So I guess would that be the route to take then?
Uh, what would you like to do? Just pull out your spear and brace?
Um, I guess first it's going to be shoved to create some distance. So
Well,
Okay.
shove is
So
a
we
2
will.
action. As a heads up.
Yep, it is a 2 action. So you haven't. So if you really want to take out your weapon, what you could do is default to a slow action, and then
okay,
shove him, and then draw out your weapon.
okay.
As like your other action. Now, obviously, that means if he decides to take a fast turn, he will go before you, but that's okay. I mean, that's a thing.
Okay, then yeah, then that's what's going to happen. Then it's going to be a slow turn with
Okay.
those actions.
So
Okay, I'm
then we
understanding
have
it
at
now.
this point Cash and Abina if as an option for your fast turn if you wish to take.
Hello, Kai. Welcome in, friend. Well, I was going to throw my weapon out. But if nobody's moving or like to do anything, I might just move. Uh, I might just
I
go
mean,
more into melee range.
I mean, with all the commotion, you had your spear at the ready because you were scouting already.
Yeah.
So you have a weapon out. You could move and strike
Well,
Zelnar.
I guess because the two that were actually interacting with him are not, they haven't attacked. So now I'm hesitant because maybe I misjudged because I wasn't focused on what was going on. Like I heard the commotion behind me and I was ready to be like, well, shit's gonna hit the fan and I'll go and kind of separate the two of them. But the two that were interacting have shifted and have not done
So
anything.
perhaps then you would prefer to take a slow action and see how things prefer, and then you have even more options for your action.
Yeah, at the very least, I'm going to just move closer to the captain because I can't grapple him,
so
but I
that's the thing.
can.
You either make your fast turn now, or you can wait and take a slow turn.
Yeah.
Well, we'll just hope the captain's a little more focused on the person that stopped his sword arm, unless you really want to get closer in the quick action turn.
Yeah, I'm gonna just then move to slow because there's nothing I can do that's quick.
All right, and then we'll go to Aisha. Aisha, what does Cash do?
I'm gonna go ahead and use my quick turn.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I'm gonna go ahead and let the first dagger sail.
Okay, just whip it out, and I assume you're aiming for Selnar.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm actually gonna aim for his weapon, not himself.
Ooh, okay. So in
Mm,
that case, I'm gonna up the state. I'm gonna say this is a moment where you would roll your plot die with this.
Okay, and what am I
Uh,
rolling for?
you're gonna roll your it's still gonna be an attack.
Okay.
So I'm gonna have you roll an attack. So if you look at your character sheet, there is an attack for your knife on there, or should be.
Okay, I
And
see it.
if you click on it, it's like the +4 versus physical. And when it asked, obviously roll the plot die with it. Ooh, okay. All right.
Cool.
So what you have done is you have thrown a knife at this guy at the captain's uh, weapon, and you have technically rolled what is could be possible maximum die damage. And you succeeded with an opportunity. However, you missed the target AC. You missed the target defense. So what I would offer you here, there are two things. You can spend one of your focus to do what is called a graze. It allows you to deal that 4 damage to him regardless of missing. And with the opportunity, I would say that you could give him a disadvantage on his next swing because maybe you nicked the weapon just enough and it bounced and sliced him, but it now put his weapon hand off balance.
Mm.
That would be my suggestion on how to use the opportunity, but that's up to you.
May I ask a question about opportunity while the topic is up?
Sure.
Fantastic. Taking a look at the action sheet, opportunity can be spent by a player to influence the narrative, resulting in a positive plot twist.
Yes, and that's what this would be. The disarming. I'm basically
Okay.
If you had hit with it, I would have used it as pure disarming.
Got it.
But without a full hit, I feel like it's more of a, give them a disadvantage.
Okay, so I'm going to go with your suggestion.
Okay. Now the question is, do you also want to spend the 1 focus to deal 4 damage to him regardless?
Yeah, I'll spend the 1 focus.
Okay, so go ahead and make sure that that's subtracted on your token, as well as on your character sheet. And I will deal 4 damage to him. As this dagger bounces and offsets his hand and slices against his cheek, you watch as his eyes make eye contact with you, blazing red. Okay. Just confirming, no one else is taking a fast turn. The other 2 are taking slow turns, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Okay. In that case, we will move on. Captain Selnar is, yes, he is going to take a fast turn. And he is angry. So much so that he burns 2 of his focus as a free action and roars in a berserker rage. His strike will target all characters, including his own allies, within 5 feet.
Now I'm glad I
And
didn't move.
deal additional damage should he hit. So I'm going to roll once, and it will be compared to all of your defenses.
What a dick.
He's having such a temper tantrum. My God.
Yeah, he is. So it is only going to be a 12 against Spearman Varda. That is not a hit. Against Guess, I don't believe
Not a-
that is a hit.
Not a hit. He's got 15 physical defense.
Sadly, against Doral and Kesh, it is a hit.
Rip.
So
Damn.
Doral and Kesh will actually both be taking 8 points of damage.
Mm.
As Doral goes down with that.
Not surprised.
Was Doral the one we were trying to protect?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Doral was the splinted leg bridgeman, the old guy.
Nice.
And so does Kesh.
Okay.
Doral and Kesh both go down with that. And
Now,
then
for those of us at home, can you explain what down and or dying is?
For NPCs, normally it doesn't matter. In the case of these characters, it does not matter. in the case of a player character or a major NPC, when you are reduced to 0 hit points, you take an injury. You make an injury roll, and it will tell you how bad the injury is, or if it's just a straight outright death. Usually, unless there are other circumstances involved, you cannot die from going to 0 the first time, because the injury table needs to roll negative, and you don't have anything applying negatives to you. But for every injury you have, you get a -5 on your roll. So the more injuries you have, cumulative, the easier it is for you to actually die. Minion characters, in the case of Kesh and Doral and Aaron, as Bridgemen, they do not get this. They just die at 0.
Mm.
Well, an effort was made.
An effort was made, and it was recognized.
Now we have an angry dude, though.
Oop. I saw health disappear from Cash in the wrong direction. She should not have been hurt.
Okay.
She should still be at 12. It's her focus that should be at 2.
Oh, it's at 11.
Or at 11 and then 2.
Oh, I think you had mentioned Kesh and the dude we were trying to save.
They took some fall damage, didn't they?
They had taken fall damage, but Aisha had Kesh use her focus, so it should be a 2 focus.
Yeah, I'm finally figuring out how to do it on the tokens.
All good. So Selnar still has one more action left, and he attempts to shield bash Guess for daring to disobey him. So he burns another focus and attempts to do a athletics check versus your physical defense to knock you prone.
God dang.
Ooh.
Ooh.
And he does.
Yeah, that's a burn.
Yeah, that's a prone. So we'll mark prone on your sheet as what's a good well, as that, sure. As a little guy with a little pain over his
My back!
over his
My
token. My
back!
back! Oh god, I'm on my back. But that is the end of the task turn. Elia Mattel and Varda do not take fast turns. Neither does Aaron.
Okay.
Actually, you know what? After what just happened, Aaron nopes the fuck out of there. He does take his fast turn. He runs. He's like, you know what? Never mind. I'm out.
Doctor had a good idea here.
Yeah. Okay. We now go to slow turns. So the 2 players who did not take fast turns, Einar and Waves, your characters can now enter combat with 3 actions, and you will go before NPCs who go slow.
Okay. I will.
Yeah, go ahead, Waves.
Just a clarification before I do something. My short spear, it's the same whether I throw it or melee with it, right? +5, 1/8 damage.
Correct, but obviously you will be without it.
Well, no, I'm going to move, but I wanted to make sure it was the same, because if not, then I was going to throw it and then find another plan. Okay.
Yes. Yeah,
cool.
It is the same regardless.
So 5, 10, 15, bloop, and I'm gonna hit him.
Okay. So what you do is you're gonna roll that with the plus that you have there.
Yeah. That's a 2. +5, so 7.
I'm also going to have you roll the plot die.
Okay. That's a 2 with a.
So that's a complication, and it adds 2 to your roll.
Okay, so that was a 9.
Yes. So a total of 9. Nope. And so, because of the complication, They have a special ability that when you fight them, you have to roll complications. Or you have to roll plot die when you fight these enemies. And basically, it is called Infectious Thrill. You get a +3 to your roll, so 9, 10, 11, 12 now.
Woohoo!
You're up to 12.
Okay.
But regardless of whether your attack hits or misses, if there are any other creatures within 5 feet, the enemy must choose one, and that creature is grazed. So, Varda actually gets hit. He actually deflects and hits you, Varda, with a graze of your attack.
And the guy on the left is Varda, right?
One, yes.
Okay.
So now we look at your character, we look at your dice. You still roll damage. So roll the damage for the weapon.
No,
Because you have to know what your damage might be.
that's not my D8. This is it. 3. Do I add anything to
That's
it?
3.
No, it's just 1D8. Okay, yeah, 3.
Well, even if you added stuff to it, which you would add to it. The damage, if it hits, is whatever your D20 roll is. That plus to your D20 roll is added to the die.
Okay.
You had a what? +4?
It's +5 for my light weapon.
Or +5. So it would be 3 + 5. But
Okay.
since you missed him, you can't deal that +5. You can only deal what the die is.
So my 3.
Which is a 3. If you decide to spend a focus point to do so. Regardless of that, because of his ability and the negative effect of the complication, Varda himself will take 3 damage from that. Now, however, that being the case, Varda has chainmail, which has deflect 2, which reduces that incoming 3 by 1.
Perfect.
So he only takes 1 damage.
Okay.
Okay. Now you can choose to the question is, do you want to graze Selnar?
Can I just whack him again?
I mean, yeah. Well, yeah, it was your third act. No, actually, you cannot. In this game, you have your one attack. You can only do the same action once,
Boo.
unless it says otherwise. Movement is one of the ones you can do multiple times.
Okay.
Yeah. In the case of certain weapons that have, like, I believe it's like the offhand property, it allows you to attack with like focus.
Offhand strike
an
with a
extra
second
full-
weapon, spend 2 focus, and 1 action.
Yes.
Okay.
So that is another way to do that, but that's more of Cash's
yeah,
physique if she wanted to use double daggers in hand
that's
kind
fine.
of thing.
Okay. Then.
So if you want to burn a focus, you can just deal the damage and deal with whatever his deflect value is, whatever it may be, and try to deal some point of damage to.
Yeah, I'll use a focus.
Okay. So you burn 1 focus,
Mhm.
which will put you down
To 2.
2 focus, and I'll make that on your character just to make it quicker.
Okay.
Or at least
yeah, I have it on my character sheet.
Yeah. And he will actually deflect 2. He also has a deflect 2. So he will only take -1.
Okay.
But it's still something. All right. That, I believe, is 2 of your actions. You moved and struck. You still have 1 more action.
I don't know if there's anything else I can do.
So does your spear have like the defensive trait?
No.
No.
Damage. Expert trait thrown. That's the only thing I've got. 2-handed.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what you may want to do
I'm going
is to gain advantage, where you can try to do something. Pick a skill and justify it to me. And if you succeed against a test, the next test that you make against him, probably an attack, will have advantage.
I'm actually just gonna brace.
Do you have a shield or a defensive weapon?
Well, No, because it doesn't have a defensive ability. That's dumb.
Yeah.
Okay, then. Mm, uh,
I mean, you could try to like point out something maybe in the distance, try to confuse him.
No, I'm gonna just waste the action at
look.
this point.
Hey, look, it's the
That's-
chasm creature. Look over there.
Sure, sure. Okay, so that's fine. We will move on to Einar with Guess. Guess, you have your slow turn.
Okay, so I guess the first thing is spending some move action to get the D-prone.
So that's the fun thing about this. To stand up in this game, you just have to take any action that gives you movement. It doesn't matter what it is, and you get to continue that movement. It just uses 5 feet of movement to stand up.
Yeah, I was reading over that.
Yeah.
Since the initial plans have gone off the rails, which is a typical session.
It's gone off the
Whoops.
bridge, gone down the chasm.
Yeah, we wrecked everything. Now we got a freaking captain with a
We're fighting amongst ourselves.
with a freaking storm installation temperament.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, because I got D-prone. At least I'm no longer holding his sword, so I don't. have to
Kai,
worry about
didn't
that
you know
action.
all TTRPGs
but, I
RPGs
need
are
to get
scripted? We all sit
Yeah.
here with a script.
So I got 3 actions. So I guess getting up. I can't really think of any other movement right now. Entering vigilant stance.
Okay, does that take an action?
It's an one action.
Okay. And I believe Vigilant Stance allows you to impose disadvantage on the opponent if they don't attack you. Is that correct?
Yeah, while there's a stance, you gain advantage on perception tests and additionally increase your deflect value by 1. Finally, when there's an enemy within reach of a melee weapon you're wielding, when an enemy within reach of a melee weapon you're wielding, spend
Oh,
1 or
right.
more action to attack one of your allies not in the vigilant stance.
Right. So he has
they-
to actually waste more actions to even attack.
I've
Yes.
played.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
I've
but
played
it's not
some
against me.
fifth,
Okay.
And
and it's not too terrible.
Sorry about
I
that.
will say, Kai, what you wanted, your
Okay.
best thing to do is,
Alrighty. So that
yeah,
was
but you have your
second, to
book.
go into
Like,
Vigilant.
there's
What
nothing
is
wrong
your
with
third
reading the
action?
book for the rules as you try to do certain things. And like, I focused less
am
on
I
the
able
role play.
to- my long
And
spear's
I
not out,
focused
so is there a
more
draw
on
action or
like
not?
learning my character
'Cause that's what I was trying
and
to
how
look
to
up.
play the game, and then I did more role play stuff. So I
don't
would
know off the
recommend
top of
it.
my head. I'd have to look it up, but you know what? For the sake of
And this
this, I
system's a
will
little
say
different,
that
so
the strike action can be used to like draw end damage. Why not?
Okay, then that's what I'll do with the long spear. I'll strike him for my third action.
Okay.
So that is going to be this one.
And
And you
again,
said-
against him, you need to add the plot die.
Yeah,
second
just
and
going to confirm that. Thank you.
5, I think, are very
There we go.
different. I say I recommend it. I say give it a try. Just give it a
12
try.
and a blank.
If you can
So
find
it's-
a campaign to
it's going be
join,
12
I
and a
recommend it.
blank. Go ahead.
Right, yeah.
You didn't click the weapon version of this.
Oh,
That's
oops.
fine. That's fine.
Um,
Just roll the damage separately.
Yeah, because that's plus 5.
yeah.
Oops. Okay,
Nope,
so
it's all
damage
good.
separately. Yeah.
Yep.
There we go.
A 3. Okay, so in this case, again, you do not qualify for his defense, so you will miss. But you could burn a focus if you wished to
Burn.
deal the 3 damage, which will be absorbed too.
Doc, would
Ah.
you like your answer?
I saw what he posted. I'm just explaining, and then I was hoping he would remember, and then we could explain a fun feature. Your particular class with its combat training allows you to not spend a focus to create once per round to still graze. So yeah, you get that free 3 damage.
Do it. Play it. Try it.
On Selnar. So that is deflected 2, so it's another -1 damage, and that's your round.
Yep. And I guess you can take the broken back icon off me whenever.
Yep, we will take the broken back icon.
No, that's a permanent condition now.
Oh, okay.
Don't imitate real life. No,
Yeah, I was about to say.
About to say, he's already got that in real life. He doesn't want
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, when art imitates real life.
Okay, so
yeah,
I believe that
Thank
is
you for the
all
check-in coffee.
players' turns now. We've had fast and slow turns for everybody.
Yep. One quick thing I wanted to mention. The reason you did not see the draw weapon action is because it is part of the interact action. Interact with an object in the environment or use one of your non-attack skills.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I still, it's fine. It's fine. It's more adventurous this way for him to get the strike.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Anyway, moving on from that, let's go to slow turns of NPCs. Which leaves Elia Matal and Var. She backs up. She is slightly worried that something has happened, and she moves over to her fellow scholar and also like braces behind the rock in the hopes that this will resolve itself, and banters a bit with Halp there and goes, I think you had the right idea.
Of course I had the right idea.
Let the weapon-born figure this out. Anyway, Varda looks confused. He was told to attack. He watched his captain kill 2 bridgemen. He watched his own fellow soldier that he supported earlier strike his captain. But he got stabbed by his fellow scout.
But not on purpose.
But not on purpose.
It was totally on
So
purpose.
He
Lies.
is confused, and I am going to temporarily give him a condition that actually reduces his actions this turn regardless. So he has a singular action. And that will
Hello.
be to make
Oh,
a strike
good.
against
Today
Abina,
we're
just
doing the
because
new
he is
Stormlight
confused, he's not
TTRPG
sure
from the
what's going
Cosmere
on.
system from Brandon Sanderson.
It is half-hearted, but he does what
We're
he
doing a
must
special
do.
stream today.
And it doesn't even come close to hitting poor Abina. It was completely half-hearted, and he does not bother to focus it.
I'm too damn pretty. Fuck off.
All right, so at that point, we will return to the top of the round. Fast turns again. Anyone who would like to take a fast turn, please state so.
I will take a fast turn.
Okay? Who would like to go first out of you?
You can go first, guess. I will go second. That's fine.
Okay. So Gas is going to strike for the first action.
Mm-hmm.
And you click the
Now-
right thing
now-
this time.
Now, one thing, just before you do so,
Okay.
I want to remind that theoretically, since you can't multi-strike, if you have the opportunity to do so, one of the actions you can take is gain advantage, which you can justify it via another skill other than the one you're about to use, and you can gain advantage on the target if you beat a certain score. So you get the best of 2d20, more likely to hit.
Yeah, I was looking at that too, but my guess's intention is to, he's going to try to strike the captain and brace himself.
Okay. Well, that's only that, and that's 2 actions. So
Yep.
that'll be your fast turn. Okay. Very good.
Yeah, so he's like, hey, snap out of it, you storm and Celestial temperamented creme. You're costing us men because you're an idiot.
Very good. All right, so strike him.
Jeez.
Well,
Better.
okay. So in this case, you do hit his AC. You get the full attack, which means it will be the maximum. You even rolled maximum damage on the dice. So let me explain a couple things, because now you also have your opportunity. In combat, opportunity can do several things. It can give you a critical hit. You can recover a
I've lost
focus
money.
if you have any spent. You can aid an ally by giving an ally of your choice advantage. Or you can suggest to me a narrative positive plot twist, and I will work with you to make it viable in my feeling as a GM. Now, critical hits in this system do not double damage, do not do anything special. All they do is maximize the dice roll portion of damage, which you already have done. You've already
Yeah.
rolled an 8. So there's no point to take a critical hit here. At this point, it would be better to add the advantage, recover focus, although I believe you are at full focus, so that's
Yeah.
also probably not worth it. So either influence me as a GM, tell me something you really want positive to happen, or give an ally advantage.
Tell him he's pretty.
Just after
Stab
calling
him
them.
to his senses.
But you
Yeah, 'cause-
also will stab him for 8 plus 5 damage.
Yeah.
Which will then soak by 2, so 8, 7, 6, so 11 damage total. And that stab is like a really bad wound. He does not look good anymore.
I'm going to try to influence the narrative.
Okay.
You know, well, hey, you're costing us people. We're in this, about to cost you. We can get over this nonsense and continue on. Or what the heck do you want to do, Captain?
So as you yank the spear from his gut and give him this speech, you meet him in the eyes and you watch this rage and this blood puddle of anger spread underneath him slowly start to dissipate. And that flicker of red in his eyes fades to his normal dark eyes. His dark green eyes, as he grips this gaping bloody hole in his chest, just underneath the breastplate. I'd say you made a good convincing argument at this point of why he should calm the fuck down. He already got his bodies. Why give them more? It's not worth losing this many men. And at that point, I will end the combat.
Yay!
One more body to patch up. Yay.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as combat's over, I'm going to rotate my focus back to the west,
Yes.
just in case our little buggy boo decides to come back.
Of course. During that statement, you watch as that windspren that danced around you kind of flits onto the bodies of Doral and Kesh, and then spins around you, and then up into the air. It's almost as if that windspren was curious about the bodies, but was trying to comfort you with a breeze.
Hmm.
Odd, but okay.
But sweet.
Yeah.
However, sadly, a moment to rest doesn't really get to happen here. However, at the end of combat, those of you who did not take the action Second Wind may now do so, if you wish. You can roll the recovery die on your character sheet and regain that much health or focus before we end this sequence.
Yeah, that's neat action. Yeah. So
Yeah.
anybody that's
If
damaged.
you had not used it during the fight, when the scene is over, I will allow use.
Okay, so I still got a chance.
Clarifying, of our NPC
So you
friends,
get to roll the recovery die and recover however much health or focus of your choice, and you
Okay.
can split it evenly. So if you had a D6 and you rolled like a 4, you could do 2 and 2 or 3 and 1, or
Hey, that's one more than I had before.
yeah, that's one more hit point than you had before.
question.
Bina, you should probably do so as well.
Of our scholar and Aram, would they be able to take this action if they were damaged at all from the fall?
They were, and they do.
Okay.
Yes.
So we're rolling a recovery die? Is
And
that what I...
down at the bottom where it says recovery die.
No, I just wanted to make sure that's what I heard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I get 2 back.
Varda himself also recovers. He recovers 3. And Selnar also recovers 3. Okay.
Now we can roll recovery dice at the end of every combat, right? Or is it once per...
So there has, by the beta rules, no. It's supposed to only be used once per scene in general, regardless of it being a combat scene or not.
Okay.
However, it was suggested due to flow and everything, because rests, like short rests, aren't really a thing. They're either longer rests or not.
Okay.
That you give people an opportunity who did not use the second wind in combat or during a scene a chance to recover at the end.
Okay.
So we're approaching the end of this sequence. So I will allow you guys to use it as normal.
Perfect. Okay.
All right. And with that, Alaya Matal comes back up and apologizes to everyone. I am so sorry for all of this. Please, hopefully that if you can see this through and see me safely home, I will see you are all rewarded by the High Prince. And then you notice she holds up a scroll and explains that the map that she has here is there. You are so close to the ruins, and she believes, based on the descriptions of the scouts, that the ruins are actually almost as tall as the chasm itself, that perhaps you might be able to find an entrance into the ruins and climb to the top of the chasm that way instead of trying to climb these sheer cliffs. Either way, we need to get away from that great shell before. And with a roar and a clicking, the chasm fiend rounds the corner.
Shouldn't have mentioned it.
It is ready. It has clearly finished with what it has eaten and is coming for you.
Yeah, my weapon's out and ready because I've been watching this hallway as soon as
So I'm
combat
showing
ended.
you guys. I'm clicking show to players of a new piece of art.
Oh,
Hopefully
hold
that
on.
works. Yeah, make sure that you
Boop, boop,
display it
boop,
for
boop,
everyone.
boop, 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 boop.
Oh, a new
Yeah, look,
ugly.
you have a leg
may
up
want
on
to
the
move that out of
situation.
your thing. There you go.
I was already ahead of you guys.
That thing is coming for now. Look at its size and look at the person.
Yeah,
You have a very strong inkling. Fighting is not
Yeah, run.
probably the best thing. So what we are going to do at this point is we are going to enter what is called what is the name of this type of thing? This
Fiend
is
chase.
called, well, yes, but it's a special type of event in the game. They are called where is this listed?
Can you describe what the event is? I could search through the rules to help you out.
Nope, it's fine. It is a pursuit endeavor. The idea is that you, as a group, will need to do things, and I will make you make tests, aka checks, and you need a certain number of successes as a whole before a certain number of failures, and that will determine what happens. Obviously, with the chasm fiend being as big and dangerous as it is, after the first round or so, I will start adding the plot die in as it catches up to you. So, Alaya Mattel and Aaron and I assume help start running because they start running, and I assume you guys do too, leaving the bodies where they lie. However, I do remember that there is a wheelbarrow that got constructed with 2 barrels of water in it.
Oh God.
So someone may want to grab that. I believe the nearest person to it technically is Cash. So, what is everyone's plan?
Well, if
Question, mechanical
ahead.
question for the game, real quick. I've been trying to play my obstacle fairly straight up. Is
Sure.
it considered a negative thing to do something that would be counter to one's obstacle?
No, you are a human being, and sometimes the things that affect you both morally and non-morally, or positively and negatively, will be thrown out the window when faced with a completely different scenario that just you've never had to deal with before.
All right. While the others are worried about the fiend and the barrel, does anything look sharp enough to function as a stabbing weapon of the debris that I can see from here? Since my knife is long gone and I don't think I'm getting it back.
Give me a quick perception check before we
Stand by.
begin this endeavor.
No plot die, correct?
No plot die.
Oh, we'll
Ooh,
take that.
that's good.
20. I found
That
a
it-
knife.
yeah, I'm going to say you got lucky and you find a chunk of obsidian just like stuck. It must have been washed up. Not like washed up and stuck into one of the crevices near a puddle of water on the floor. And when you pull it loose, you realize it's not just a chunk of obsidian, it's an obsidian knife that must have been lost in a conflict.
I will take that and flee.
Yeah. All right. What's everyone else doing? to
Who's
start this?
who by chance is our slowest mover?
Well, Doral would have been, but he's dead.
I mean, he is moving the slowest now.
Because I kind of want to stay with who's ever the slowest, so
I'm
I can.
sitting on a 25 movement.
Okay, so
Okay.
there's actually a recommended action called Bring Up the Rear that allows ever character to try and stay behind and inspire anyone who's with a slower speed to kind of like hurry it up.
Yeah, I kind of want to do that because I want to keep an eye out
So
on the surroundings as we book it. Like use my peripheral to keep an eye out, but I want to keep who's ever.
So that's good. That's good. So when we begin this endeavor, your first check will be a Bring Up the Rear.
He was
check.
an NPC. He was an NPC. It's fine. Hi, kitty. Okay,
Okay, so
Okay.
sounds good.
All right. So what do the other two want to do? In the split second before the endeavor begins, what do you want to do?
Aisha.
Sorry, I was taking a drink.
How dare!
Stay hydrated, everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing that creature, I would probably grab a satchel or two and just book it, saying whatever I can carry, that's it.
Okay, so you take some of your notes and your books, make sure you have everything that you were able to collect and book. You leave the wheelbarrow.
Yes.
Okay.
Because
Yes.
the wheelbarrow was about over near where Cash was.
Yeah, it's about there.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So I'm gonna start running.
And I just
We don't have to necessarily move the tokens because once the endeavor begins, it's more narrative. But
Yeah.
it's just to get an idea of what you're doing at the initial moment of the breakout of the scene.
I just have a question on the map. So
Yes.
this, I'm assuming, is a stream here.
Yes, it is a bit of a stream that is basically like um
He's big boy.
He ugly.
he coming for you.
Ugly.
It basically what happens during the high storms, the giant storms that come and crash over these plains, is these become basically mini tsunami flood areas, and then after the storm leaves, they trickle out. So there's leftover water and little tiny river trickles. It's mixed with creme and dirt. It's not clean water, but it's water.
Because I'm like, if we leave the barrel behind of the water, could we just survive off of what we find here?
You
So
will
we
need
can
to
move
do something
faster.
you will need to do something to purify it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
But yes, it is still water. It's just filled with particles and dirt and what is called creme
Mm-hmm.
from the high storms.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. So
Because
yeah, what is Gas gonna do?
Guess's first priority is if anybody needs assistance moving, he'd assist them. If nobody needs assistance moving and seeing the wheelbarrow left behind with the water, he'd try to get
Try to
that and
grab
go.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. That's fine. All right. So with with the with that being the case, when you try to flee, your DC will be slightly higher than others, but that is the only penalty.
Okay.
Okay? All right. So with that we begin the endeavor. As I explained, the endeavor is a narrative event that basically describes what's happening. For the first round, it will be standard checks. Uh, you can do different things to try and get out of the way of this chasm fiend. You could flee. You could try to assist another character to make sure that they're not falling behind. You can try to hide. I wouldn't recommend that, but you could try and see if there, as you're navigating these chasms, is there a shortcut? Do you think you can? Uh, is there like a bit of the chasm that just like runs up higher and cuts around the rocks a little easier? Uh, Maybe you want to distract the chasm fiend. Maybe throw something, pick up a rock as you're running, and try to make a mini avalanche to try and distract it. And as I stated earlier for Waves, for Abina, she wants to bring up the rear. That means you purposely fall behind the group and become more in danger, but you also are attempting to inspire and push all the others to make sure no one else gets left behind.
Mm-hmm.
So, starting with that, it does not matter the order, but I would ask that you guys decide who wants to roll first. And what would you like to do? You can explain it to me narratively, and we could assign a brand new action, or you could try one of the ones I listed. In fact, we already know Abina is going to bring up the rear, so Abina, let's start with you.
Okay, I was gonna go last because I figured in case anybody fell behind, I could help them.
Yep.
All right.
So what I need from you is a discipline or a leadership check.
Okay. Leadership or discipline? Oh, it's a +1 on both. Doesn't matter. All right. Oh, that's a 16, so 17.
Nice.
Very good. As you do so, you notice a bunch of life spren flock to you. This green pulsing light just temporarily, like, it seems that they are happy that you are remembering the people who might fall behind as you push them ahead. But that is your first success.
Woohoo!
So I will mark it in chat as just one.
Okay.
Okay, who would like to go next?
Go next. I'll stick with her ladyship and kind of keep an eye on her, helping her along.
All right, let's call that assist to try and use your own agility and strength to carry athletics or acrobatics in order to help along another character.
Probably not going to go too good because I don't have a lot of points there.
Ooh, That is not that good. But
I
at
guess
least
that's a
at
lot of
least
points
there's
there.
no. So we're gonna go 1 and 1 now. You have one
Okay.
failure and one success. I'm not telling you how many failures or how many successes you needed, but that's where we're at. Who'd like to go now? We have either Einhar with guess or Lorak with help.
I'll take last.
Okay, then yeah, I guess like I said, his priorities would first be anybody, the captain or Varda. If they seem to be moving fine, then he's
They
going
seem to be moving far, and the only other person, and they had a lead, was Matal and Aaron, and you already have Cash helping Matal.
Yeah. So yeah,
So
if they seem to be going to be moving fine with the correct motivation behind us, then it's going to be we need water, grab that and go.
okay, so let's call that a fleeing, and it's going to be just your agility.
Oh, dang it! I was hoping I could use athletics.
See, I'm just the opposite. Let me have the agility.
Dang it! Oh. Whew.
Ooh, nice.
Ooh.
Somebody
Unnatural
didn't skip
Oh,
flight day.
nice.
It's not a natural 20, but that's still very good.
Hey, a
It's still
20 is a 20.
20. So that ups you guys to 2 successes to 1 as you're running, you're pushing this fucking cart with 2 hands. The wheels are bumping up and down on these rocks, splashing through puddles, and you like look over your thing as this big thing just creeps forward. Boom, boom, like just constantly screeching out after you guys. It's horrifying, but you're staying ahead of it for the moment.
Now, is this like
All right.
running behind us or just it's normal walking?
It's skittering. It
Okay.
moves like think of it as a giant centipede or millipede.
Gross. Okay.
Yeah. It's skittering towards you on as many legs as it can.
Okay.
I
Yay,
will think of
bugs.
it like that. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, so Halp.
All right. Help is gonna start running in a way that he catches up with, or like run side by side with Selenar, and already with some large cloth bandages in hand, try to get it around Selenar's waist and say, "Keep running with me. Keep running. We got this. We got this."
You know, I am going to give
That's
you a
good.
medicine check, but I'm going to put
We
that at a I'm gonna put
survived
the
our first
plot die on
combat,
that one
and
a
now we're
little
fighting from
early
a big baddie.
because I think this could go terribly wrong.
This could go great.
That
Or
that big
Doc,
monster
Doc,
there,
Doc,
yeah, he big
Doc, I
baddie.
would like to clarify, unless the scene is over, which it isn't, I am rolling at a disadvantage, as you stated earlier from the earlier. This is my first check that I'm making.
Yeah, it is. It is. It very much is. You have a disadvantage, and you have a.
Okay,
And you
so
have the
does the plot die get re-rolled on disadvantage?
No.
Stuff the bandages in as you run.
Right?
Okay, so I'm going to roll this as yes, no on plot die, and roll twice medicine because I don't see a way of applying disadvantage.
Yes,
to this.
exactly. We'll do that.
Well, that's a good start. Let's see how
Yay!
much
Good
better.
start.
Nice.
Well, 19 then, and with the advantage.
Okay, it is a 19. That is still going to be a success.
Yeah.
So you do manage to bandage it. You are a very good healer.
Yay!
You still managed to heal this man as you're walking. And now I give you an option. You can influence the narrative as per normal. You can do or give a player a test. You know, you don't need to recover focus, and there's no critical here involved in this situation. So, do you want to try to influence the narrative positively in a different direction, or would you like to just give another player advantage?
I would like to influence the narrative positively.
Okay, tell me what you're thinking, and we'll see if we can come to an agreement.
Give me a few seconds. The chasm fiend starts rounding the corner, trying to catch up to us. He kind of bumps his, I don't want to say shoulder since he's got plenty of those, basically scuffs the side of the valley and trips.
Okay. So I will represent that, if you're okay with that, by not upping the next die roll, which is where we would start using the plot die on every roll. I will remove that from the next roll.
Oh God.
I will accept.
All right. So whoever takes the next roll, you do not have to roll the plot die because we're starting back at the top of the round.
Okay.
Oh, and technically that was a success, so you are at 3
3-1.
and 1.
Bid you welcome.
Thank you for the follow, Klutzy Husky. Welcome in. So I rolled first the last round. Am I doing that again?
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Again, same as combat. This is anyone can take a turn in whatever order as long as it's agreed upon by the party.
Okay.
So if you'd like to go, that is more than fine. If Einar, Aisha, or Lorik would like to go, that is also fine.
I'm
Yeah.
fine with.
But remember, the first person who goes does not have to do the plot die. After that, the plot die I will be incorporating on every roll.
I will
I'll
let.
double
this
dip and go
creature
first
comes
unless
in at
someone
you.
else wants to.
Yeah. No. Go ahead. That's fine.
Okay.
Go for it.
We are going with just straight out fleeing with Aram and Metal at this
All right.
point.
Agility then. Give me an
Right.
agility check.
That big ugly beastie
by.
beast in the corner, Coffee. That's what we're sacrificing.
Not
That's
super
going
great.
after.
Not super great. So
Oh.
it looks as if Selenar and bandaging him up has kind of thrown off your pace. So I'm going to say that is now a 3 and 2.
Oh God.
Noted.
All right. Who would like to go next?
I'll go next. I'll see that thing kind of stumble a little bit, realizing we lucked out there, but not for long.
Mhm.
And throw my things in the wagon and decide to help Guess and start shoving that thing along with him.
Oh, okay. I'm going to say that is now you're still fleeing. To say you're going to increase your difficulty slightly and reduce his DC slightly. So do an agility for me.
With the plot die, correct?
With the plot die, yes.
Okay. Okay.
19 and a blank. That is actually very good. That is another
Woohoo!
success for the party. You guys are up to 4 and 2. At this point in the endeavor, you guys narratively you round the bend of this chasm, and as it turns to the northeast, 90 feet or so ahead, the chasm narrows, and you hear Elia Matal go, "That's it! The crack is just wide enough for us to pass through. It'll be too big. It's too small for the creature. Quickly, run! Run!"
Don't gotta tell me twice.
Let's close by this swamp rat.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, alright, wrong setting.
All right,
Now-
so we've got Abina and we've got Guess who need to make rolls.
Yeah, lady's choice.
You can go first. That's fine.
Okay.
Doc, quick question.
Hmm?
I'm sorry if I'm overthinking this, but didn't the chasm fiend climb up the wall? So what's to stop it from climbing up and over?
Don't think too hard.
Don't
We're-
add to it.
We're in a chasm.
Alright, so yeah. I
So far,
guess,
they're being very helpful.
Yeah, Cash
Very
and I are
helpful. And they're my
playing with
head
the
buddy.
wheelbarrow. So here goes the agility test.
You got this. No pressure.
Oh,
Okay, so it's 16 plus 4. Okay.
Oh, I thought that was
So-
negative. Whoo!
No.
complication.
The complications in this system, you do have a negative thing happen, but it always gives you a plus, unless it's a nat 1, then it just gives you no plus. But the ones on the plot die either give you a +2 or +4 to your roll, meaning you're more likely to succeed. And that's very good.
so
So in this
something
case,
interesting happens.
Yeah, so in this case, you've rolled a 20. That's a success. So at this point, you guys are at 5 out of 2. Okay? And at this moment, you notice as you blow past them in the wheelbarrow, Aaron stops running. They trip, and then they fall, and they roll as they fall, and they look up, and just seeing that creature terrifies them, where they like kind of freeze.
Can I try to get them up as we run?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm
So
gonna
at this,
try
so
that.
At this point, you can try to you can do two things. You can either encourage them to get moving again, or you can attempt to literally drag them off the floor. That's harder,
Mm-hmm.
but it's more likely to work and keep them from getting eaten.
That would probably involve like what in athletics?
So it'll be athletics if you want to pull them off the floor, or it'll be a leadership or persuasion check if you want to encourage them.
I'm gonna have to do athletics. It's my highest one.
We are hitting an ad break, so
Yeah, we're
hopefully
in
we'll
ads.
stop here. Just to pause so as not to hurt
we
anyone.
we,
who
we
is
ran
watching
out
that.
of mutes.
That's fine.
Ah!
No pressure.
No pressure. You get to just hang on your every roll.
Ah!
We got 2 minutes.
Yeah,
Also, Waves, thank you for appreciating the pun.
you're welcome. I appreciated it as soon as you announced it the other week.
Yes.
I was like, I'm here for it. Boop. Boop.
I have noted that the knife has gone from missing to obsidian.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
How bless. Oh God.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Thank you. I'm here to help.
I'm here. I like him. He's my head buddy. Look at
But I
him.
did actually see help as a name in the... I forget it was like a name generator or list of names for the culture. I'm like, yeah, I'm taking this.
It's
Yeah.
good. It works on like all the levels.
Oh
Yes,
yeah,
Yeah.
it's some 4D chess there.
Well, if Doc can say one thing, it's that I play my characters with intent.
You do. Very much.
What that intent is varies, but
I can relate to that.
yeah. I also, when searching the stream, I'm like, oh, didn't know that Waves was also a guardian angel.
What? I am. I got wingies.
Yes. Oop, sorry. I tried to scroll in and out and it brought me to the
Oh,
wrong.
Waves. Can I still put in an order, or did you already put it in something?
I put in something, but I think you're gonna like what I chose.
Order?
Jalapeno burgers?
Oh.
Yeah.
No ketchup?
I don't think I could remove it.
Damn.
I'm sorry.
Well, they're little dollops. I'll deal with the little acid.
Okay.
Scrape it off.
Throw some baking soda on there. I'm sure it'll
And
be fine.
I got you.
Yeah.
I got you your soda.
Thank you.
Welcome. We got 2 seconds.
Yep.
Okay, we're back.
Okay, we're back. We paused it for those of you who had ads. We didn't want you to miss the exciting Waves roll in real life.
Commencing the screaming. Ah!
And you'll be happy to know that we still have all of our kidneys.
All right. So, I'm rolling and then I'm plot dying, right?
You are rolling and plot dying.
Okay. That's a 4. So a 5. And then my plot die.
Green, you gotta zoom out. There it is.
It's easier to read the numbers this way, so I just slide them
Oh,
over.
and there we go. So it's a 4 with a 5.
It's a 4.
With
Hold
a
on.
5.
Hold on.
That's a 9.
That's a 4. That's a really weird 4. That's a 4. And then the plot die was the...
Okay. So here's the thing. You did not succeed.
I didn't think so. Oh no, I'm sorry. It's a 5 because it's +1. Yeah, it's 5 plus the whatever. I still failed, but
5 plus 5?
no, it's
10.
5 plus. It's 4 plus 1 for 5.
Oh,
4 plus
okay.
1, 5. Okay, so yeah, that's definitely fair. That's not even close.
Either way, I failed.
You know our math.
So that's going to be a 5 and a 3. Okay. However, you did get an opportunity. So your option is give the next player advantage, or you can try to come up with a scenario that I'll agree with. The only ruling is you just can't get Aaron to unfreeze because that's what you were rolling for, and you
No,
can't
I was
change
rolling
that.
to move
Going
him.
to drag him.
Well, that's what I mean. You were trying to yank him up. You can't affect Aaron with this.
Okay. Fuck.
Because you still lost that, but something else good can happen.
Is there anyone else around us, or was it just the two of us in the rear?
I mean, you were closer to the rear, but it's not like someone couldn't drop back or do something.
Because I'm like,
So
if there's someone like within arm's length, I want to like grab them and kind of throw them in the hole as I run behind them to get in.
Oh, you mean so are you abandoning Aaron?
Well, if I can't drag him, which is what I was trying to do.
Yeah.
If there's no one else that's strong enough, like Guest or anyone, to kind of give me a boost, and you said that I can't really help him.
Correct.
So, like, I don't want to abandon him, but if I can't move him, then I can't. I'm not gonna die.
So the option I would say is you can give another player an advantage, or you can say maybe do something that distracts the Chasm Fiend for a round.
I don't have anything that can distract, though.
We'll come up with. I mean, there's stones, there's rocks, there's things.
Kick Aaron. Like,
Is there anyone strong enough to move Aaron?
that's a big no from me.
Yeah.
The strongest person is currently pushing the wheelbarrow as they try to make these last 90 feet.
Yeah. All right. Well, then I guess I'm gonna find rubble. I don't have a whole lot of strength. I'm not the strongest person. So I'm gonna take something that I can grab and pray to God I throw it far enough to like distract the beast.
Okay. So what I'm going to offer you is a deception or survival check.
I'll do.
And as part of this opportunity, I will allow you at an increased difficulty to try and succeed. If you do, count as a success. If you do not, it will not count against the party as a failure.
Okay, I will do survival.
Okay.
What?
Which?
No, I was double checking Aisha's microphone.
You're all good. That's shit. That's 9, 10, 11, 12.
12. Okay. Sadly, that is also not going to beat the increased DC.
Yep.
To distract the Chasm Fiend.
I'm gonna die. Bye, guys. It was nice knowing you all.
That's it. All right. Is that everyone, or did I miss Aisha for the round 2?
Round 2, I went first. Then we had.
Yeah, it was help, then Cash, then Guest, then
Avina. So we're starting at the round 3. So we're at
Yeah.
round 3.
Yeah.
You watch as Elia Mattel and Aaron get super close to the entrance. This could be it. This is like a make or break for the party. People start dipping into the entrance. Who wants to go?
is there a chance? I mean, Guest already passed Aaron with the wheelbarrow, right?
Yeah, you guys are in front, aren't you?
With the rate at which things are happening, the idea is you could theoretically let go, run back, and try to grab him. You absolutely could do that.
That would be the thing Guest would do, because we've already lost enough people. He's like, we're not losing
All right.
anybody else.
Yeah.
I'm going to have this be an all-out athletics. You're going to basically be busting ass and then hauling a person if you can. So go ahead. Athletics check.
Here we go. And of course, plot die.
And of course, plot die.
Oh. Dang it.
Oh!
10. Oh, that's
But at
rough.
least
Yeah,
it's
it was on
blank
the
for the
14,
plot.
Yeah, it was on that 14 and it just kind of rolled over to the 6, and I'm like, dang it.
Ooh, that hurts. Okay, so that puts it at a 5 and 4.
Oh God.
And that is the failure threshold for this endeavor. So, as the Chasm Fiend reaches the group, the Chasm Fiend reaches down with its front mandibles and shovels Aaron into its mouth. Aaron is absorbed as the rest of the party makes their way into the crevice. Here at the narrowest point of the cavern, the sheer cliff walls are about 5 feet apart, and as the Chasm Fiend pushes its head into the gap and mandibles rip towards the party, but it withdraws after a few tense moments, unable to squeeze through. A few feet ahead, the cavern begins to widen once more. Once again, guess, that windspren just keeps coming back. And this time, it lands on your shoulder and transforms from a ribbon of light into a vaguely humanoid shape. And
Yeah.
it almost makes a military stance, pats you on the cheek playfully, and then zips off.
If it was any other character, I'd call it Bob.
Okay.
But that wouldn't be in character for guess, but yeah.
Yeah.
I'm calling it.
Okay. So, you guys have a moment to breathe. At this point, Alaya Mattel speaks to the group. She's urging the team onward. She says that it's at least an hour at this point to another breach in the chasm. And we're still a bits away. Dodging that beast, we had to take a slight detour. It would be best if we could try to find a place to sleep for the night. The sun will be setting within the next few hours, at least from the height of the chasm walls.
Yeah, so I guess
As
yeah.
you guys pass through the chasms, you get to experience some of the life that is down here as you continue to search. Though the Shattered Plains naturally has no soil, no dirt, everything is blown away by these giant storms. Down here, where the water pools and collects, life and life spren obviously drawn toward it begin to root. Rock buds open up and stretch out their vines to the water. Small little flowering vines stretch across points of the chasm as little tendrils grasping for any inkling of existence. What do you guys do?
So our leader knows this area really well. Do I have any idea of this area, or is this all just new to me as well?
This will be all new. You've never been down in the caverns, and you're
Okay.
trying to gauge. You can try to gauge where you are because you've seen maps of some of the Shattered Plains that have been mapped by the scouts. But the best you could do is if you were to look over the Brightness's shoulder, you would notice you'd be able to read the map as well as her,
Yeah.
and you could basically confirm that she is correct. You're now a little off, assuming she is where you guys think you are, and you're a scout. You were running ahead of the party. You were behind, kind of gauging where everyone was turning left, turning right in those chasms. You could see where you went off from versus where you fell in, and now you kind of have to recircumnavigate back towards that shrine.
Okay. She wants to rest for the night.
She feels that within the next hour or so,
Okay.
the sun will be low enough on the horizon that the cavern, that these chasms will be completely dark.
Okay.
You won't get much light, and it might be best to get out of the way. Obviously, more chasm fiends, anything else, and other creme-based, like shell-based creatures might be coming out and hunting.
Okay. Can I kind of scout ahead and try to find a good location for us? Because obviously we have an hour, so I think moving ahead for the hour would be good. But I want to see if I can find a decent enough place for us to kind of bed down.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So you take note with her map, and then you start leading the way, while also keeping a lookout. Give me a survival check.
Okie dokie. 20. Unnatural 20.
Unnatural 20.
Yeah.
Dirty 20.
The dirty 20.
All right. Well, let's say this.
Oh, I'm sorry, 19, not 20.
Oh, okay. All right, still good enough. Still
Yeah,
good
it's still good. It's just, you know.
After just shy of the hour, as the shadows start to elongate and make the area darker, the brightness pulls out a mark or two from her purse to hold out as almost a lantern light, as the stormlight flickering in the gem lights the area as it starts to get darker. You notice that there is some small rock formations that you might be able to use as hand and footholds. And then about 10 feet up the wall is a small cave or alcove that you might be able to use to rest. And as a scout, you quickly just scout up the wall, climb up the wall, and dip in. It's not that deep, maybe 20 feet into the cavern wall, but it's clear, and it would provide shelter from above, and you'd be able to see out into the cavern. And 10 feet off the ground is 10 feet off the ground.
Yeah. Then I'm going to relay this to the others.
Yeah. Okay.
So
At this point, yeah, you guys can move yourselves up to this thing. You let's say you have some proficiency and figure out how to carry the barrels up. That's not too big of a deal.
We'll make a
long
human pyramid.
yeah, it's called strong back. Yes.
Yes.
He's unlike me in real life, so.
Yeah. As a scout, however, Abina, you do know that obviously the water will be helpful, but you still need food of some sort.
Mm-hmm.
Probably a fire for warmth, because it's gonna get cold.
That was going to be my next question. Do we, not so much the fire, but for food, do I know that if there's like edible creatures and stuff in this area?
Survival.
Okay.
Yeah. Or anyone who is trained in lore can also make a check. So if they have a lore or any expertise in botany or biology.
Not guess.
Yeah.
Not guess. No. This would be for the scholars among the group. if
9,
they
10,
have
11.
information.
It's a
Scholars
12.
and scouts. Okay, that's okay. That's okay. Does Halp or Cash have any of the other things?
Could you list them off again, please?
Lore, biology, or botany?
Oh, I have botany
don't-
as an expertise.
Well, I do have lore.
You have botany as an expertise?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that works.
And then Cash has lore.
Cash has lore. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you can make that with the expertise in botany. You don't even need to make that test.
Woo!
but you would have succeeded anyway. But that's
Sweet.
fine. So let's see what we get out of lore as well.
No plot die, right?
No plot die. This is something you can just think about.
Oh,
Wow.
nice.
Nice.
Okay.
Delightful.
In that case, between the two of you, you can come up with a large list of succulent plants that can provide both water and nutrients, and certain types of edible plants and what are called cremlings. Cremlings are colloquially any small carapaced creature. A lot of them are very similar to crabs, um, shrimp, centipedes. They all fall under the thing of
Yeah, I was gonna
cremlings,
say
but
Einar.
they're
Girl power.
very seafood-ish looking creatures, and they like to hide in swarms and stuff in dark caverns. So between the two of you, you know them, you can spot them, and by the time you get back, you guys can do a quick little scouting mission between the two of you, and you found more than enough to feed everybody for the night. The only thing left is some way to stay warm.
I'm hoping one of the other people in our party can kind of make the fire while I'm making, like, scouting for food and whatnot.
Sure.
Yeah, Guess would be helping with setting up camp.
Okay.
I mean, I would guess with some, military life expertise. I don't know how much that would translate to setting up camp as well.
I would think they'd have some survivor skills.
A little bit,
Well,
yeah.
If you have survival, I would say survival is a good one. Even if you don't, I would give you advantage on this for the background.
Yeah, because I don't have. I'll roll survival. It's just going
Yes.
to be pretty much straight roll because no points in it.
Go ahead and take an advantage on it
Okay. So I will.
due to your
roll-
background expertise.
Okay, so there's roll 1. And 9 and 9.
Oh,
Nice.
no.
All right. So let's say you find a bunch of dead vines and other things, but you just cannot find the right materials to make fire, to create a spark.
Yas kind of looks at the captain and Varda. Any help?
This wasn't
They
covered in
shrug.
basic training.
Cash has got the spark taken care of.
Mm-hmm. Well, that I was about to just let that unfold as naturally as possible. So, Cash and Abina do eventually return to a pile of wood and the rest of camp unfurled, but no fire going.
Girls gotta do everything around here.
Got this much done. I helped some.
Cash kind of looks at him with wonder and dismay, trying to figure out what's wrong. Why haven't they started the fire? Do we seem to have a problem here, gentlemen?
Yeah, no spark. Don't have anything on me to make a spark.
So can I chime in at this point?
I mean, yeah, you can if you want.
Okay. There are some things I'm doing before this, but by the point where they have the materials for fire, I wouldn't mind using a bit of my medical alcohol to help get things going a little bit.
Sure, that's fine.
Can I talk about what I was doing in the meantime?
Sure.
Okay. So figuring that some of the stuff from guidebooks would probably be useful, but might not be applicable out in the field here. Halp was originally going to start trying to find sources of food, but when other people started taking the lead on, it's like, yeah, you go ahead. You look like you know what you're doing. So I suppose that only really leaves the whole needing fire thing at this point, correct? Or are there any other needs we don't have taken care of yet?
It seems like other than the fire, which it looks like it's about to be solved by our friend here.
Mhm.
So that should be it.
Yeah, yeah. After rechecking his equipment, Guess finally found it must have sunk to the bottom of the bag of his stuff, and they finally dug out some flint and steel.
Contents will settle upon running for your
There it
life.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the whole running a bit and the wheelbarrow and trying to save the dude that got eaten. Unfortunately, hey,
We're
found it
not good at
anyways.
this rescuing thing, by the way.
All right. I have an idea. I'm not sure if this will work. So the captain's breastplate is not badly damaged. The wound was around it, like
Right, it
not
went
through
right
it.
under the breastplate. Yeah.
So we don't have to tap into our water supplies. Can we use that like a pot to boil and disinfect the water that's around here?
I mean, he'll be argumentative initially, but obviously, yeah, you could do it. You could use the soldiers' helmets. You could use that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah.
So I figure we keep our reserves of good water. We see how this works out, and if it doesn't work in the future, we can go and use the water from the barrels.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So you guys will get to eat some of the different little creatures and some of the vines. You have water that you've poured out into helmets and other things to drink. Darkness comes around. The faintest starlight becomes visible after an hour or two at the edge of the cavern if you look out from your cave. The first moon rises, and no dangers have emerged from the shadows. Eerily quiet, you and your fellow survivors are lost in their own thoughts and are left to their own devices for the moment. At this point, I would say, where are your characters at? How are you feeling? What's going on with you? Do you talk to each other or do you stay silent? The only oddity you see, and it's not really an oddity, but it is flickers of exhaustion spren that appear around yourselves and others. Exhaustion spren as little brown motes of dust that explode near a person, and flame spren, tiny little, almost people-like flames that dance in and out of the fire.
I'll save mine for last.
Sure.
Ladies.
Let's have Wave start.
I'm just around the fire, keeping like we're in a good enough space, but I still don't trust it, so I'm keeping my senses open just in case of danger. I'm not really like participating in conversations, but like I hear them going and I might like nod to myself if I agree or something with kind of what's being talked about. I feel like this is not commonplace for me, but commonplace for me given my scouting background. So like this is just another job.
You've spent nights out on the plains, never in the chasms.
Yeah, like this is a new experience, but like I've done this whole camping thing before.
Yeah.
So like I'm more focused on making sure that we stay safe through the night than like, because I also don't trust this motley crew of people based off what I've seen so far by like the captain's interactions, and like the team I'm with seems fine, but some of the higher ups and commands I'm a little questioning of. So like I'm kind of keeping my focus more on them and what they're doing and how they're behaving so that we can stay safe through getting to where we need to go, and less on like the people that I just like Guess and Cash and everybody. Like I'm less worried about them.
Sure. Sure. Okay.
And as far as what Cass is doing, She's checking on the lady and checking on the wounded just to make sure that they're all taken care of.
Okay. To add to that, specifically for something that is in Cash's background, as you are checking on all that and then checking through your own supplies, one of your span reads, which for those who do not know, span reads are sort of magical pens that are linked together. You write with one, the other one can be written, and they have blinking gemstones on top to let you know there's some sort of thing going on. With the other one, to pay attention. You notice one of yours is blinking on and off, and it's blinking in what you've been instructed to understand as, it's not Morse code because that doesn't exist on this world, but essentially a Morse code. So your hirer who got you involved in this situation is sending a message to you, trying to communicate the fact of some of your party have returned to the camp. They said everyone is dead. Are you alive?
Okay, so basically, I would take notice of the flicker, sit down with one of my journals as if I'm journaling of our journey so far, so not to draw attention to what I'm doing, and I would be writing the response to that, yes, some of our party has survived, and list who has survived at this point, that we're down in the chasm, um, heading towards um, the ruins as planned, but obviously our journey has been hampered in terms of uh, getting there.
You let the pen sit, and you keep your hand around it to keep up the disguise. I'm gonna say I think it's deception in this. Just making sure.
Deception is there. Yep.
Yep, roll deception as it begins to write by itself in its response.
With or without plot.
Uh, you know what? If you get caught, this could be interesting. Let's put a plot die in there.
You just had to ask.
Oh, well, good and bad.
Yeah,
That is a good role player.
yeah, I know.
Well, thank goodness for the plot die.
At least I cover up what I'm doing.
On a nat one.
Yeah, okay. So it's very clear to the party that you are using a span read to write, and it is moving. But they assume that since you're a scholar, let's just say, if you're okay with this, I'm going to suggest the story beat that comes of this. They assume that since you're a scholar, you're just writing back to your scholarly team and just informing them, hey, you're still alive, it's okay, don't worry. Which is actually in your book, so that kind of works out to a favor. It's just that that back and forth writing is kind of ignored instead of drawn attention to. Is that
Okay,
fair?
that's fair.
So you're not noticed, but it's written off. Like,
Not suspicious.
they tell you to keep an eye out for anything worth taking and or reporting, especially if you can manage to palm any good ancient artifacts.
I'd certainly answer back, of course.
All right. What are the gentlemen doing?
Well, Help, you wanted to go last, right?
Well, I could go at this point if you want some more time to think.
I have a general idea, just being polite.
Oh, go for it then.
All right. I just making sure everybody's got their chances without trying to. Anyways, guess would be with the captain and Varda. Keeping track of where everybody's at, and since we seem to be in a somewhat safe area, setting up watch times. Who goes who has watch from what point to what point, so we can all get some rest. Um,
Selenar, the captain, looks distraught and distracted. Varda actually pulls you aside as you're away from him as you guys are working out the plans of stuff, and confides in you that he feels completely uncomfortable after what Selnar did earlier.
yeah, so do I, but we're kind of stuck down here together. Um, he's still a Stormin idiot. Um, but we just need to stick together. We'll keep an extra eye. But let's just try to get out of this cavern and try to complete what we're supposed to be doing.
Varda nods and agrees and offers to take first watch so you can rest. He said you've more than earned it.
Thank you. So then we'll just keep an eye on everybody, try to do our best we can, and get on until tomorrow and keep on going.
All right. And help?
All right. Just to set the proper tone for this before I get started, you ever work a job where you have that one coworker that will not stop talking and you're trying to get your work done?
Of course.
Meet Help. So, while we are going about what we are going about, Help is first going to be helping out with cash. Specifically, that she said she was checking on the lady and the wounded, so Help's priority is mostly going to be on any additional triage, any additional medical assistance that's needed to get everyone as not dead as possible. Especially given that we're probably going to have more dangers ahead of us tomorrow. Spending some time with the lady, Help will comment on the stars in the whole talking about constellations, that sort of thing. Like, I remember, back when I was young, looking up on the stars just the night after a high storm. When you're a kid, sometimes you wonder if the stars will ever come back after one of those. I assume
Okay.
she's just as awkwardly silent about that. Continuing. Keeping an eye on Cash, I presume, would Help recognize a span read from the whole gym
absolutely.
that was attached.
Especially with how you're a Tashik member.
Mhm.
Tashik, their whole thing is they have the best span read network in the world.
That's what I thought. Based on that situation, I would presume that Help could realize that she had gotten the message.
Yeah.
Um,
Especially since she wasn't able to hide it.
Help would comment her and say, "Hey, if there's anybody on the other end that can send some help, wouldn't hurt. Especially since we know where we went down. I'm not sure where we are exactly right now, but the Brightness has a map. We could probably try to reverse engineer that. Think you could send out an SOS with that thing?"
I
Cat-
look.
Say yeah. Does
Yeah.
Cash answer?
I look at it that it at this point it definitely wouldn't hurt to try, would it?
No, it wouldn't.
Okay.
And there was one other thing, just going back through my notes real quick. Okay. And over the course of attempting to tend to the captain, basically ask if, sorry, I'm trying to remember the correct term, the thrill has come to him often these days, or if it's more of a thing in passing.
Do you ask, or
Yes.
the captain looks disgusted at you and's like, what?
Like, do you draw into your inner strength like that often, or?
He says, I don't know what you're talking about it. If you recall in your teachings, Alethi men do not acknowledge nor talk about the thrill in public. Though they
Okay, so
all
I was
have
hoping he
experienced
was.
it.
I was hoping he was far off enough that it would be more private, but I guess not, since we're all in the cave.
Oh yeah.
Then
It's especially since you're not a warrior, you're not an Alethi, you're not anything to him. Why would he talk about that to you?
fair enough, and that's going to be a hard control Z on that action. If my character would know enough to not bring it up, I wouldn't have brought it up.
Okay, that's fine. We'll roll back a few seconds. That's fine.
Righto. I think that covers all the importance. I'd offer to cover the middle shift and then shove awake whatever soldier I need to, since I'm not going to be doing any good fighting things off. Just in case, just to spend an hour or two in the rotation.
All right, very good. Well, with that being the case, I think the most that you guys worry about, the rotations go down. As people rotate in and out of sleep and not sleep, the passing of the night is mostly uneventful, quiet, sometimes uncomfortably so. The occasional spren appears, sometimes anxiety, sometimes fear, sometimes just a rogue wind spren as a trail of ribbon of light through the air as breeze moves through the cavern. But otherwise, morning comes. Time to pack up camp. Time to move on. The brightness Elia Mattel opens up and says, here, shows the map to everybody to get them motivated in the morning. From our current position, the war camps are due west, but we have to assume the Chasm Fiend is still blocking that path. If we circle northwest, we can reach our dig site. It should be close, maybe an hour or two at most, but going there would do more than to satisfy my curiosity. And as I mentioned, the scouts who found the ruin said they extend deep into the chasm, so perhaps there might be a way back up.
All right. Sounds like a good idea to me. I mean,
Yeah.
Is there anything that I get out of? You said there were notes on the map. As one of the rare men that do read, being a whole scholar,
Sure.
anything noteworthy about the notes?
Not much. It's just generalized notes that that describe the outer looking of the ruins. Top of the ruins are mostly encaved in, with a couple entrances deeper into at the top of the plateau. At the edges of the plateau, where they've been worn away by all the water and the storms, you could see what used to be maybe a temple or something, and basic drawings of like the buildings, but they've been turned on their side, like they've been snapped in half.
Oh,
Yeah. So if you were to find them, you'd probably be walking on walls, not necessarily floors.
okay. I wasn't sure, given some of the history that I learned about this whole setting, if there was any subtext to any of the comments made by anybody.
No, this is purely woman to woman. This isn't dictation, so no subtext.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I look at her map too? So that way, because my intention is to kind of walk with her as we travel. So that way I can kind of scout and keep an eye out and be at the ready
know
with
what?
her.
You know what? Give me a survival test to see if you can help her route a better path
Okay.
in order to shorten the time to get there.
Bum, bum, bum. I mean, an hour's not bad.
Well, so she's got an hour or two. So if you could keep it closer
That
to the
is
hour,
a
that's always
natural
better.
20 for a 24.
Yeehaw. Beautiful.
Finally.
What would you like with that natural 20? Because that gives you an opportunity naturally.
Let's see if we can find a shorter route, maybe a safer route, something that she is not aware of. Like I would see natural like tracks and stuff, and maybe I could recognize something that'll lead us to a better way.
Okay. Yeah, I think so. Um. Yeah. In fact, I'm gonna say that as you mosey through, you find something a little odd. Well, it's not odd, but it's sad, maybe a little disturbed. Um, Remember, these plateaus are the battlegrounds for hundreds of battles over the months and years that have been here, and the storms come through all the time. Well, sometimes you find corpses that get pushed up and into the chasms and washed up into crevices as you go. I'm going to show you a little scene. It's nothing too graphic for stream. You can put that up there. And you come across 3 decomposing bodies. A soldier in what looks to be a rotting blue uniform and a rusted breastplate. The uniform, blue in color, and the glyphs on his shoulders indicate he is of a different high prince than your own, and that he is one of the Kolin members. A member of the man who used to be called the Blackthorn, one of the most ruthless and violent warlords. High Prince Dalinar Kolin has been actually made fun of lately in the past few months, as him and his men have not gone on nearly as many excursions and/or fights lately, and they say he's losing his edge. So this body is probably from months and months ago.
Mm.
There is a bridgeman also face down in the water, able to be seen due to his ruined leather vest that is used to support the bridge on their shoulders. And finally, the most curious of things, you don't see them very often: red bones and a skull. The scholars among you can deduce that these probably are the bones of Parshendi warriors. The carapace that would stick through the skin and be embedded as part of the bone is there. And they are quite strong, that carapace. But to finally see the body of a dead warrior is, at least the scholars in the moot would at least feel slightly intrigued by it.
Mm.
Is there anything the group would like to do with this scene?
Is there
Oh,
anything?
I'm sorry.
Oh.
Also, overnight, you fully regained all your health and all your focus.
Oh.
Boop, boop, boop. I like how easy it is to go back and forth on Demiplane.
I would like to investigate the soldier, since I think that would probably be the most, I don't know, I'll say important, or like probably most important to help at this point, because maybe they might have some useful tools on them.
Sure.
Is there any like flesh left on these bodies?
The soldier is pretty much dead, and no. The bridgeman is recent. Bridgeman is very desiccated, but is and waterlogged, but he still has skin.
I kind of want to just investigate and make sure he died of not natural causes, but like non-creature. Conditions, if
yeah,
possible.
give me a perception test.
Okay.
With the soldier, you don't need to. Help, when you flip this, when you look over the soldier, you can see that yes, this corpse and this skeleton with the rotting blue uniform has been here for a while. It does still have a belt pouch that has some weight to it that may have some items inside.
I would like to investigate that.
When you do so, you find that it has a carved wooden axe hound. An axe hound is, think of a mix between a carapaced dog and a insectoid, like, I want to say almost like a praying mantis, but one that moves on all fours instead of back on the two
Got
legs
it.
with the claws. Their axe hounds are usually trained as pets and war dogs. So it could very well be that this is a carving of his own personal dog.
Noted.
Inside the pouch as well is 20 diamond marks and a single sapphire brome. A sapphire brome is actually worth 100 diamond marks.
That's great.
All right, I will add that to the party's resources. And just asking real quick, because again, I have trouble keeping track of the different gems. I presume that we don't have a way of tapping into the magic that comes from it other than using them as flashlights, right?
Until you learn how to do stuff like that, you do not.
Got it. One last question on the
However,
top.
however,
Sorry, go
I
ahead.
will say, don't worry about tracking the individual gems for this adventure at the very least. You could just mark what it's worth, so 20 diamond marks and then 100 marks.
Got it. I've got both down in the notes. One quick question while we're on the topic of the Stormlight. Based on our weather patterns, when can we expect the next high storm based on like how the past week or two have been, I guess, if that makes sense?
Interesting fact, none of you are storm wardens. That
Fair.
kind of knowledge is very secretively hidden on how to predict the high storms. The best you can assume is that since the last high storm passed a day or so ago, you're probably safe for a while.
That's what I was hoping for. Thank you.
Yes. But you asked to look at the Bridgeman. The Bridgeman, you do find some information on the Bridgeman, sir. Or I'm sorry, to Abina.
I rolled a 9.
Yeah. It's okay.
He's dead.
He is dead. And you can clearly see that there are wounds that look like arrow shots in his chest and shoulder. And upon like testing the wounds, other than their rottingness, you can find like the arrowhead in there with a bit of the shaft that must have snapped off when he was thrown down the chasm in the rain and the water.
Okay, so he kind of died by quote unquote natural causes, not like a beastie clawing at him and he just kaputted.
He was probably on the front lines of a bridge run, got
Yeah.
shot by the Parshendi, and then was left to get to the storm, and the storm washed him into the caverns. And
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
about right.
Yep. Anyone want to look at the Parshendi, or are we moving on?
I'm letting the learned people kind of explore all that stuff since it looks like they're getting anything useful.
Sure.
I would probably say that Halp would take a great interest in the different species of seemingly intelligent life that, of course, shares this planet.
Of course.
So I would probably take out my notebook and make a little bit of a sketch if we've got the time. Not sure how much time we're going to take
That's
to
up.
it.
The brightness feels that might be appropriate, just as a quick notation, but doesn't wish, especially with Abina's skill guiding them forward, you save some time.
Okay. Given my engineering background, is there
Mhm.
anything that I might be able to think to use these for?
So, because you have engineering training, okay,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to tell you that they have carapace, and their carapace is quite hard. With enough ingenuity, you could probably pry and break the carapace off the skeleton and craft it into shields or breastplates.
Would anyone in the party benefit from a shield? Because I know that we
No.
have some people. I'm asking.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can use a shield.
So the way this works is anyone anyone can use a shield.
Ah,
As long as you have a one-handed weapon, your free hand can use a shield.
Noted.
In fact, that is one of the importances of shields in this system. Shields have a built-in benefit naturally that gives you the ability to brace. And they don't require expertise with shields to do so.
okay.
Halp will happily take that to try to fashion into a shield, given the crafting abilities.
That would take some time, and you do believe it would be a little difficult, but not impossible.
So is there any chance we could just carry the rib cage or whatever it's on with us and then do it later?
You could, if that's what you'd like to. You have no place that you'd be able to stuff it. You'd have to like hook it onto your backpack or your traveling stuff.
Okay, I'm trying to think of a let's try to do this on the road thing instead of stopping for a while.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you could, because you only use the one barrel for water. Throw it into the wheelbarrow.
Sure.
Or not wheelbarrow, the cart.
Yep. I thought we decided to try to use the boiled water from the breastplate.
Oh,
So...
you use some of that too.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, I'm down for planned cart as long as it's not putting too much of a burden of whoever's dragging it on them.
Well, that would be, I believe that's gas.
Probably
Yeah.
yes.
Steve's
He's
got
back
this,
to
right?
now. I
You
mean,
got
it's not
this,
gonna.
right?
Yeah.
Cool.
It's like, do you mind carrying this corpse for me? I want to look.
I don't want the whole corpse. I just want whatever the carapace is attached to. So, like, is it like on the rib cage or is it part of its entire body?
It would be on the upper shoulders, the forearms, and the head.
Okay, yeah, this is gonna be a project to try to do on the road if Gus can drag it along while we're doing it.
Well, I'm kind of guessing with Guess being, the professional military dude, has got a brief idea of what he's probably got in mind with.
You
So,
might. You
I would
actually,
probably explain it too.
it's kind of disturbed to think about desecrating a corpse that way, but also they're Parshendi. Who gives a fuck?
Exactly.
yeah, because I was trying to keep that in mind as well, because this is still early on in the timeline. So,
Yeah.
it's not like, I mean, Guess would pay respects to the humans, but this thing, probably not so much.
Mm-hmm.
So, like,
Called being resourceful.
I can understand. All right, yeah, we can. It's weird, but okay.
All right. All right.
And 1 minute ad warning.
Yeah.
Oh, 1 minute ad warning. All right. I
Yeah.
think this is a perfect time because we're about to shift scenes to the entrance to the shrine. So, play your ad, and
Yeah,
we will take a quick break for bio, drink, fill, everyone hydrate, to do your thing.
Drink
Okay.
it.
I hope you guys are enjoying the ride, both the chat and the players.
Been
Most
enjoying it.
certainly.
Yeah, and I had left a note in roll 20 for what Guess would like to do while this is all going on. Just like would like to try to pull the captain off to the side at some point. Try to have a little pep talk with him.
Threaten him. Don't
So
fuck
I guess
us
after
over.
ads.
Sorry, someone was getting in and out there.
Oh, was I cutting in and out?
You're fine. I'm talking about the other person, the female voice that was cutting in and out.
It was me. It's fine.
Okay.
All right.
Yes, I guess after ads, because ads are going to start at any second now.
Yeah, I'll start them now. It's fine.
Okay.
Righto.
Yeah.
I was
Breakdown.
watching the stream, didn't see it start up. Whoosh!
Yeah, thankfully the timers are actually showing up for me this go round, so I can actually help keep an eye on them.
Convenient. Upside down Paramount.
Yeah, this is going fun so far. I'm enjoying it.
Doc, in terms of timing, out of curiosity, based on our rate of progress, we looking at another 3 to 4 hours? We looking at 1? What are we looking at approximately? We'll take it. Waves, can you please pass 500,000 marks to us? Thank you.
No reply means we get it. Okay, we got it.
Perfect.
In answer to your question, I am not sure. What you have left, obviously,
Well, I'll just say
is
like approximate percent that we've gone through. I don't want to know what's coming up.
okay. In that case, I would say we are just over half, if not a little bit more than half.
Noted. Thank you. I just want to make sure that I let someone else know because they thought it might be as short as 4, and I'm like, I don't think it's gonna be that.
There are some people who specifically, based on other GMs reports, some people have done it in 3 or 4. Most people take 6. Is about the
Gotcha.
average.
Okay, I'm just gonna pass on the message while the ad break's
Especially
going,
if you're doing what I'm doing, where I'm expanding a little bit of the narrative,
which I appreciate.
giving some other stuff, giving you guys a chance to role play a little bit harder instead of just pushing forward.
Thanks.
I mean, that's still pretty good for a one shot. So
It is. I think 6 hours is it's a little long, but it's not unreasonable.
yeah, gives me probably next ad break or so. This I'll order food for Aisha and I, and
Yeah,
so that way, about ending time, we'll have food.
you got
And
White Castle.
we don't have one of those around here.
That stings. White Castle's good. Rat burgers.
Yeah, we're kind of. I don't know if there is Is there White Castle south of the Mason-Dixon line?
I don't know.
I haven't seen one in forever, so I'm not sure. Because I've always thought that was a northern thing. Because I know I saw them over the place when I was in Ohio. That because White Castle and Crystals were like the same thing.
I don't even know what that second one is. Crystals?
White Castle with a different name.
Maybe. Oh,
Yeah, so
well, there you
yeah,
go.
so I think I'm too far south for White Castle, too far north for Crystals.
Oh, yeah. I'll
Okay.
take the ketchup over the crystal.
I
My
like Crystal, though.
camera just stopped working. Oh, I know why. Come back. Camera, come back.
All right. Well, while the
Dang.
bodies are being searched, Guest pulls aside the captain. What's the plan?
Well, sir, I know we got off to a rough start on this expedition. I'm trying not to step on toes. I'm just trying to look after everybody like we should be doing. Um, you're probably not happy with me. At this point, I don't care. But is there any way that we can help you fix your cranial rectal inversion? I'm just being blunt with all due respect.
Okay. Einar, I love you.
I know that's
I'm
not
gonna
gonna
let
work.
you choose which approach you feel this conversation is going. Is this like a persuasion? Is this an intimidation? Or is this trying to be the better leader?
Most, in his own inexperienced way, he's trying to do the better leader thing to try to inspire him through whatever emotion's going to work at him at the time to,
Okay.
pull
So
his butt together.
give me a leadership check.
Oh, dang it. I was so close.
He listens to you, but then when you get that head out of your ass comment in at the end, he just grits his teeth and goes and basically threatens you with punishment should you not stay in line. He's still the one giving orders, not you. You are not captain. You aren't even sergeant.
I could have killed you back there. How about we just get through this together? If you don't start acting like a captain, I ain't going to listen to you.
He fumes.
Well, I guess I know who's on the next bridge crew.
Yeah.
Uh,
Permanent bridge crew.
he fumes, but he just storms off. He's like, I'm not going to. This is not going to start in a fight again. But you could see anger spren starting to boil under his feet again.
He's got such an anger issue. My God.
He is not. He was not happy. You have to understand him though. He's an interesting character. As a dark-eyed person, he normally is not in a leadership role. You can't rise that high. And the highest he can get is this position in the army, where he's slightly above some light eyes who might be below him. But those light eyes will eventually be promoted higher than him, and he's kind of stuck where he is. He's lucky he got as high as he did, because that's a rarity. But it's
But
the
still,
fact.
he needs some
Yeah.
anger management
Oh,
classes.
Yeah.
absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And this is the guy Guest looked up to.
Mm-hmm. You also notice that Spearman Varda overheard the conversation, and a mix of red and white flower petals start popping into existence around him and falling to the ground, as well as a ripple of blue smoke hailing from around his head, indicating both shame and awespren appearing. Almost like he's ashamed for his captain, but also awestruck that the fact that you are willing to talk to him like that. So,
I mean, Guess's reason is the fact that they're stuck down here in this crevice. They can die by that freaking massive centipede at any time.
mm.
He's just trying to get through it together. He'll deal with whatever afterwards. He's probably gonna get whipped and put on a bridge crew forever, but
So he's thinking, whatever the Cosmerian equivalent of cojones are, he got the big ones.
in the meantime, Guess is just trying to get everybody out of this crevice.
you you swear to God though, after you confronted him that hard, you heard a like a very satisfied harumph from right over your shoulder.
He looks.
Nothing there.
Shrugs and goes
Those
back.
wacky friends.
Yeah.
Those wacky spren didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, it's you guys then move on from the bodies, and begin your final journey towards the shrine. The chasm begins to widen, and the walls don't seem quite as high, though still quite far up. The floor of the canyon is dry, with fewer plants and broken stone litters the ground. The stone clearly was broken away recently, probably from the most recent high storm, and is not worn smooth. Embedded in the canyon wall, as your eyes begin to rise, once hidden behind a layer of stone and creme, a forgotten structure is now half revealed. Its lower level begins about 30 feet up the chasm floor, where column flanks reveal a wide doorway. Another 20 feet above that seems to be an upper level, Strangely, this portion of the structure appears to be completely on its side, as if a building had tumbled into the chasm and became frozen on it. The structure of the ancient shrine has been hidden for thousands of years. During the cataclysmic event that created the Shattered Plains, this structure clearly collapsed. Over the millennia, it was sealed by layers of creme by the storms.
Hmm.
Um, Let me see if I believe I have a picture of this. Let me just pop that in. If I do, yes, I do. I will pop this up onto the screen and in all of your journals.
Thank you.
Oop, show to players.
Noted. Whoa. Okay.
That's
Yeah,
neat.
it's very neat.
Interesting. So I think we've had this mentioned before, but just so the listeners are aware, the creme that we're talking about, I know there's an association with the high storms. How are the two exactly connected?
So the high storm is for Stormlight Archive non-readers, for people who are aware, the world of Roshar is circumvented by a giant storm wall from east to west. And when it comes in contact with the land, the easternmost edge is basically ripped apart. That's about where the Shattered Plains are. They're slightly inland from that. So they have no soil, no topsoil, no nothing. Everything has to adapt to shrink into itself. Trees lay down, some things suck their vines into them. But this thing lifts up everything: stone, rock, mud, dirt. And creme is basically all of that crushed and modified debris and mud that mixes with the rain and the storm and is deposited on top of objects during the high storm as it passes. So after a high storm, a lot of the time they have creme sweepers and things who come up clear. You have to take it off of your house, or it will eventually, the weight of it will collapse your roof, stuff like that. So in the Shattered Plains, this would build up on the walls of the plateaus, but no one would clear that. Why would you? It's on the plateau. But a bad enough storm probably brought a giant rock or something by and ripped free a chunk of it, displaying this. So,
Mm.
Okay. Thank you so
yeah,
much.
of course. So as like I said, as you guys can see, you are at the foot of this thing, and some of the chasm seems to even wind back and forth up toward an entrance.
Would my engineering background give me any sort of insight into like the equivalent of like Greek columns or Roman? Like, can I figure out the culture that would have made this?
Um, a general overviewing without getting closer
Hmm.
is it is an extremely unfamiliar style, and that's about as much as you understand of it now.
Works for me.
Their guess is that again, the scouts guess, as that once they've relayed the information to the scholars, was that it was from the era of the Silver Kingdoms. But who made it back in that point in time is unknown.
Okay.
It's old, old.
Noting in notes,
Like
old.
Alethkar was not called Alethkar. Alethkar was called Alethala back then. Like,
All right.
Yeah,
so
Cash would be constantly making notations and sketches and all of that stuff as we start unearthing things.
okay.
And
So the
Cass,
helpful
as
ground
you're
is
making notes and things like this, you hear a soft mmm, but nothing around you.
cool.
Okay.
That's
That's
not ominous at all.
just kind
Someone
of
is eating
nod my head
cookies
at that.
that's watching us.
Mm-hmm. All right. So as you guys make your way towards the entrance of this place, I request that you all make an athletics check,
No.
one after the other.
I don't want to do athletics. I want to do agilities.
You could do it at the end. You could do it at the end.
Doc, I don't suppose I can do that thing of gain advantage to help somebody else with their checks. Like, I'm just gonna spot everyone down here and go last. It's like, okay, you go over up there, reach over there.
You mean like aid?
If that's an option in the system, then yes.
There is aid, but it's technically a reaction. At this point, this is really to make sure everyone safely gets across. So everyone just has to make it.
Okay.
And that's why I said we're going to do one at a time, because there is a chance that depending on your role, you can actually find a perfect route that just clears it for everyone, and they don't have to
Awesome.
make a change.
High athletics people, y'all go first.
Well, Cash rolled a 13.
Cash rolled, and she's fine. She
Okay.
makes it across, but not in any particularly repeatable path.
All right, I'll go next then.
I'm
Since-
guessing like little pieces of Prem are falling off.
Yeah, exactly. That's still okay.
I'm gonna passed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You tried to follow her way, and you kind of sort of did it.
Yep. And he managed it with a wheelbarrow.
Yeah. Walking backwards up.
Yeah.
Along our journey, have I successfully separated the carapace?
Oh
I'm trying
no
to
no
do that
no
on the
no
road.
no. That needs time, dedicated time.
Okay, so when
You
we're
can actually
inside the
sit.
building.
Yeah, if you want to stop while other people are looking and like looking at other pieces of the ruin, yeah, you could absolutely do that.
Sounds good.
Yep.
I guess I'll roll next, and then whoever
Sure.
last.
Yeah, I'll go last. That's fine.
Wave last. Yep.
Boopity boop.
13.
Again, same stat. Like you make the cross, the people starting to fall away, but you're okay.
Hop seems a little chuffed. Like, yeah, I did that.
6. Right? If the dot's on the bottom, it's a 6.
The dots at the bottom, it's on a 6. Yes.
Okay, so that's an 8.
8. Barely, but you still succeed. You're fine. All right, so you guys are all across the path. The
Kudos to us.
columns that once supported this structure are amazingly still intact, though they all lean slightly to the side. Ahead, the open doorway leads to darkness. Brightness Metal pulls out a bright diamond brome, ushers some of you to do the same to provide light should you have any marks of your own. They would probably be infused with Stormlight, providing light in a 10-foot radius.
If anyone doesn't have it, I will happily pass around some of the soldiers' ones, since I imagine those have been recently enough, as recently as possible, exposed to Stormlight.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. So if anyone needs them, I'll be glad to pass one on to them.
Yeah, Jess has some marks according to things. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to relaunch the game.
Oh no.
Okay.
It went black on me. Just give me a
Hmm.
moment.
Womp womp.
There we go. That's looking better. There we go.
Okay.
And again, on sizing. Marks are smallest, Brome is medium or largest?
Bromes are the largest. Chips,
Okay.
which I have not mentioned,
Yeah,
are the
chips
smallest.
are the smallest.
Thank you.
Yes. All
Three
right,
guesses which one of us hasn't read the books.
it's fine. So this may or may not, because if you lose your light, you may have to rely on other senses. In this game, it is assumed you can see as far as reasonably possible, and your senses function normally. On your character sheets, you will note a senses range. That is when you have obscured sight or whatever your primary sense is. The game is designed that if you have a disability such as blindness or something, you can qualify something else as your primary sense, and only when that is obstructed do you have a penalty to the range of your sight, which is what is displayed. Fun little fact about this system.
So basically, you can daredevil.
Yeah, you could. Yes, in fact.
Nice.
Yeah. Okay. So, let us move to the first level of the shrine.
Thank you for the stretch. Thank you for the stretch.
All right. So, I will need to put you guys into the scene.
Yep.
Hopefully this works this time. If not,
If not, we're ready.
Definitely in darkness at the moment, but I will let you know when that changes. The scene seems to be off to the left side, and I can't. Oh,
it is off to the left.
Yeah, it is off to the left. Right now it's
I'm seeing
right.
like 3 squares of width. Is that meant to be the case?
Yes, yeah, if you can only see up to about here, you're good.
Okay.
He says up to about
Confirmed.
here, but like I don't see nothing.
Do
So
you not see my
Go
ping?
black-
I see
Mine's
the
black
ping.
and white. I see the ping.
no, I don't even see a
See
ping.
the ping.
I got
Okay,
nothing.
That's okay. But can you see the map at all?
No, I see
Underneath
big
your
black.
feet, like
There's
stone?
the ping. I see
Nope.
ping.
It could be a red orangish color.
I'm gonna put my character on the board.
Why is this not like...
No, stop it.
I thought I set this up properly so that it's... Okay, there's a Bina.
I had
Put
to
her
like
back
duplicate
down.
myself because if I don't
Hold on.
if I don't
Pulling
slide
out the
myself
joke.
over, it doesn't
Is your
work.
antivirus off?
Alright, just drag your characters back on, because clearly something is funky with the way that
Yeah,
they're
I
dragged.
dragged
Yeah.
myself over.
I'm kind of wondering if token ownership didn't update across the board or something. That's what
Yeah,
it seems
it
like.
didn't. But now you can all see, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, now I can.
Okay, good. So this is the first floor of the place. You can proceed. The rubble litters the floor of this room. It's uneven and listing to one side, but you kind of predicted this. Brightly colored kremlings of yellow and orange crawl out of the cracks of the walls and then skitter away.
Well,
Yeah,
plus side we
you guys
found.
are free to start moving now.
I kind of
Plus side we
wanna.
potentially found more sources of food while we're down here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I kind of want to explore this area a bit, so I can make sure, like, again, that I'm like keeping people safe and.
I am not going to drop the characters on here unless it becomes important, but let's assume that they're following just slightly behind you.
Okay.
So yes would be somewhat taking points. I mean, letting the scout do scouty things.
Yeah.
But staying kind of protective of the squishies behind.
Yeah, Halp
Yeah.
would very happily make sure that we have an escape path if needed.
All right, you guys can push past that wall there a little bit.
I
All
can't
over that
see.
wall.
I can't see anything past this diagonal.
Yeah.
No, you can.
The rest of the map
Yeah.
hasn't opened.
Okay.
Really? Is that broken?
I've
What
got
the
an
hell?
incredibly tiny sliver.
Yeah, I
That
got
is-
a tiny
Yeah.
sliver.
That is definitely a broken
Wall.
fail. Yeah, of the wall. Yeah, that should.
Yeah,
'cause
if
we
I
can
move
re-
into here, I'm in complete darkness.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't,
Yeah, I got
what's
a very
funny is I can
tiny-
show you what the wall line looks like, and it looks fine. So I don't know what's up with that. Let me see if I could I'll just drop the dynamic lighting off.
Yay! We'll just pretend
well,
we
this
don't
looks
see anything.
significantly spookier
It's
now.
fine. It's not like that big of a deal. Clearly.
We just.
So as you get into this thing, obviously there are some columns that are in the center of the room, and the room lists to one side, as I said. The only
Whee!
path out of this room seems to be a stone staircase leading up to the north. Again, more Kremlings peek their heads out of the walls and see you, and then retreat and hiss into the walls.
Yes.
On the floor of the ground is a strange symbol, a mosaic, if you will, faded with time.
Yeah, I came over here to examine that. I knelt down and
Give me a lore check.
Oh, very nice.
Very nice.
Very nice.
So the mosaics around the wall, on the walls, represent these strange people in armor. It almost looks like shard plate. Now, for those of you not initiated in this system, there is things called shard plate and shard blades. They are these nearly indestructible weapons and armor that basically makes human tanks out of a single soldier. They're hard to beat, they're hard to plate, but it looks these mosaics seems to depict um, these people in this armor versus these giant shadowy creatures. And you actually can put this together, Cash, that this is a depiction of a legendary order of the warriors, now known as the Lost Radiance. They used to be considered the Knights Radiance, but they had fallen into disgrace due to a supposed event in the past where they forsake all of their oaths and mankind. At least that's the story that is told by the church. In particular, the symbol on the floor is known as the double eye of the Almighty. Historically, that symbol is linked with the Knight's Radiance or the Lost Radiance, but is still more commonly used in the Vorin Church to represent God the Almighty. So this seems to be more of a spiritual place.
Like a temple of some sort.
Yes.
So don't desecrate it. Got it.
Mm-hmm. And as you guys start looking around, you realize that to the north, as you approach the stairwell, there are lots of barnacle-like shapes clinging to the surfaces. And you can hear noise and the occasional hissing from them.
Like the same hissing that the Krems had?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is a player question, although character question if need be. Would these barnacle shapes suggest that this area had been underwater at some point? Or is this something that I would know is like a normal thing that happens here?
Does anyone have a biology expertise?
I think.
You'd think I would,
No.
but
Not guess.
no.
I didn't know that was a thing when making
And
the
in
character.
that case, Halp can make a deduction test.
Stand by. No plot die, correct?
No plot die.
Boopity boop. Natural 20.
Nice.
I know the hell
no.
out of these things.
No, these are a variation on rock buds. Rock buds are a type of plant that normally is looks like a rock or a barnacle, has water inside it, and eventually opens up, has lavus grain inside of it. These are similar, and they're meant that way so that they can hide among rock buds. But these are very clearly Kremling eggs, and it is indicating that there are a lot of Kremlings in this area. And the snapping and hissing noises you guys can hear in the walls, it's getting louder.
So we're basically in a giant Kremlin nest.
They are becoming agitated at your presence. Yes. In fact, you can tell you rolled so well, and with that critical, I'm going to say that your opportunity goes to identifying the type of Kremling. They are a particular breed of crimson and yellow Kremlings that have venomous bites.
Oh, goody.
Well, we found the location. Ready to head home, guys?
Brightness Matal from the back goes, "Still, shouldn't we press forward? We need to climb up, and it does look like the stairs do go north."
Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
An idea, or maybe we could take a look for some better handholds and climb out the outside of the structure.
I have an idea. I have an idea. What if the three of you kind of hang back towards the base a little bit? I'm gonna quickly take the stairs, see if the barnacles get better or worse. Instead of trying to like find handholds to get to the second level, if we can just, if it's like getting worse, obviously that's not the way to go. I can come back and tell you, and then if it's, you know, terrible, we can find another path or whatever. But that way, instead of 4 people's footfalls, it's only me, and I can kind of take my tippy toes and go up.
I do trust in your stealthiness and scoutiness.
I mean, you've been doing fantastic so far, so may the winds treat you well.
Okay. So I will
All right.
go up this way.
That's the case. Before she moves, please let everyone move to a position they wish to be in.
Yeah.
So, if you guys are happy with your
So-
positions, just say okay.
Okay.
No, I'm going up the stairs. You guys are heading back down, like
Oh.
this way. I can't hear. Ping. This way. I'm gonna take the north stairs up, and then you guys are gonna hang back. So that way I can sneak up and investigate really quickly, and then come back and tell you if it gets better or worse.
Okay.
Okay.
There's something. Anyway, please make a survival check with the plot die.
All right. Oh, god damn it. I think that's a 9.
I believe in you.
I believe that's a 9 plus 4.
13?
And then the plot die says 4.
So complication
Okay.
with plus 4.
So 9 plus
that's
4 plus 4. So 17. So 17, but a complication.
Yay.
I'm going to say that Abina gets all the way up the stairs. She turns around, she goes up further, and she realizes that rubble begins filling the stairwell. After climbing for about 30 feet, the stairs abruptly end, but where a landing should lead to the next level, broken stones cover the floor and form an uneven ramp up to the next level. But you see no rock buds or signs of this thing. So as you turn around and start to come back down to tell them all is safe, the complication is a swarm of Kremlings begin to pour out of the
Motherfucker.
nearest hole.
You guys hear that too. You hear me go, motherfucker, as I like get my weapon ready.
I
tried.
Almighty.
I tried.
Seems like some Kremlings have a Celestian temperament.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, so we will enter combat again. It follows the same rules as before. All the players will always go first. And you guys get a fast turn, an option at a fast turn, then a slow turn, and enemies get the same, and they get fast, fast, slow, slow. All right, so fast turns. Anyone who would like one may take one.
I will go fast.
Okay, what are you doing?
I'm gonna hit the Kremlin.
Okay, are you gonna throw something at it, or are you gonna move it?
I'm
remember,
gonna
swarm of Kremlings.
yeah, I'm gonna slide down a little so I can hit it with my spear.
Okay.
And quick
Very
check,
good.
Doc. Mechanically, are there anything about swarms that we should know in this system, like how D&D has like area of effect damage?
There are things for swarms, yes.
Are they things that should be player knowledge that we know about a swarm, or no?
I mean, more or less, the idea is that swarms are made of multiple creatures, and their health is representative of the number of creatures in there.
Noted.
So they don't really regain health because you're just killing them off. They're usually tiny minion things. But their attacks become obviously less the more you can destroy them.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't the case of like you attack the swarm and do 8 damage, but you only kill one of them because you only hit one of
So,
them.
Yeah.
though it is not normally public player knowledge, I have posted the swarm tag. A swarm is comprised of many creatures, can move through spaces occupied by other characters and through openings large enough for a small kremling, as long as it ends its movement fully on the other side of the character obstacle.
So
and a
like
swarm can
D&D.
regain health. Except you don't have to hit it with an area of attack to actually deal damage to it.
Yeah, well, I meant like
Yeah.
it can move through us
Yeah.
as long as it ends on the other side. It just can't end on our spot. Okay.
Yep.
I am.
So who would like to go first? I mean, we have Abina. She's moved. If you want to make your strike,
I'll start it off.
okay.
Okay. Open back up my character sheet. Oh, natural 20.
Very nice.
Woo! That's the way to start
That
it.
is the way to start it. So, and then that's a 25 for the light weapon.
So what that does is that means you technically have a 24 to hit or a 25 to hit. So that is obviously going to hit. That is going to hit its defense. You also get an, which means you roll your damage die.
That's 7.
It's a 7.
That's a 7.
What is it, a D8?
Yeah.
Okay, so remember, in this thing, you can use an opportunity to get a crit, but it's only the maximum of the die, so it would only add 1 point of damage. Instead, you could choose to give an ally an advantage or somehow influence the narrative or recover focus. Since it's the beginning of an encounter, you haven't wasted focus yet, so realistically, I would probably not increase it for 1 point of damage. I would say either aid an ally or change the narrative would be better.
I kind of want to like since I don't think going this way is now going to be an option, and I think the more we fight these guys, the more we're gonna like wake them up. I kind of want to cut a path to get to my allies so we can book it out.
Well, you still need to move up through the top of the stairs. What if you were to perhaps, I understand you're worried about more of them coming. What if you were to perhaps collapse some of the tunnel entrances
Block them off.
to keep them from coming?
Well, that's kind of my thing. Like, I'm at the top of the stairs. I don't see a pathway.
Oh, because it's a different map, dear. We moved.
I figured, but I don't see anything.
No, you did.
But I saw the
When you got to the
rampway. I saw the
ramp,
rampway.
which moves to a new area, which is where you want to go.
Okay, so then either way, I need to cut these guys down to get a path through, so my allies can. So either way, I want to try to aid them by cutting a path.
I mean, there is a path right now. The swarm only takes up that 5-foot square. They can move around it easily.
Then I don't know what I'm going to do. I just want to get them out of the way so my allies can come up.
So you narratively want to try blocking off places they could come from with the opportunity?
Yeah,
or...
that would probably be the best.
Okay.
Honestly. Okay. All right. So the way we calculate damage then is you have that 7, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you also have a plus to attack, which is what? I think it's a 5, right?
I believe that's what she
Yeah.
said.
For your light weapon. So it's gonna be 7 plus 5.
Okay.
12 points of damage. So you really struck at these Kremlings. And it's the full 12. This thing does not seem to have any deflection value, that you just scatter a whole bunch of these bugs. All right,
Nice.
and that's your 2 actions. You moved and you swung.
Mm-hmm.
So who else would like to take a fast turn?
Okay, Guess would like to.
Okay.
So he would move up and vigilant stance.
Okay, that is your 2 actions.
Yep.
All right, very good. Anyone else would like to take a fast turn?
I'm going slow.
Okay. Would Cash like to take a fast, or will you go slow?
I'm gonna go ahead and go fast. I'm gonna move up,
All the ragdolling.
ready my daggers, and take a defensive stance.
Okay. And that's it?
Mm-hmm.
Okie dokie.
I'll take my turn on the other side of the ad break.
Ye-
Or is that
Oh,
ad?
No, that's
That's
ad-
20.
ad-
That's 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
That's what you get for not putting a unit on.
So that's the end of player fast turns then? Is that correct?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
So we have enemy fast turns.
If they take it.
They do. And what they are going to do is it is an angry little thing, and it screeches. The 3 of you who are close to it need to make a discipline test.
+1. I rolled an 8.
Okay.
$18.
18?
8.
Oh, 19. 19
Yeah,
and
19.
8. Okay, so that means Abina and Cash will both take 5 points of damage from the screeching. 5 points of vital damage. And you also are disoriented until the end of until the end of your next turn.
Okay.
So disoriented is a condition making most tasks difficult. You cannot use reactions, and your senses are considered to be obscured, and any perception tests gain disadvantage. All right, and that was its turn because it took a fast turn, and that was 2 actions. So it moves on to slow turns, which is help.
All right. Action 1, I will ready my obsidian knife.
Mm-hmm.
Action 2. Just working out the math in terms of movement. Remind me how diagonals work in this system.
5 feet, no problems.
Okay,
C&D
so
style.
as many diagonals as I want would be 5 feet each.
Yep.
Oh, thank
Okay.
God.
Yes, this is not Pathfinder.
Fair enough.
D&D is just as
So-
bad.
Taking 2 diagonals this way plus 2 up should put me next to the swarm in this spot.
Can you not move your character? Or you
I
have an
am.
issue?
I'm just double checking the math. Bloop. And let's take a stab at this situation.
Stab him.
See if I can separate any of those more venomous parts off of these things. So since this is the first attack I've actually made all game, do I click on the knife or do I do anything else specifically for that?
Are you doing it in Roll20?
Yes.
So in Roll20 on your character sheet,
Yep.
you will see that there is a thing that says knife, and when you hover
Got it.
over, it'll be +3 versus physical. Click that when it's bolded.
Boop.
Just like that.
Perfect. All right, that's going to be 15. That will hit. So it will deal 3 damage plus 3 damage for a total of 6.
Nice.
Noted.
All right. And that's
Do
all
we have
3 of
any indication of how much progress we've made or no?
Oh, a lot. You've scattered probably about 3/4 or more.
Noted.
of the bugs. And thanks to Abina's action, no more seem to be arriving.
Which is great. Thank you, Sabina.
I try.
There is no slow enemy turns because Abina closed off entrances. So we move on to the top of the second round with fast turns. Who would like to take fast turns?
Yes, would.
I
Anybody else?
will.
I will as well.
I'll see how everything shakes out.
Mm-hmm.
Because everyone
choice.
remember, 1 strike per turn, unless you got something special.
Yeah. Do you want to go first, Cash?
I will go ahead and strike, and I'll do. I'll step forward and I will go with both weapons.
Well, you start with one, and then you'll do a focus for the second one.
Okay.
But because you never know, you may not need to waste a focus. you might kill it. Who knows?
So.
That is a 9 versus its 4. You could use a focus to just deal the 4 straight to it, and we know it has no deflect. Or you could use the focus to have to roll again.
But
and
what do
get a
you think
second
of it?
attack.
Do
Personally, I
you
would
like
probably
the
take
act?
the 4, but that is up to you.
I would go ahead and take the 4.
Okay, so that's 1 less focus. And
Quick psychic track. And then roll my second.
you don't have to.
Don't. Okay.
You killed the last of the Kremlings.
Yay!
Hooray!
Woo!
Yay!
Since no one used their recovery, you can roll your recovery dice and use it amongst your health or focus as needed.
That's a 5.
Guess is good, so I don't have to.
I
You
get
don't
back.
have to do anything.
I'm getting back my 5 because I rolled 5.
Nice.
Nice.
Mhm.
These are good dice. We like these. These we keep.
These we keep.
Oh, and Cash even rolled a 5 too.
Nice. Girl power. Just saying.
Okay.
If I can remember, hit the enter key.
It's gonna be there for
So
a
that should
while.
actually- that
I
should
mean, it
actually
is one of those
Refill
games.
you, because I think you could either refill your 1 focus and 4 of the health out of the 5 you lost, or you could just refill all 5 health. Your choice.
I'm just gonna go with all the health.
Okay.
I was going to ask real quick before that.
Yes.
What's the equivalent in the system of providing a medicine check to help someone else heal?
It is medicine, but I
Okay.
don't know if that's like a long-term thing. I don't know if that can heal in between, because I think it's
Here we go.
just. Yeah,
If you have at least
something very
one,
particular.
if you have at least 1 rank in medicine, you can spend 2 focus and use a skill to make a DC 15 medicine check to treat a conscious ally within your reach.
Yeah.
Target recovers
the
health
internet
equal
is
to
good.
ranks in medicine. So I don't think I want to burn 2 focus.
2 focus right now.
The internet is helpful.
To help her with 1 HP left.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. So now that the swarm of Kremlings is out of the way, you guys move to the next floor.
Yeah, I'll show
Following
them.
behind, watching where people step.
Yeah,
I mean, that would make the most sense.
I'll help everybody
Just
kind of be
pressing
like.
forward.
All right, very good. You guys begin to climb, and as Abina noted, the floor is completely destroyed, and upper floors have collapsed onto this one, making ramps. Realistically, if you're paying attention and counting floors, the next viable floor as you get to something that is more than just collapsed stairwell is the 5th floor, and it would be the one that is turned on its side from the outside.
Noobos!
Move you on.
This should be
Please
nice and
place
confusing.
any of your characters in the stairwell at the northwest.
Oh my god, it finally loaded the map for me.
Loaded here as well. How do I place a token?
Yeah.
You slide it over from the
from-
character pagey.
From your character pagey.
Come on, take my name.
Looking.
God damn it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. There we go.
That's not doing it. Where from the character page? Because I'm looking at the Pog and bio and
I got
info.
you. You're fine.
I just want to make sure I know how to do it next time.
On the
How would
top,
I
it
do
goes
It's
chat.
the little book. It's the one that says journal, and there's
Yeah.
a thing for PCs.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just don't do what I do and highlight things and then open up tabs.
All right, how we doing
Noted.
on time?
You got
We have
9.5
we have
minutes.
Just under 10 minutes. Give me a 2-minute warning when we
'Kay.
get there. All right. So, this upper level of the shrine lay completely on its side. What was once floor is now the western wall, and the former ceiling, the east wall. Columns broken from their pedestals have collapsed onto the floor. The room's most striking feature is a statue of what would have been a shard bearer. It would have stood 15 feet tall, but now lays against the floor like a fallen warrior. From this distance, it's hard to tell, but it seems as if there are glyphs carved into the pedestal at its feet. Glyphs, for those of you who know, are
They want your
what
money.
is known as men's script.
They want all of them.
Men are not formally taught how to read and write in Alethi. For communication purposes, they are taught how to read glyphs, which are representations of ideas or words in a pictorial drawing. Think of them as
In my gold, go get your
the
own.
world's first emojis.
Noted.
All right.
I'm definitely going to want to go
Does
examine
the
that.
statue seem to be, at least from this distance, or I suppose I should get 2 squares closer. From this distance, does it look to be made of the same material as the rest of the room?
Oh, everything is, yeah. A lot of this is stone-ish material. A lot of this is here. The only things that are not are obviously the cavern walls that have started to collapse in. They're more stone and creme, where this is clearly like worked cement stone, and these are all carved.
Okay. Wasn't sure if there might be
Oh
any
my god,
metals or
true
other
seeing is
things involved.
amazing.
Sure.
Be high, see it all. See it
I
all.
definitely want to go examine the sculpture.
Okay. So go ahead and move on close. You're basically there. So as you look at this, the glyphs below carved in an archaic style, so they're not modern glyphs, but they're close enough that you think you could probably read them. I'm going to show you what the glyphs look like initially, and then because you guys are capable, learned people, I will actually show you their translations.
Thank you.
I needed it when we got stuck.
So here's the first one, just the pedestal with the glyphs on it.
Got an angel-looking one on the left.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
Okay. And you see that each one is encircled, and then there is a number of lines around them.
Mm-hmm.
Connecting to the center.
I saw
center,
this,
yes.
and I'm thinking, oh my god, it's Xenoblade. True seeing would be fantastic in like every situation, mostly every situation.
As you guys move close, when you have your gemstone with the Stormlight in it, it actually leaves and gets pulled out of the gemstone and is deposited into the glyphs, and they begin to slightly glow.
That's concerning.
Now, as for what they translate to, allow me to put it into place. Showing players.
Shinabi.
I have included the in-universe pronunciation and the English.
Oh, like what it translates.
pronunciation,
Okay.
Yeah, of each word. So From
Thank you.
clockwise, you have Yavane, Tasmeth, Kadolk, Mesiv, Mehelek, and Katif, and in the
Here,
center, Tebel.
Paragon.
So life, death, weakness, nation, journey, strength, and the word before.
Okay, I know where we're going.
Okay.
I haven't read the books, and yet you've talked enough about this that I know where we're going.
Exactly.
That is player knowledge versus character knowledge. Figure it out.
Yep.
But I do appreciate all the.
Yep.
It didn't click until you read it, and then my mind went, oh, okay.
Okay.
And I sit here blissfully ignorant.
That's
There.
good. So
I've only listened to Doc enough about this to know what it's going
so
on.
if you
Same.
would like, I mean, so if you would like to perceive
Well,
it,
no, we're not
those who are
metagaming.
investigating it,
The
'cause it looks like Avina
players,
is
some of
kinda
the
staring
players
out
just
at a
happen to
possible
have
entrance. You see bits of light
knowledge that maybe like
might
our characters don't.
indicate that an exit
It's fine.
exists in that direction.
Mm-hmm.
What is doing at this point?
I'm sorry, I hit the wrong button. What was happening?
You were standing over here, so I assumed you're looking towards this entrance, which is starting to show off some light to the
Yeah,
outside.
I wanted to
As
just.
does this entrance too.
Wait, what other entrance? One on the bottom?
Yeah, on the bottom. Both seem
Okay.
to be leading up and have a little bit of light echoing, but either would be a path that would take a few minutes to walk. So
I just wanted to stay by the one over here, just for safety reasons.
sure, no problem.
If anything
Yeah,
decided to
and-
pop out or anything.
Yeah, because Guess is just, while they're looking at the statue and everything, he's just kind of checking out the room.
Sure.
Because I'm
Seeing
not.
that Abina up there, so he's checking down here real quick
Yeah.
for any.
I'm not a scholar by any means, so I don't know what any of this does. It's just stuff.
Understood.
Yeah, so he's just keeping an eye out for danger, any more poisonous bugs.
Very good. That's fine. So the two of you keep an eye out. So the two of you who are investigating, if you want to try and read the glyphs, give me lore. If you want to try and decipher the lines and what the point is between the center thing, you can give me deduction. And if you would like to just look over the glyphs in general, it's perception.
I'm just taking notes on that. Give me a few seconds.
Yep,
Okay.
that's fine. So hopefully we'll have the rolls here, and then we can take our ad break.
That's fine. I have one snooze if needed.
I feel like this is something that might be obvious, but I will probably go about the lines that we have, which was deduction, right?
Yeah, deduction.
Okay. I'm just double checking my sheet real quick. Okay. So boopity boop boop boo. No plot die?
No plot die.
Okay. I was thinking that the light being pulled in made me worried this was something more high stakes.
Nope.
There we go.
11. Okay, the lines that separate the outer circles and glyphs from the inner one are actually stylized numerals of 1 through 6. Clockwise, starting with the single line, is 1, 2, 4, 6, 5, and 3.
Yep, figured as much. At least I figured out. Yeah, I thought that's what it was going to be.
Yeah, I'd figured that part out.
But it never hurts for our characters to have done so.
Yeah. Is there anything you want to roll, Cash?
Well, I was actually going to. Is there anything further that to deduce from this?
There
There was the
lore to
so
read
look
and
over
general
the
to
glyphs in
perception.
general, and then yeah, if you want to actively just read the glyphs.
So lore
Yep, lore is
And-
for reading the glyphs.
And perception, yeah.
and perception.
Perception is the general look it over.
I guess I'll take a lore.
Okay.
Ooh, good thing you did.
Oh, very
Right.
nice.
Rolled an 18.
So-
Nice.
Very nice.
You recall that there is an ancient saying involving these words and the lost radiance. The ancient saying was called life before death, strength before weakness, journey before destination.
That would seem to make sense.
That matches up with the numbers. So basically, just kind of reading it off. 1, 2 is across the top with
Mhm.
before in between. 3, 4, 5 is across the middle. 6, 7 is across the bottom, coming up to the middle.
Mhm.
Cool. Does anyone want to interact with it? Because Help is going to try to interact with it. I just want to give anyone else a chance to do so first.
I don't have any reason to.
Is that a no?
Yeah, no, I'm good.
To me.
Alright. Help is going to try tapping on the circles like they're buttons and seeing if they push in at all. Like, try to push the life one to see if
Which
it
one
taps
do you
any.
push?
Life first.
So when you push the word life, the glow intensifies just for a moment and the others begin to fade a little bit and then they reset to normal after a few seconds. It doesn't push in or anything, they're not buttons. And you hear a tone for a moment and you swear you see a floating orb of light start to flicker into existence.
Alright. I'm going to check with the party before I proceed further.
Mm-hmm.
I think I've got this thing sussed out. Should we try to activate this or leave it be?
Brightness Matal starts like looking over your shoulder and goes, "Oh no, please! If you think you have it figured out, go."
I still check with the party.
I understand, but she's it's to show her over eagerness.
Of course.
Guess seeing that the you know the intelligent lady is excited about it, you just go with what she says, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm just here
Alright.
to keep y'all from getting stabbed too much.
We ready then?
Yeah.
I'm all for this.
Alright, we're tapping. Giovanni, Tabal, Sameth, Katef, Tabal, Kadalek, Meklak, Tabal, Mithza.
You want to read that out in English so people can hear?
Oh, sure. Life before death, strength before weakness, journey before destination.
Do you say it while you press it, or are you just pressing?
I'm going with just pressing for the time being. See if it does anything. If not, I'll try saying it second.
Okay.
And I'll
And I
try-
think right there is a nice ad break. We're gonna pause right there.
Not a cliffhanger at all.
Go ahead, Waves. Push that ad break and put everyone into suspense. Or
Okay, bye.
Dum dum dum.
So the cave collapses and
Yeah. Cave collapses, everybody dies. Good game.
you guys have done well. You guys have done well. We're almost at the end here.
wow. Okay.
Yeah.
This has been fun. I've been enjoying it.
It took a lot longer to get here than go through here, I guess.
There's not much. A lot of it is ruins. That's the problem.
Hmm. Well, I look forward to Help exploding or something else happening.
It's the dial home device. That's what it is.
I mean, as
ET
long
from
as it's
home.
not Tyr, Paragon, Zelnoth, Paragon. I'm guessing I'm dealing with a crowd that's either too young or never played that game. Eternal Darkness, Sanity's Requiem for the GameCube. It was delightful. It had such fantastic ways of messing with the player, like putting on a fake volume bar on the screen and lowering it down to 0, or just acting like the controller stopped working and you get killed by monsters and then it was all just a hallucination. If you want sanity mechanics, this is the game that really pioneered them.
That would make me crazy.
Oh gosh, yeah. I
That
wish
was
I still
kind of
had
the
my
point.
I still wish I had my copy of it. But yeah, basically the spellcasting system involved 3 different functions, and then the 4th, Paragon, just made things more powerful when you used more of it. So it'd basically be the god you were summoning and 2 action words, or like an action and a noun. So when I was dealing with a ringed circle, I'm like, well, let's hope that we don't invoke
Rings
the
to
Elder
talk,
God. Yeah.
I remember that game.
Tyr,
I used to have a
Paragon,
copy of it
Zelnoth, Paragon.
because, especially during barracks parties and getting some of my military buddies kind of inebriated and get them to play it.
Oh, you delightful scamp.
Yeah, because I'm that kind of friend.
And of course, the whole time he's like typing in the buttons. I'm like, okay, the dial home device for Stargate.
Yep. Chevron 6 encoded.
All right, are we done with the ad?
Yep. I'm going back to the screen.
It should appear so.
I just don't have it as a hotkey,
Yeah, we
so
got
I
a
have to
dog to get
manually
in.
do it.
That's fine.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
goddamn
get the
camera.
doggy in.
That's fine. He just has to pet the doggy for me. That's the only rule.
Now I'm
Also,
trying to see
shout out to Mayhaps Mishaps for all the exciting
oh,
chat going
derp.
on.
It's gonna be a minute.
You're all good.
The whiny derp.
The one
Oh,
you
but
derp.
we love the derp.
Should we put it on hold for a second? For the derp?
We can entertain ourselves for a minute while we do stuff with, well, Einar does stuff with the derp.
Yeah, he's just gotta cajole him in. Not the brightest worm in the.
That's an interesting verb there.
Sometimes real life takes precedence over a game.
Improbable.
Inconceivable.
Forsooth, verily.
Forsooth, verily.
Ooh, I can get water now.
Hydration is important.
Okay, so he is finally back in. There we go, on this side of the gate. Now he's
You can
got to
always
get over.
roll and disbelieve real life. It'll still happen.
I was half tempted to put pup cams for Ninja and given the browser source the waves.
I'll put the browser source where my dice roll so you guys don't see if I crit, if I fail, you know?
There we
Yeah,
go.
it'll just be pup cam.
Puff cam.
My pups. On your stream.
Works for me.
I-
All right, are we all back? We ready to go?
Yep.
I think so.
Yeah, I'm sitting back down.
Prepared.
Okay. So,
You can roll to disbelieve all
before
you would
death.
like, my friend.
strength before weakness, journey before destination. All the lights begin to pulse. And then a gust of wind blows, and a windspren blows through the thing on a ribbon of light and spins around the guess for a few times before heading and hovering over the area of the glyphs where a ball of light condenses into physicality and the ball of light then drifts down into the pedestal itself. For a moment, all while that's happening, the windspren dips and leaves,
Good for it.
and
Wish
yeah,
we could do that up and down so easily.
and then the ball of light, as it enters into the pedestal, all of the glyphs glow brilliantly for a few seconds, and then completely go dark. You hear a click and the sound of stone grinding on stone.
Well, as long as the ceiling isn't caving in, or the wall, I guess. Okay.
No, it's not.
Do I hear where the stone against stone is coming from, and can I
It
investigate in that
sounds like
direction?
it's somewhere from the pedestal.
Okay, I'm
Clearly
gonna
not
look
the
over.
side you're standing on.
I'm gonna grab a few more not dimmed marks and see if I can figure out where on the pedestal was going grindy.
Okay. You start moving around it.
Presumably, yes.
Okay.
Give me a few seconds. Do you want me to mechanically move my character?
Oh yeah, I do.
Okay. So bloop.
I want to know exactly where people are.
Just climb over the legs carefully here.
Mm-hmm. In the lower section on this side,
Mm-hmm.
there seems to be a stone compartment that has just slightly dislodged itself from the base.
Okay. May I open or investigate it, or is it like a door that's been pulled off its hinges? How does this work?
No, I mean you could probably grab it and open it.
Okay, I would like to grab and open it.
Okay. Is anyone else watching over his shoulder, or are you just?
I'm
Yeah,
half
guess
like.
would be
Go ahead.
yeah, guess would be keeping an eye on, as well as watching this tunnel down this way, he'd be looking back over at the party as well, just keeping an eye on them.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I have like one eye down the tunnel and one eye kind of.
Sure.
Because I obviously heard the grinding of the door opening.
We'll say Selenar is with Abina, and the spearman is with Gas.
Okay.
Yeah, 'cause the captain's not going to be with me right now.
Does not want to be with Gas. Uh,
Imagine
so
why.
Varda will be with Gas. So was Cash moving closer to look in the drawer? No.
Yeah, I'm definitely peering around the podium.
Oh, just like standing on your tiptoes, looking over and down into it.
No, I'm peering around.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. All right. So you can see that inside the drawer is a bracelet and 2 rings linked by metallic chains. Though gemstones are cracked, the metal is though gemstones in this linking of chains are cracked, the metal is untarnished. All of you who look at it can instantly recognize it. This is no mere piece of jewelry. It is a priceless artifact claimed by the Vorin Church, a soul caster, capable of transforming any substance into another with a touch.
Hmm.
Would this be something we recognize as these sort of things existed back then, or is it like finding a cell phone in an ancient Egyptian tomb?
No, soul casters come from the past. We don't understand how they work. We just learned how to use them. And they are highly, highly regulated by the Vorin Church, and only Ardents are supposed to have them and use them.
I will
Although
presume none of us are
supposedly
in
the
Ardent.
daughter of Dalinar Kholin has one and uses one against all Vorin teachings, which makes her a heretic.
I assume that we aren't Ardents.
No, none of you are Ardents.
That's what I thought. So on a scale of
Brightness Matal seems excited at the prospect. She says, if this could be fixed, if the gemstones repaired and replaced, the Lord Sadius would surely pay well. to have his personal ardents, it would offer a whole other source of food and weaponry for the war camp.
Do we know anything about the general nature of her? Who is it called again?
Who-
The
Which
person that you mentioned.
that is your high prince. Well, not
Okay.
your high prince. You're from a different
Her
country, and
high
you're
prince.
just here visiting. But the high prince whose camp you exited out of, and on whose authority you went to this place.
Okay. On a scale from like sneezing in holy water to like what level of sacrilege is it for us to pick it up to bring it with us?
Minimal.
Oh,
If your
okay,
intent
good.
is not to use it and to present it to the church, you would be like heroes to the church to be compensated. They want to find more of these.
Making sure not to trample on any other players who might want to say anything at this time.
Sure. There are other organizations, wink wink, nudge nudge, Aisha's character,
Yeah.
who may or may not want certain devices of this for like their own for their own.
Yep. Which is why I'm
Yep.
bringing that up, being very kind.
Obviously out of character. No one knows exactly that about Kesh because no one was able to figure that out. It was all written off as just talking on a regular.
Or to help
I
as
see.
someone that we might be able to SOS to.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I know. I know. That's one reason she was like sneaking around the corner, watching to see what came out of that drawer.
Mm-hmm.
So, Halp is going to see what kinds of gemstones are in there and take some notes as to what types of gemstones would need replacing or putting into it. Documenting it as something that we've found, its general state, what's broken on it, and what potentially might be fixable.
Hmm.
Would you want me to make
Go
ahead.
It looks like it would be an emerald, a ruby, and a smoke stone.
Hmm.
And for those who are unfamiliar with the last one, Doc.
Oh, are you asking me to expound upon that?
Yes, please.
All three are
Smokestone.
considered to be pole stones, which
Mhm.
are varieties of gemstone of that represent things. Smoke stone is technically a chemically impure version of quartz.
So like smoky quartz.
Yeah, like a smoky quartz.
Mhm.
It is technically used in soul casting to soul cast opaque gases, like turning something into smoke or fog. Ruby is the essence of spark and used to soul cast fire. And emerald is the most expensive gem in the world because due to the fact that they, when used in a soul casters, they can create grain. So they can feed army from stone. So you found a one that is literally one of the most valuable pieces of technology because it is one capable of soul casting grain.
So I'm not sure if this is an insight roll, but based on identifying what we've identified so far, what are the odds that the captain's going to go and turn and try to kill us for this, or anyone else
Not
in the party?
particularly high, but the let's say the brightness and the captain are going to want to show this to the Bright Lord Sadius or High Prince Sadius, and basically say, "Here's this. Please reward us in any fashion possible."
Hope is not opposed to that.
That would probably be the plan that would come with this.
All right. After I finish documenting in its place, I'm going to ask the brightness if, with her permission, I could pick it up and bring it with us, as
She
opposed to like
says,
someone else carrying it.
"Sure, that's
Okay.
she's okay with it. She doesn't mind if you do it. You're a scholar with her.
I'm gingerly going
Any
to
of the
wrap.
she doesn't care if any of the scholars use
Yep.
it."
I'm gonna gingerly
or
wrap
hold
it
it
in.
anyway.
Yep, I'm gonna gingerly wrap it in bandages just in case, and then
Mhm.
put it into my bag.
Okay.
Cash definitely made note of what gemstones those were.
Mhm.
Also making note of what gemstones she holds on herself.
Okay. We can talk about that at a later point, of course.
Well, this was
Is there
an
any?
amazing
Yeah, I was
find.
gonna say, is there anything else is there that you might want to do?
There's one thing I would like to do, if it's
Uh-huh.
okay. I
Okay.
doubt it, since you said this was like an ancient civilization, but does the head of this figure, like the face that's being portrayed, does it look familiar to any historical iconography? Like, if it's like a saint equivalent or that kind of thing?
It is a helmet.
Oh, oh well.
And as far as you could tell, you do not understand the shaping or the anything on the glyph. Other than, again, it all looks like shard plate and a shard blade in its hands. Which correlates to the Knights Radiant. Supposedly they wore shard plate and had shard blades.
Okay. So he isn't someone that I would recognize at all.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
Anyone
And
else?
as Halp walks away, um, we have Cash again. That stupid whispering. You feel a crawling on your shoulder, and a secret whispered just near your ear.
Oh, with that whispering, and I'm going to continue looking at the statue and this base and see if there was anything overlooked.
Give me a thievery test.
Sneaky.
Dang it.
Um,
Oh, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to use my opportunist chance to re-roll
there you go.
on that one.
Okay. That's much better.
Yes.
So, as you took note of that one compartment, and you noticed how the latch works. Yeah, the symbols released it this time, but you notice now that you're paying a little more attention, some slight seams in other points of this base, and you manage to pop one of them open.
Ooh.
Roll a d4 twice.
Very specific dice rolls.
Okay, so
If they're the same number, roll the second one again.
Is that the slash roll command or something else?
Slash roll, yeah.
so
You
slash
just roll,
roll.
yeah, slash roll space 1d4.
Oh,
And then
you
you just
said
do that
2d4.
twice. Oh, no,
Okay.
well, no, do it separately.
Oh, yeah, you don't want them merging.
Okay,
So a
3.
3. The tension mounts. And a 1.
1.
Mm.
Okay. So you find in the drawer a blue silk ribbon embroidered with the glyph for Zephyr. It reminds you of a windspren, but the second you touch it, it crumbles to dust. However, in the dust and underneath it is a sapphire and a ruby, each worth 40 marks.
Mm.
Would you like to attempt to secretly pocket those two and then just point out the glyph? Oh, that was the thing, it crumbled to dust. Or would you like to show everyone what's in there?
I would definitely want to try pocketing those.
Thievery check. And this time we'll raise the stakes with a plot die.
Oh,
Oh,
well,
nice.
So you didn't get anything on the plot die, but you get an opportunity anyway. So
steals the entire
I'm
stat
gonna say,
sheet, no
I'm
one
gonna say
notices.
with that, yes, no one notices you pocket the 2 gemstones. So that's a ruby and a sapphire. If you were to sell them, they'd individually each be worth 40 marks. Or you could use them for other things, should you need a ruby and a sapphire for them. You also notice a second panel that you managed to pull an item out of. Because it was like a hidden false bottom,
Mm.
and you pocket that as well. I'm going to say that's what your critical did. It is an arrow tip made of a remarkably light silvery metal. It is not something you have commonly seen before, but you don't get a good chance to look at it before you have to hide it. All right. Anything else anyone wants to look at? The other mosaics on the wall, other things, or are we happy to leave?
Oh, I'm not done yet, but I'll be done soon. In the event that it does trigger anything, I will try saying the words. If necessary, I'll bring a few more marks over to see if I need to power up the device again. Does it seem to react to the marks?
It does not react to your marks.
Okay. I'll still try saying the phrase out loud, just to see if there's anything else that it does that pushing it didn't.
It doesn't. Nothing seems to happen.
Okay.
Does anyone else want to do anything?
I mean, I'm probably glancing over the room, but I'm not catching anything because I don't know what I'd be even looking for.
Make a perception test. See what you see.
Perception +5.
Yeah.
8 + 5, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
13. Okay. So, being a tracker, scout, and a survivalist, you've been paying attention to where everyone has been going in this place, keeping an eye on them, looking out for everything, and you realize something over the last few minutes. There's dust over everything, and you've been leaving footprints. There's sets of footprints that are going out this exit
The one I'm by?
that you guys didn't make.
No, where are the footprints? By me or on the bottom?
By you.
Okay.
So you aren't the first people through here since it's opened.
Okay.
And they either entered or left through this path.
Do I happen to know which direction the footprints were going? Like, were they coming in to this chamber or were they leaving out from this chamber?
Hard to tell. You didn't
Okay.
roll high enough to get that, but you got this.
Okay. I'll make a note and then I'll tell the others about it just as like a little heads up in case our scholarly people wanted to investigate further.
Sure.
I would be glad to put my CSI skills to use and see if I can tell from the
By
footprint
the way,
shape.
did you guys push the wheelbarrow up this whole way? I am curious.
Did we?
I mean,
that was a question.
nobody said they
Yeah.
We made it clear we pushed it into the ruins.
Yeah,
Did you
Yeah.
actually get it all the way up the stairs?
I highly doubt it. I don't think we took it past like a certain point. Like once we entered like these, I feel like we didn't climb it up.
I think we would
Well-
have at the very furthest brought it into the first room. I don't know if we brought it up 5 floors.
Yeah.
Because I know Halp wanted to use the carapace. Did you at least dislodge that and hook it on somebody's armor or something to carry it up?
It's probably at the base of the stairs where we had to dealt with.
Yeah, we could backtrack to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just didn't want you to forget the piece that you particularly wanted.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. Yep.
Shall I perception CSI see what I can tell of these dusty footprints?
I mean, you could try. I'll allow one more check from the group before I'll write that off.
Alrighty. No plot die, correct?
Yeah.
Boop-a-da-boop. Nope, I'm not helping.
They're
They are definitely
footprints.
Wind kicks up again gently,
Try that wind
and
sprint.
the wind sprint appears again, and this time it just spins in a circle, like it's almost like it wants you to go this way, and it's coming out the south exit.
Do you want to take a quick peek through that one to see just where it leads in general before we?
Both of them lead far enough that it would take several minutes either way.
Uh,
And both of them have enough reflective light that they both lead outside somehow.
So, I'm going to assume that Roshan has its own equivalent of the tapping on the watch symbol for indicating time, and kind of just tells Ren, we'll be there, just give us a little bit.
Okay.
Are we okay with backtracking with me having an escort, grabbing the carapace, cracking it off, bringing it back up here, however long that takes?
I mean, it shouldn't take you too long because we're not too far up, are we?
We're 5 floors up.
Okay. That's not terrible.
So, Doc, do you want to fast forward, have me make whatever rolls just to not keep
Yeah.
things
Well,
too
I would request crafting rolls from you.
Confirm. Solid 10 again.
Solid 10. With the tools you have at hand, you can crack the carapace off to make it easier to carry. It still is big enough that you have nowhere to put it, but at least it's not going to get in the way should you need to use both your hands.
Okay.
But other than putting a few loose straps of like cloth on it, you're not going to be able to fashion it into anything serious until you find better tools.
Awesome. I'm going to strap it onto my back like a turtle.
Okay. Very good.
Okay. So, double checking, disturbed footsteps were the exit on the right. Spren was hovering around the south exit, correct?
Correct.
I'll ask Gus and say, so, have you had that friend for a while, or?
How long's the spren been there that I know of?
I mean, you saw the first time you recall seeing a spren today was a wind spren as it flew with several other wind spren above you with the breeze. But it started, there seemed to be a starting of one ever since you held your hand against the captain.
The guard thing?
Yeah. When you grabbed his hand and stopped him from striking.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I mean, I've had a friend for a while. I mean, since being down here. But the
Oh,
dancing one here,
Okay, so it's more of like a recent development, not like something you've had for years. Okay.
no.
It's been around for some important things. Figure the south, unless we've got a good reason to go east.
Thank you for the hydrate.
Do we want to possibly run into other people?
I mean, we can check out the south, and if there's nothing, the east is always an option.
This one
I
seems to
wanna
be
say
encouraging us.
Yeah, that thing seems to be encouraging us this away.
That's fine.
South it is.
Okay. Is that what you choose to do at this point?
Yeah.
Head out the south. And with a bit of breeze, the wind spren takes off and seems to lead you.
Yeah, might as well
Down the
follow
north.
it.
Okay. So, this path is narrower than the other one, and a little more rubble-choked as it leads. However, it terminates on a sunny ledge. From there is some stone edging that leads as a almost ramp up to the top of the plateau. As you guys take this up towards the top of the plateau, who's leading?
I'm taking the
It's
rear.
only big enough for maybe 1 or 2 people wide.
I figure Guess was because he's got
Yeah.
the spread.
Okay.
Yeah, guess
then-
would be point.
Okay. And then who's with you, or are you guys going single file? As I said, it's about big enough for 2 people.
That would. I mean, it would make sense for the scout to be up with guess because perception.
It does.
I mean,
Seems
I
like the
can.
safest
Might I
marching
pick
order.
this scout?
I can go there.
Okay. So as you guys wind up and out, you finally feel the sun on your skin again, the breeze, and then as your heads bob up to see the top of the plateau, you realize you are not alone.
I think I
Walking
know.
and standing at the top of the plateau are several Parshendi,
Should have gone
Dressed
east.
dressed in robes.
Well, you did say that they tend to hang out at top of plateaus before, and they're archers and stuff.
2 bearded war forms that Guess recognizes from fights on the plateaus previously. 1 bearded Malin, 1 femalin, and 2 what you assume are scouts. They do not have as much carapace as the war forms you are used to, and their marbling, instead of being black and red, is white and red. One of them, however, wears dark violet, like a violet dress, compared to the other quote-unquote scout. They have
Probably
not
the leader.
noticed you yet.
Ooh.
I'm gonna just leave the chunk of carapace inside. Not bringing that with me.
So we drop that right there. I'm gonna drag you guys over to here. Once you load in, please place your tokens in this location, as this represents the edge of the cliff just before you come up to the top.
Alright.
Can you ping it again?
Right here.
Anywho.
Thank you.
Yep. So you guys can make a small block here.
Whoops, that's a mistake. I almost started editing a character. There. And I'll get off of the person.
I mean, you're on my head technically, so I mean,
Yes.
just keep you on my head.
I mean, you're not wrong. Nope. No.
You're fine.
So I'm going to show this to all players. I'm going to show you some images. We have... It's going to have a name on it. Just ignore the name until you know the name. I believe that should show to you now.
You're all good. I appreciate the
This
hydrate.
is the one
Never,
wearing the purple dress.
never no
And
hydrate,
she
you know?
seems to be the one in charge.
Oh no, she's a pretty lady. My weakness. Oh god.
Okay. That's not what I expected. May I ask a question for player clarification?
Sure. Absolutely.
What would people use to dye things purple in this world? Is it like flowers, blood? I just want to understand the meaning of purple as far as we know, at least within our own culture.
It's very similar to ours.
So like regal, royalty, that kind of thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
At least that's what you've associated it with these people. These are their speakers, their decision makers, the ones who would have attended the peace treaty several years ago
Oh.
before the thing.
Before
So
the
you have
backstabbing.
so you have someone who is very clearly a very smart person, someone who is in a much sleeker carapace, and two heavily armored carapace ones.
Okay. I'm assuming we don't have the materials to form a rudimentary hang glider from here, correct?
No.
Okay.
How about parachute?
Nom 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 nom.
Okay. From what we know, would they typically, the leaders typically be the type that would want to kill humans on sight, or?
As far as you are aware, ever since the war with the Parshendi has broken out, Parshendi have been immediately hostile towards humans. Very few have not immediately went to fight.
So we should basically be expecting a fight at this point
Yeah.
if they see us.
Out of character, you guys have reached the final area. This is the culmination of the event. This can go several ways, and then there's a little dialogue story RP at the end, and we're done.
Can I kind of perceive if they see us?
You can tell right now they have not noticed you, but the longer you wait, the more likely it is one of them will turn while they're talking,
Okay. Because
and they might notice you.
I'm wondering,
Not
like,
you guys are completely hidden here.
I kind of want to, like, throw my hand back to kind of stop everybody, but also try to find, like, a way to hug something and kind of get around them without.
Like moving up here.
Yeah.
Well,
'Cause-
here's your main problem. Even now that you are back on top of the plateaus, you still need a way back home. And the only way back home is across the plateaus. And first of all, you'll be lucky if you could even find a bridge. You may have to start using those span reeds, and now that you're up top, like, hopefully one of you wrote back home and said send crews, because they'll be headed towards the same spot, and hopefully within a few hours we'll have a bridge here. But you have to hide it out.
So I'm just gonna ask the players of the party this. Are we gonna be dragging our heart over to Mercy, or are we going for the sneak attack?
I mean, if I don't, I'm torn because I don't really want to throw first blow if they're not going to, like, I know most of them will fight us, but if there's the off chance that they won't, then I would feel like that's the safer option. But I also definitely want to keep eyes on them at all times because I don't trust them while we move.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm trying to think of Guess's mindset on this one. Because he doesn't have any love for them, but I wouldn't say he has any hate for them. But he wouldn't trust them just because he's been at war and he's a soldier.
Like, we didn't walk out to them with their arrows locked on us like we were royally fucked. So I kind of don't want to give the first blow.
Okay. So
Yeah.
we're going with plan talk, then fight if needed.
Yeah, he'd probably have a weapon, but cautiously defensive, not
Yeah.
showing aggression. But
More like defending it across my chest.
Just so you are aware, as far as their weaponry go, the two armored ones, okay, they have, I believe, let me just double confirm. Yes, they have axes out in their hands, even though they are in a relaxed position, and they have short bows on their backs.
Finally, we can get some. I mean,
The thinner one has a mace in her hand and a short bow on her back, and the one in purple has a mace at her waist and a short bow on her back. So the one in purple does not have a weapon out.
Okay. I'm gonna ask one more party-related question. Am I the best at diplomacy, or is anyone else spec for that kind of thing?
Yeah, I
I-
guess it's not the not the diplomacy type.
Yeah, I got nothing.
No, not me either.
All right. Shall I take lead on this?
I don't even know if I want to start a conversation with them. Is that the bad part? Like, I kind of just want to be like down to the ground and scurry.
Okay, how about
Yeah.
plan B? You down to the ground scurry, you hide your stealth your way here, and I'll approach with the two of us, with there definitely not being a third ready to help.
Like, I can have my weapon ready. I just.
Yeah, I'm gonna say the brightness and the other guard. They're like, like Captain Selnar like smiles at you and goes, "Yes, go deal with them. We'll stay back here and protect the brightness."
Yeah, of course.
It's
They don't
like,
wanna
I
take
hate
any
you so
of the
much.
glory.
I hope you kind of die.
Yep.
Yeah, you know, Captain, I used to look up to you.
Now you're just an asset.
Mhm.
So do you want to sneak over, and I'll try to draw their attention with talking, and then if things turn south,
Yeah, that would
Fighty,
probably
fighty.
be
Yeah, that's
'cause-
fine. I'll sneak over to the thing up here. Come on, ping it.
okay?
yeah, because well, Guest does not want a whole bunch of battle because that leads to injuries. He just wants to keep everybody like his crew protected.
Mm-hmm.
He's got his spear out, but not threatening. I mean,
Yeah.
not like the other warriors are. They have a weapon in hand, but
Same.
So
not
I
the
presume
ready.
we
But
should get a stealth check going, or
Yeah.
get okay.
Those of you who wish to stealth behind one of the two rocks, either this one or this one, your choice, please make the appropriate checks.
Well, I just fucked us over. I rolled a critical fail.
Hooray!
Also, please roll a plot die. Because it could now be even worse.
It's nothing.
Hooray!
It's a blank.
It's a
Okay.
blank.
All right. Okay.
Stealthy
So
as a boulder.
you still have a complication with with the natural one. Okay.
He
So
sneezes
Venus
on the
starts moving this way.
He
All right.
sneezes.
Who else was stealthing? Anyone?
I was.
Yeah, Cash.
All right. So Kay, go ahead and roll stealth. Let's see if you at least get ahead of her.
Yeah, she's roll 20.
Congrats! The complete ends of the spectrum. Oh, with a complication.
Not a
Yeah.
complication.
With a complication. So I'm going to say this goes off. Okay. And as Abina goes this way, I assume that's where you want it to be, Cash? You were going
Fine.
for that rock? Okay. She trips over a rock and cracks. And the attention immediately moves to everyone there as they stand.
Hi.
And-
Wave my hands.
And I am going to say that the complication from Abina is that Abina is at a disadvantage for her next check. And the complication for Cash is that you've hidden yourself and stealthily, but the next attack you try to make will be off kilter and you'll also have a disadvantage. Because you've went into like a full crouch hide instead of like a offensive hide.
Mhm.
All right.
So-
Assuming it even gets to attack, so we'll see.
I'm just trying to make sure I get the name of the species right. Began with a V. Marsh. What was it?
Parshendi.
Parshendi.
P.
Sorry.
Yes.
Uh,
The one in purple steps up and goes, "Stop." She speaks in Alethi. Not well, but enough that you can understand her. And her voice has an intense, rhythmic cadence. And as she speaks, the other Parshendi seem to hum in the same rhythmic cadence that
It
she
resonates.
speaks in. Give up anything you have taken. It is ours.
Parshendi language would be like their normal language. What would that be called?
You don't know.
Okay. So
It is
there's
not
no like.
it is not commonly spoken, and the few people who did it, they found common ground, and it was mostly Alethi
Okay.
who did so.
So there's no Parshendi for Dummies book that I would have read in my past.
No, not yet. No.
Okay.
You will have to speak in Alethi at the moment.
Okay. I will attempt to greet, waving both hands to show that I'm disarmed, and say,
Do you step
okay.
forward, or do you?
I
where
stay
you
where
are.
I am because she said to stop.
Yep.
I respect that and say, understood.
Okay.
I have taken some marks from a soldier. Do you use marks? Do you use money? We found a dog statue.
Give me a quick perception check as you speak.
No plot die?
No plot die.
8.
Okay, yep. So you don't see anything. I'm going to have you... I'm assuming you are actively just trying to be persuasive and working with that.
Cooperative.
Cooperative. So let's call that persuasion. Okay?
Okay.
Make a persuasion check. Okay? And I'm going to explain this. This is a combat, but this is a social combat at the moment. Okay? Basically, you will be going against their spiritual defense against your roles that you make in this, whether they be intimidation or persuasion, or whatever else we can sort of story-based finagle your stat to be.
Okay.
Okay? If either of you, and she will be doing the same, if either of you drop to 0 focus, the other side will be considered the winners and can dictate what happens next. And the losers will be forced to either retreat and acquiesce to the winners or become violent.
Okay. Just
Okay.
finishing the end of my notes and rolling. More
Alright.
8!
Right? It's different. I like
Okay,
it.
so the first persuasion is an 8.
I mean, I'm stuck on the ground
Sadly,
anyway.
that does not break her spiritual defense
Not
or her
surprised.
or her cognitive defense. And she echoes back, "We will take them, and anything else you have taken from inside. This is our shrine on our land." And since you failed your first test, I will have you lose 1 focus.
Down to 3.
Down to 3. Good. Okay.
So is this something where anybody in the party, or is it because I initiated I have to do this?
So the way that this is, because you've initiated, you are now the main focus for this.
Mhm.
Someone can provide aid if they have a relevant skill that makes sense. And roll high enough.
Yeah, that's why guess is kind of
Mhm.
well leadership. I'm just trying to think of how to.
Mhm.
Guess would try to aid then as well.
Okay. Oof.
Well, both ends of the spectrum on that. Oh, sorry, never mind.
Yeah,
What
I'm
happened?
just.
Sorry,
I think-
I was looking up at the stealth check for a few seconds.
Oh, I haven't rolled yet.
No.
Sorry, I saw that at the bottom before my 2, and I'm like, oh, whoa, okay.
Yeah. Like, as far as inside the shrine, we really haven't found anything. We're just trying to pass through. We fell off. Our bridge got cracked from,
Chasm
Right.
Fiend.
yeah, the fiend, the chasm fiend, and we're just trying to get back to our camp. I'm just trying to keep these guys alive, get them home, and we really don't want to get into any sort of physical confrontation.
Okay.
So I guess roll leadership.
You can roll leadership. And so how this works is because Halp was the first person to start, it's his focus pool that matters.
Okay. So the
Okay.
plot die or no?
No.
Okay.
Right now, it's not gonna burst. You haven't said anything that I deem to be totally offensive.
Or she.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, because they're not the captain, so he's actually trying to get out of this without fighting. Sheesh.
10. That's going to reduce the focus down to 2
Fine. Or
as the party's resource here.
I apologize.
okay. I wasn't sure
Okay.
if aid was one of those things.
She
for me.
goes,
Yeah.
I do not believe you. We have sent scouts. We have been watching. We did not know. We assumed you would come up the other way.
She can check my pockets. I got nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, because we got pretty much about the same role on things. Help.
Yep.
Because I've got 3 leadership, and you got 2
2
persuasion,
leadership.
so-
Yeah.
I've got perception. Deduction would probably help if I could find a way to throw that into this.
Is anyone trained in insight?
I got a +3.
Negative on insight training.
Yeah, no insight.
Does anyone have at least 1 mark in it?
Nope.
Nope.
Negative.
Okay. All right.
Well, now we know what the party needs to cover next time after we all die.
I will allow the highest person to roll insight.
I'm sitting at 2.
I have a +3.
3.
If you want to go ahead and roll it, you're more than welcome to.
I can try.
Well, remember, if you roll it, how are you going to tell what you see to the rest of the party?
Oh, fuck. Yeah, I'm on the ground.
You're
I can
hiding.
do it.
They only see the 3, yeah.
All right. I'm rolling it.
Just an FYI. I don't mean to take it away from you. I just want you to think
No,
about
it
that.
makes sense. All right. 13 plus 3, 16.
Nice.
13 plus
That's good.
3.
3.
3?
16.
16.
Okay, very good.
Good dice. Good
So-
dice.
You can pass on the information to your team in a small whisper.
Yeah.
The Parshendian Purple's hands are shaking. She's uncertain of what might happen should a fight break out here.
Hmm.
Use that information for those who wish to engage in the social combat further.
Clarification question.
Yes.
Since this is a encounter combat fill in the blank, can I use second wind?
Yes.
Fantastic. I will do that once I get down to 1 focus. So,
Okay. Now, should combat break out after that, this is still part of the same scene, you would not be able to use it again.
of course, but I'd rather not run out of focus before this ends.
No, understandable. Yeah.
Okay. So what we've been trying so far doesn't seem to be making any headway.
Yeah. But she's scared. She doesn't want to fight. So I kind of want to try to find a way to, like, convince her that we just want out.
Intimidate her and say, "Look, we could beat you," and just walk away fine.
Mm,
We do have numbers over them.
yeah. If that's the case, I think, guess, what's your intimidation?
No pips. I'm at a 2.
I'm blank 2.
I'm a
Anyone else
plus.
with better will?
I'm a +1.
I have a 1 in intimidation. Sorry.
We are not the most intimidating party.
You're not, but it is an option. I'm just saying that that's something you could do.
I got an idea though.
Okay.
Okay, what's your idea?
I mean, without the intimidation part, but with the new information. Is it okay if I go?
Yeah, go for it.
What
I
are
got
you
nothing.
thinking? Tell me what you're
What do you got?
thinking.
Going with the leadership angle. Pretty much playing off the, going off the uncertain thing, and caring for their own people. We care about our people. We just want to just part ways and not even try it.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Give it a roll.
Nice, be kind.
Okay.
Looks
15.
kindish.
15.
Ian's not
Nice,
bad.
be,
It's not
nice,
bad.
be kind.
She seems slightly swayed by that argument. She loses a focus.
Alright. I've got an idea. I'm gonna throw this out to the party as a angle. We obviously are not physically fighting at the moment. So, if we're talking, we're not fighting. If they wanted to fight immediately, they would have. They haven't, and we haven't. So I'm gonna try to use like deduction, that point of view, that kind of like intellectual angle of saying, look, neither of us is fighting right now. We can very easily keep it that way. We're not interested in it, and if you're not,
You're kind of saying that it's not worth us fighting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I throw deduction at that?
Yeah. Sure. Read them, interpret it. I think that's fair.
The 12.
That's a loss of focus.
And I'm gonna use my second wind.
Okay.
I'm just gonna take a deep breath, meditate on this, try to figure out where on my character sheet to click for that.
It's fine. Your second wind, you just roll your 1d whatever.
Your
1d6.
recovery die?
Recovery die. Yeah. And then
Oh, sorry,
you
where's the
can get
recovery
that-
die under?
the
Okay,
recovery
I
die-
see it, I see it.
Yeah, it's 1d6 for you.
I got it. Ooh,
Hey,
nice.
there we go.
Nice.
So you can recover up to 6 health and focus points distributed however you'd like.
Nice.
I'll take 7 out of 4 focus.
Sadly, you only can go up to your max.
I know,
Yes.
no overflow. I don't have any health down, so back up to
Okay.
4.
All right. Is there anything anyone else would like to try and do or say or carry on with?
I'm giving other people a chance first, because again, I don't want to trample all the dialogue.
I honestly don't know if I
Yeah,
have
that's not being
anything.
kind too. I'm letting.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's any point in me staying behind cover at this
Yes.
point.
And
Yes.
they'll feel ambushed. And I think we're trying to go for the whole,
I mean,
we're not...
I could
fighting you.
see stepping out of cover being 2 things. One, an intimidation tactic, saying, "Look, there's even more of us than you thought." Or 2, "Look, I'm being honest. We're here, and we're not. I could have snuck up on you."
Yeah.
Yeah,
You could
since
go
obvi-
either way.
Yeah, because obviously we're trying for the peaceful route.
Mm-hmm.
For the moment.
Yeah, we're trying to be nice until it's time to not to be nice.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
I would give it a try.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and step out of cover
Okay.
so they can all see me. Move to this little rock right here
Hmm.
and let them know that, hey, we're greater in numbers than you thought we were. Is this really what you want to pursue?
All right. I say that's deception,
And
or not deception. Intimidation.
I mean, it could be deception. There could be people behind other rocks.
That's not what she said, though.
Yeah, they, let me think. So we're looking for deduction.
Intimidation. Sorry, it's in the second row. In the second row of abilities.
Ugh, not my skill.
No. What?
This is where we gotta be thinking with our words.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to
Think before saying type
Yeah.
thing. This is different. I'm kind of enjoying it for now.
It's a very interesting way of holding a combat, which could devolve into
Yeah.
an actual combat, depending on how
I'm
this
not
goes.
sure if I'm more scared of the Chasm Fiend running away from that, or how this is going to turn out.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and. Oh, that's
11.
not bad for.
It's not bad for yours, but sadly that is a loss
Mm.
to the team's overall. Not -3. That was minus.
I got
there
it.
we go. Yep. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Someone else have another thing? She says, "I don't care how many there are. You've just revealed your advantage."
Now, do you want to, or you want me to go?
I will give you a try, and then I'm thinking of something.
Okay. Well, and see, we're also trying to be honest. Yeah, we might have revealed some of our numbers. You know where we're at. We know where you're at. Like I said, we just want to pass on through. No one needs to get hurt. You can look after your people. We look after ours, and we just continue on our way. I mean, it's a win-win for both of us. No blood needs to be shed here.
Okay. I say that's persuasion.
Oh, at least it's only one less. Dice be
Yeah.
kind.
Nice, be kind.
I was gonna say it's blank.
No, sorry, not gonna be good enough.
This isn't feeling great.
They want
Nope.
us to fight. They're like, the dice are
We're just
itching.
rolling poorly.
The dice are itching.
25.
This particular war form over back here where I'm pinging starts saying something in Parshendi, and Vexla says something curt, almost in a different rhythm than she's been speaking. It's almost a staccato rhythm, as if it was sharp and a violent response.
Towards
That she
her own
returns-
kind?
Her own kind. Whatever he
Like a
said,
reprimand of some type.
Okay.
she did not like it and changed the rhythm of her speaking.
Okay.
Okay.
And she returns to the same rhythm, and it's like, you make points, but not good enough. Again, I demand once more before my men get angry.
I've got an idea, and this is probably a bad one, but let's go for it. I'm gonna try to take a soothing, calm rhythm to my voice while I'm speaking, and ask if any of yours have been hurt on your travels here to this place that is yours. I'm a healer. I would be happy to see what I could do to help you.
I am going to say, as you start to speak rhythmically, that ball of light appears just at your peripheral vision again and begins to pulse. And you get the feeling that it's pulsing in almost the same rhythm that they have been speaking in, trying to guide you to speak in the same rhythm.
Okay. I'll try repeating that in the same rhythm with
well,
the
no,
helpful.
I'm going to say as you were starting to speak, that's you did it in your initial one. I'm going to give you advantage.
All right.
Nice.
Can I throw this as a medicine check since I'm trying to show that I'm a doctor? Or would you rather I do it as perception for noticing the ball?
No, you're making a point about yeah, go ahead, do the doctor then. Do the medicine.
Okay, no plot die for both rolls. Boopity boop. Boopity boop. 13.
13.
Thank you for the stretch.
It's not
Ugh.
enough.
Thank you for the
But
stretch.
you don't lose a focus.
Oh. Okay.
Her eyes drift to the floating ball of light, and she says a word in her language that you can't quite get.
Can I try to mimic that word? Like the sounds that I heard?
I mean, if you want,
I'd like to. Like,
I
trying
would say that's deception, just purely because you don't know what it is.
Yeah, let's go for it. I'll gesture to the ball and make the same noises as best as I can.
Again, I will give you advantage because you're working with the ball.
20.
Nice.
Not a nat 20, but 18 plus 2, 20. We'll take it.
It's still good.
She seems taken aback that you're able to pronounce her language, but she shakes it off as, you are just mimicking. But I appreciate the attempt. She loses a focus.
Mimicry as it may be, I'm showing that I'm willing to do what you'd like us to do. We'll pull away from your plan, pull away from your places. If you feel we have no place in being here, then we'll do just that.
I'm willing to let them like search me to prove that we don't have anything because I don't have anything.
I need a persuasion from you, or leadership.
Me or her?
Not you.
Me.
Okay.
Persuasion or
Gulor.
Gulor. Okay,
If you want to go after that, you're more than welcome. But
gotcha.
since
So
we
repeat
talked about
persuasion or...
persuasion or leadership.
Okay. Persuasion it is. Boopity boop. And I'm sticking to the rhythm. Is it still doubled?
Yeah. Speaking to the rhythm.
Natural 20. I don't think I want to roll the second one.
I don't think you're gonna beat that, but that's fine.
So I'm just not gonna roll the second one unless you really want me to.
No, that's fine. Well,
Okay.
no, it could be a natural 1.
But then the natural
No,
one
you
wouldn't
still
be there.
you still take the best. Yeah, no, you still take
Yeah.
the best. Okay. With that, you deplete her focus.
Hurrah!
Woo!
Nice.
They seem and she says something to her people. One of them seems to argue back, but she changes her tone. Not the sharp staccato tone that she had before, but deep, long, and powerful tones. Down, up, down, up. And whatever she said to him made him hang his head in shame. And they begin walking away, and as they reach the edge of the plateau, they leap 50, 60 feet across the chasms, one after the other,
They did not skip leg day.
Nope.
and just go their own way. You guys have successfully passed this. The ball of light hovers around Halp and just sticks around, pulsing in a rhythm that seems energetic. A few hours later,
Yes, kind of gives Help a pat on the back.
yeah. I was gonna
Yeah,
say, all right.
nicely done.
Before I skip ahead, is there anything else you'd like to do as these people leave?
Just slowly nudge the carapace further behind the doorway. Or maybe just off the cliff in the other direction so they don't, if they come back, kind of see that we had that with us.
Anything else from anyone?
Mm-mm.
After giving Help a pat on the back, Yes would head over to the captain. I'm beating the dead horse here.
Does anyone else need to use their second wind to heal up the last bits of their HP?
No, because I'm all full on my end.
Same.
Yeah, I'm
Just
fine.
checking. Okay.
Alright. He said, "We're both dark eyes, and yeah, honestly, I've looked up to you. This has just been a bad trip. I just bygones be bygones."
He sneers, but he doesn't disacknowledge your statement.
All right.
All right. Allow me to end the adventure. A few hours later, a small team with a portable bridge and another bridge comes and meets you on the plateau. They guide you back across the chasms over the course of several hours. Finally, approaching your destination, the war camps. The war camp for High Prince Sadius. Guards stand at the gates, scouts on patrol, and chull wagons move in familiar motions. You are home.
Yay!
Eaten, bruised, but in possession of some interesting items. Should you have continued this story, your characters would advance to level 2. I would then ask each of you if you feel you have made progress toward one of your goals during this journey, in any even slightly meaningful way. Someone who is looking to form bonds with their partners and family might say yes. Finding someone who's looking to get promoted, in your case, guess,
Yeah.
we might make a check. The question
Yeah.
is it a promotion or a demotion? Either way,
Yeah.
that story is moving along.
Yeah, exactly.
Mhm.
He's still a dick.
Someone like Abina, whose goal is to gain respect as a highly skilled scout, I think she does. I think she has used her skills. She has shortened time. Cash had multiple goals, and honestly, she's definitely recorded lost histories and taken back some samples. However, the question is what she does with those samples.
Eat him.
Halp did some wonderful field medicine, though his individual of gaining medical expertise of doing bandaging on the run, I think that would move him forward. Your characters have also discovered the Soulcaster, a wonderful artifact, but is it more of a curse than a boon? Can you even get it away from Bright Lady Metal? If you can, what do you do with it? Do you repair it? Do you try and sell it? Do you negotiate with High Prince Sadius himself for perhaps a great reward? Either way, your adventures are just beginning on the world of Roshar. And the spren that you have attracted may lead to even more interesting stories and powers in the future. And that's the Bridge 9. Yeah, exactly. That's the Bridge 9 beta game. I hope everyone enjoyed playing. I hope the chat enjoyed listening. During the story, just as a bit of a clear up, I was keeping track of certain ideals that players distributed, and certain spren were drawn to them during that time. Possibly allowing my players, the 4 of you, if you were to continue this adventure at some point, should you ever wish to possibly pursue Radiant ideals if they wish to. Radiants are the Knights Radiant, as they were discovering in the thing. They are being reborn in this time. They will start to gain mysterious powers as they bond with the Spren and gain access to, in what this system is called, surges. In the case of Guess, he was attracting what looked like a wind spren, but was truly an honor spren.
Ooh.
someone who admires honor and protection,
Mm.
which Guest tried to do to his best, though he did not always succeed. Cash attracted a cryptic, someone who is attracted to secrets, lies, stealth, and underhandedness, possibly allowing her to become a light weaver in the future, someone who can manipulate images, transform objects, even without a soulcaster. And Halp, though he didn't initially attract things, he had a wide spread of ideals, eventually drawing a particular spren that is tied to the Parshendi in a way the world does not understand, but might eventually turn him into something else. Anyway, that's it. If anyone has any questions or hopes, I am more than welcome them. I hope you enjoyed it. It was an interesting way to end the session. We are one
Without
of a
bloodshed.
small percentage who did a full walkaway. Many groups, according to the Discord, went into full murder mode.
Not surprising. to
Not
be honest.
surprising.
Not surprising. Had you come up the other way, you would have been ambushed regardless. They would have seen you first, and that would have went straight into combat, especially with the fact that Halp had a carapace on his back.
Yeah. I mean, you pick
So
up certain
seeing them
things in your
first kind
journey.
of gave you an advantage to do something kind of neat in this system.
Hmm. I will
With
also
the
say
story
that
content.
it does also fit in quite into character, at least as far as I can tell, that the honor spren didn't want us to be dishonorably ambushed.
Mhm.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Mhm. Yep.
But no, I had a blast, and
I'm
hopefully
glad you
we're
enjoyed it.
hopefully we'd be able to pick this up again sometime.
It would indeed
Probably not
be
for
nice.
a while. Again,
Yeah.
there are enough rules in the beta. There are several people who've gotten up to level 3 and 4 in the beta, doing just fine. But to get full rules and fix some of the small problems that we do know about, if you enjoyed this, go and download the beta. It is free. All of the beta materials are free until March 31st, at which point they will be taken down so that all of the online sites and services can update their rule systems for the final printing. And then they will be available.
Yeah. So this
Thank
definitely
you.
wouldn't be anything till like a next year
I'm
thing.
glad you enjoyed listening.
So they expect to have the digital tools and all PDFs available to players as of quarter 2 of 2025, with quarter 3 being the fulfillment of physical rewards. Again, if you enjoyed it, play the beta, try it. There's plenty of rules. There is rules for leveling a character up all the way to max level. It's just you only have a limited set of skill trees, and only 2 of the Knights Radiant orders are available in the beta. The one that comes from the Honor Spren and the one that comes from the Cryptics. All other Spren are not
Like
available.
my mystery spren.
Yes. However, again, there are plenty of fan-made things at this point. Between a lot of the spoilers that have been shown off on the Discord, people have been able to put together what they assume is going to be very close to the final versions of some of these. So, again, if you're enjoying it and you try the beta and you think you want to try to go from higher levels, you can. Use the resources on the Discord, both the fan-made products and some of the spoilers. This is a Cosmere RPG. It was originally supposed to be the Stormlight RPG, but they secretly announced it is the Cosmere RPG. What is the difference?
More
Brandon
books.
Sanderson writes many different book series with multiple magic systems, but they all take place on different planets in the same universe. And with that being the case, this will be a system that will work interchangeably regardless of the planet you are on, and they plan on releasing obviously Stormlight first. Stormlight will be first, followed by the Mistborn book series, and then sometime in the future after that, they already are working on the worlds of White Sand, Elantris, um, and a general world hopper guide, which will allow you to actually travel between the planets and mix and match your magic systems.
That is
That'd be cool.
fantastic.
Making truly powerful characters, but of course giving the GM tools to create truly powerful adversaries to combat.
That'd be cool.
Yeah. Anyway, like I said, I will be available on on Waves' Discord to thing. If you enjoyed it, again, show all the love, give all the likes to the VOD for when Waves posts the VOD.
The VOD's already going to be up on Twitch. It'll be up on YouTube later tonight.
Yep. Check out the pinned comment here. Otherwise, you can just search for it. Brotherwise Games, Cosmere tabletop role-playing game. You will find the links for the Discord, for the books. The Way of Kings is the first book in the book series, and there are sample chapters available online on Brandon's official website if you want to read it. It's great. I suggest you have a lot of fun with it, especially if you enjoy high fantasy.
Is this the part where we're
Waves.
throwing out all the other plugs?
I was gonna say, yeah. Who else has plugs?
Yeah, plug
Right?
away.
Y'all go first.
Alright, well, if you feel like building a terrible last-second Lego build of anything and or representation of yourself, Bricklink has Bricklink Studio, which is what I threw together my little white droidica in that's been happily perched atop Waves' head.
I was wondering about that.
Yep, they've got a lot of nice export options, and if you have a graphics card that can double as a portable heater, you can make it look extra nice and pretty.
And then you too can dance on my head.
Any other plugs?
I would assume the two other streamers.
Oh, you go for it. I don't scream.
Plug
so.
yourselves.
Aisha? Ladies first.
I haven't been streaming in a while, so I've been on kind of a summer hiatus.
That's fair.
But I'm Theory Aisha. I'm usually doing Gunpla for the most part, or some kind of build. Whether it's some kind of plastic related, but I also do other types of arts as well, and an occasional gaming. Hopefully going to be looking to get back into that here soon, as now we're turning into fall.
Very nice.
Yeah, I gave her a shout out. And yep, I'm Einar. I go by a lot of names. Typically, damn it, precedes my name.
Oh, I'm quite used to that as well.
But yeah, I mean, y'all see me around Waves channel and Discord quite often. But yes, I stream various Gunpla. Starting next week, I will also be streaming on Saturdays a Savage Rifts game with Faja, who's been in chat. Hide the Glowing One. Aisha is going to be there, and when Doc is able to make it, he will be taking part as well. So it's
Fantastic.
going to be a game of various streamers and other nerds.
And that
I'm
one
actually
dude
looking
that
forward-
doesn't.
Yeah, but Doc's character idea, I can't wait for that one. I ain't gonna spoil anything, but dang it, Doc.
Chef's kiss.
Yes,
Aisha, you love me.
that was freaking perfect. I love it.
And I will
Yep.
say that even without having access to several wikis, books, or general understanding of the area, I would say that this game has been run very well, even for someone who might not initially be a fan of the series, but want to pick up some of Brandon Sanderson's work.
I'd like to
That's
give
their
kudos.
goal.
Yeah, I'd like to give kudos to Doc. You did a fantastic job with running the game. So
And
thank
suffering
you.
with
I
us.
tried.
And the rest of y'all, it's been fun playing with you.
We'll meet again. Don't know where, don't know when.
I put you guys in my house. You now live here forever.
Oh, cool.
Oh no. She won't let us out.
You guys get the comfy
mean,
couches,
I'll take the comfortable bear on the couch.
right?
I mean, Waves has been keeping my head on her shelf over there.
Spooky.
Yeah, the little plush heads behind Aisha's thing.
Aisha will get the bed.
Yeah. I'm on there, and even the pug's on there.
Pug.
So I see. Pizza Pug.
Yeah, the pizza pug.
And also happily stick around for a bit if there are any questions directed towards me, though I know that Doc will be taking and fielding questions too.
Thank you,
It is-
Thank you
Coffee.
for the beautiful wave
All
of
the
emojis.
emojis.
Die.
Yeah, I'm
Chat,
glad
are there
everybody
any
enjoyed this.
questions before we wrap it
Like I said,
up?
Doc, you did a fantastic job.
I'm going to... No! Not this. This one. Gonna lower them a smidge. Are there any questions of the game, the gameplay, the links?
Terrible coworker that even NPCs just don't want to deal with. It's like,
Before we wrap it up here?
Exactly.
Literally, we're
For
tired
any
talking
of the
about it.
players of the game, for the game master
the
slash
better.
world singer, because I don't know about you guys, but I'm exhausted. this girl needs a nap. All right, I'm gonna give Chad a second before we wrap it up here,
sounds good.
just in case, you know.
Yeah, I'm looking
In
at
case
food
they have
options.
questions like,
Oops.
what are our hot picks for the stocks to pick for the next financial year?
Oh, I don't know. That's the wrong. They all know this is the wrong chat for that.
It's the wrong me for that too, but
Double down on MySpace.
Always MySpace. No. MySpace is out. Tumblr is in.
I don't know. I think I'm still pretty happy with Zynga.
Yahoo search engine.
Live
Bing!
search.
You can find me on my Vidler.
Oh, God.
Ew. These do vines.
Oh.
We
no,
can't
no.
do Vines. Vines have been closed for years.
No, I'm sorry. I should have picked the superior option of Vimeo.
Ask
Vimeo, I apologize.
Jeeves.
I forgot about that Ask Jeeves.
Oh, yeah.
We
I
let
was
them
so
down
upset-
too.
I was so upset when they switched that over to Ask.com. I'm like, you can't have Ask Jeeves without Jeeves.
Exactly.
The greatest tragedy of our generation.
I don't know if it's the greatest, but one of. Alright. Well, friends, if there are no questions, I'm going to wrap up here so we can go about our day. We can
Take care.
get
keep
away
well,
from the
stay safe.
screens. You too. All of you guys take care, drink water, do good things for yourselves.
All the love, peoples.
Yeah,
Thank you.
as the saying goes, may the winds treat you well.
Yep.
Yeah,
Unless they're
I
the
think that'd
gassy
be good.
kind, then, you know.
Be nice to waves.
Thank you for the
Anyways.
hydrate. Alrighty, friends. I'm gonna end the call, and then we'll end up. If I push the right button. Bye.
Bye.
All right, friends. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us today. I know it was a long day and it was a different type of stream that we typically have here, but I do hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope this was a fun way to spend your Sunday. Hopefully you guys are interested in the gaming system. Like I said, everything is pinned above. If you have any questions, comments, concerns about the system, feel free to ask in the Discord. The VOD will go up on YouTube later today / early tomorrow, depends how long it takes to upload. It's 7.5 hours. It's gonna take a hot second. YouTube is not the nicest when uploading stuff, and I keep squeaking my chair. But yeah, friends, so we're gonna end it here. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. I greatly appreciate it. We will be back tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern time for Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition DLC Future Connected. That's a mouthful. That's a mouthful. But we're going to start the DLC tomorrow. Wednesday, we will have Final Fantasy XIV as we focus on Savage. Friday, we will hopefully, Amazon permitting, be playing Sparking Zero for the first half of stream, followed by M2S Savage and Final Fantasy after. And then Saturday, we have our bonus 12-hour stream where we'll be playing the ending of Future Connected and more Sparking Zero, and we'll go from there and see where the night takes us. All right, my friends, as always, make sure you take care of yourself mentally. It is just as important as taking care of yourself physically. I do hope you have a great and wonderful rest of your night and a fantastic day tomorrow. And like I said, I will see you right back here tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern time. All right, I love you. Go drink water, take care of yourselves, do good things. Till later.